Good day and welcome to Rec Weekly. John Eastman here at the Valley Vision Studios in Center Conway, and I have a special guest. As you can see, this is not Mike Lane or Todd Gallagher. Todd Gallagher wannabe sometimes, but this is Nick Libby, and Nick is joining us today. It is vacation week, and I did promise Nick that I wanted to have him on our show to talk about community service. And Nick is one of our Teen Center members, but he's not just one of our Teen Center members. Nick is our most valued Teen Center volunteer, I would say. Do you have another title? Has Todd given you a title?
In another episode, he has called me Assistant Teen Center Coordinator.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So it's kind of off the record here. I dropped my microphone, but that's good for me,
Yeah, some other people do call me Mini Todd, Todd Jr., so I do have a couple of nicknames.
And you don't take offense to that?
No.
That's okay. Now, weren't you Todd at Halloween?
Yes, yep, that was me.
Okay, all right, so there you go. I mean, now Todd has had someone dress up as him. I had Tyler James. Tyler James back in the day, probably, I want to say 15 years ago. Tyler had the whole thing. He had the Call Me Rec shirt. Yep. He had the lanyard.
Yep.
He had I had glasses that were black.
Yep.
Tyler did a great job, but you did a great job of dressing up as Todd. So welcome, Nick. I'm glad to have you on the show. As you know, Rec Weekly is the longest running show here on Valley Vision, and we're very proud of that. So what I wanted to do is spend our 30 minutes, we're going to talk about a variety of subjects, such as the Teen Center, community service. But before we get into that and how you got into that, I'd like to talk a little bit about you. Tell us what grade you're in, have you lived here your whole life, all that kind of thing. Just tell us a little bit about Nick Libby.
Yep, so I am in 7th grade. Mm-hmm. I've lived here my whole life. I've had interest in the Teen Center since day one I've got here. I have multiple different interests. I have worked with Arts in Motion to do lights and sound for some of their shows. I've worked with Theater of the Woods to do lights and sound for some of their shows.
Now let me interrupt you on that. How did you get involved in that? Like, I mean, it didn't just... I heard a story about you, and a person was telling me the story, and they didn't know that I knew you. Mm-hmm. And it had something to do with Arts in Motion, that you really didn't want to get into acting, and someone asked you, hey, would you like to work behind the scenes? Is that accurate?
Yep.
So tell us briefly, give us a little overview of how you came to be on that.
How that actually started was Theater of the Woods. I was doing summer camps, and it was when we had like 3 or 5 kids. Like, it was very small, and they had tours. So like, we go around, and one of the places was the tech booth where they had the light board and soundboard and all that stuff. I'm like, this is really cool. I'm like, I like this, because like, you don't have to memorize your lines and all that stuff. Right. You have the script with you. That was something that I didn't like, is like, I could have the script right there in front of me and be like, okay, so I can read the lines and like go through, and then I know where we were in the show. So I had started...
How old were you when you started that?
I was probably like 7 or 8, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, 8 or somewhere around there. But I started helping out a little bit here and there. I was, help bring in like different stuff for him, and then I kind of worked my way up to doing rehearsals. I run the sound for him for rehearsals, the scenes that I'm not in. Then I worked my way up even farther to the summer camp shows that I didn't want to be in. I was still registered for those. And so I said, could I do lights and sound for some of these shows? And he was kind of hesitant. It was really just me pressing play, pause, which that was better than not doing it at all. And
which was better than you wanting to be an actor, because you really didn't want to be an actor.
Well, I did have that little kind of love for it, but like, it was a short spark, I was like, oh cool, I did it, I know what it's like now. So, but then I worked my way up. I did my first junior production, which is a full-length 2-act show, which is about an hour long, and I did that, and I did a full sound thing for that. So that really worked my reputation up with him, so he really kind of trusted me for that. And there's actually some camp shows I just was not in. I just did, and I was signed up for a show. He was like, I was still thinking about it. We did auditions and stuff. I was still thinking about, I was like, do I really want to be in this show? And he actually came up to me and he was like, do you want, he was like, I can't really cast any more people. It'd help if I had like one less person. He was like, there's only so many mics you can fit in one scene. So I was like, he was like, so would you want to do lights and sound? I'm like, yeah, sure. I was like, if you can't fit any more actors into this show, yes, I will do that.
And when you say he, you're talking about the director?
Yes,
okay.
The director of the show. So at the beginning, it was like 4 or 5 kids, and we were recording pretty much every scene because there's scenes where we had other characters where we couldn't fit everybody. And then all of a sudden that next year we had 20, 30 kids. I'm just like, what happened?
Right.
Because there's all these kids just clumped right up. I'm like, what happened? So yeah. And then Arts in Motion, she found out about that because I did the summer camp at Pine Tree.
She is Mrs. Frechette?
Yep, Mrs. Frechette. She works with Arts in Motion, and I did the summer camps at Pine Tree School.
Right.
And she really found out that I got to know I know what I'm doing, and everybody enjoyed me there. Like the director of that show, he enjoyed the help because I was actually proud of myself for doing that, because that was actually one of my first shows doing lights and sound by myself, but there's other people there, but it's just being out back without anybody else there. So yeah, he was really glad that I was there because he was there.
So aside from, which is really neat, because I want to talk about our stage in just a couple of minutes. We only have 30 minutes, but we'll try to go. But it seems that at an early age, and the thing that fascinates me, Nick, I have to tell you, and you know, we joke about it sometimes, but what fascinates me about you is that your commitment to service, and that's super important. You know, us old people, and you know, again, it's hard. You only know what you know at your age.
Yeah.
But you know, I always say Nick Libby is 40 years old in a 13-year-old's body. But you know, I really am proud of you. And I commend you for your devotion to service, especially service to others, because it is a big deal. It is important because you are the next generation. My generation and Todd, and then you have Mike and Robbie, and it's whether you were ever working at Conway Rec or not, you're wanting to do things to serve other people and to make their life or their experience in something better is super important. So have you always known that from the time of you being a real small child, that you really seem to gravitate to this service to others? And I think one of the reasons why they really enjoyed my help is because it's hard to find the people that know this stuff nowadays. Like, there's like 1 out of 5 people that really know like their stuff with the lights and sound and tech and stuff. So that's probably one of the reasons I think I was really welcomed in for that field. Is that something that, I mean, again, you're still young and you've got a lot of life ahead of you, but just knowing what you know now, is that something that you think as you get older, you want to continue your pursuit of that? And like you said, you continued to climb the ladder where you get more responsibility. I mean, one day you could be in charge of Carnegie Hall in New York, or I mean, you know, or the Wang Center in Boston. I mean, you have big productions. I mean, is that, or is this just a temporary thing now?
I'm not sure. I have been thinking about this, either staying around the valley doing something like that and have it do something else, or moving out and going down to one of the big areas where I can be in one of the big theaters and something like that.
But you think that this might be something, kind of a lifelong dream that you would like to continue to pursue? This and
something else to do with trains, like conducting or something like that. It's like I'd like to work aboard trains and stuff, like Conway Scenic or something. So that's interesting.
That's interesting. So let's talk a little bit about the rec. Well, first, before we do that, just give me your brief thoughts on, are you excited about the opportunity that we have at the rec with the stage and the curtains?
Yes.
And we've got a sound system coming. We have a sound system, but we have lights coming. I mean, do you think that that would be something that I would imagine that you would be one of our first people to call in, you know, Nick Libby, sound and lights guy. Yep. You know, you might even get your own name out of this. Who knows?
Yeah, I have gave Todd some ideas of what we could do for shows and productions and stuff with the stage to be like a fundraiser for the teen center or something. You know, to raise money. Like we could sell popcorn and sell tickets and stuff like that. And
so I have a great idea. I think what we should do that you could help run and is, I think there should be a teen center play put out.
Yes,
maybe something like The Odd Couple. The Odd Couple is a older person's thing, but you would like it because it's a famous thing about a really tidy person who lives with a slob who's really into sports, and you could have some adults. I'd volunteer. I'd be in it. I'd be in it with Todd. We got to get Todd in it.
Yes, we would have to get Todd in it.
And I think that would be, if you got Todd in it, I think we could sell some tickets. I think people would come. And as you know, it's a perfect thing for some of his one-liners because he is funny, right?
And I could see Jolene being in there too.
Who?
Jolene.
Jolene, yes. We don't want to forget Jolene.
Yes.
So, all right, so let's move on to the teen center.
Okay.
So you registered for the teen center. You've been coming to the teen center since you were in sixth grade.
Yep.
This is your second year.
Yep.
You get one more year in 8th grade.
Yep.
I'm assuming you'll be there for that.
Yep.
When that is done, I mean, how did you started to get into, when you came to the teen center, there's a lot of openness, meaning there's open gym, there's floor hockey, kids, it's more of a drop-in center, it's not an organized thing. So how did you get involved in your service that you do now? Because essentially you come in and you head right to the kitchen. You and Jolene, on Wednesday nights, you're cooking. Kind of give an overview of what some of your responsibilities as a volunteer at the teen center.
So the first day of 6th grade, I came in, was a normal kid, but then as the days went kind of into the more 6th grade year, I took on more responsibilities such as cleaning the tables a little bit more often, sweeping a little bit more often. And then I got something. I just remembered. You got promoted to director of the decorating committee. Yes. Because I remember 2 years ago, I said to Todd around Thanksgiving and Christmas, who put up all these lights? And he said, Nick Libby. I said, who's Nick Libby? And he told me. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you do that for St. Patrick's Day. Yep. You do it for Easter. Yep. So you're in charge of doing all that. Does Todd tell you what he wants, or he just gives you free reign? In 6th grade, so in October of 6th grade, he was I kind of told him my Halloween decorations and different stuff that I did at my house, and he was like, come on downstairs, I want to show you something. There's this wall of just decorations, and my dog just dropped. I'm like, this is my fun place, and then he was like, so here's the Halloween bin, here's the Christmas bin, here's this bin, here's that bin. He was like, so take the Halloween bin, go upstairs and go in the cafeteria game room lounge and just start decorating. So that's what I did. I put up Halloween lights, and at this time, the Halloween party was outside as a drive-through, so we didn't have to worry about where the decorations needed to be. Right. So he's pretty much just go crazy. Everybody will love it. So I mainly stuck to the outside windows, so the game room, the lounge. That you could see from the road. Yeah. Right. And then I did the cafeteria ones, which you could see when you came back around to leave. So there's lights up, there's different little spooky things, so I made it look good. And that's how it really started. So like I said, it started at decorations, and then it kind of went to cleaning tables, and then it kind of just progressed its way up to where I am now. So now that you're in charge of the decorating committee. Yep. Do you see, especially next year when you get to 8th grade, because I envision you even in 9th and 10th coming back and volunteering, but do you start paying that forward and say, hey, I got to get some younger kids, because you'll be older, to be on my decorating committee, or do you just want to do it all yourself? Because one day you're going to grow up and not be here. Yeah. I mean, but what you've done is you've started a tradition. Is that something that you think you can carry the tradition on
but you need to teach others about this, to have some of their own ideas, but to carry on the tradition of what you started 2 years ago.
I do have a little sixth grader. His name is Dylan. He does follow me around. He's up pretty much where I am right now, just in sixth grade. He's, helping clean the cafeteria. He will help prep the meals and stuff. So I plan on having him around for next year, helping me, and then hopefully I can have a sixth grader that wants to do this stuff next year, and I can help him.
So,
help them out.
Do you have? I don't want to make make you commit, but I guess I'm going to. Any plans? We got anything going on for St. Patrick's Day?
Just, I know I do have some decorations I want to put up. Nothing really big.
Now I do know that Robbie has captured the leprechaun in the whole, on our video when they come through. So who knows? Maybe that's something you do now. And this, so you also work in the kitchen aside from wiping tables. I mean, you actually help with the meal prep and that kind of thing. Maybe tell a little bit about that. So
Saturdays we're open 12:30 to 4, so it's an afternoon thing. Sometimes we'll make snacks and stuff, so sometimes I'll bake some of these pre-made cookies, and I'll bake little snacks for them here and there. So, and then nights when Jolene's not there, I'll cook some things up, and I used to do, I do a lot of that. I do a lot of cooking and stuff, especially when Jolene's not there. Todd can Robbie can turn over to me. He's like, can you put in 2 pans of chicken nuggets and tater tots, and I'll put in the 2 pans of that and have it called down and say, okay, everybody, they can come and wash their hands and have their snack now. And
so I know it's made a big difference, though, having an extra person to do that. I lost my train of thought there for a minute. Well, anything that you're thinking about in the future, like for the teen center? I mean, have you and Todd, or I also know at the end of the night you help with dismissal.
Yep.
You somehow you get a radio, right?
Yep. I know the cars pretty well because I see it. Like at the beginning of the year, I'll see them coming in and out of them, so I know the vehicles pretty well. And I'll be cleaning up the kitchen at the end of the night, and Todd will be like, Nick, get down here, I need you, I don't know any of these cars. And so I'll be down there calling kids, and I have a sixth grader that will, different sixth grader that will do that too. He will go down and go through all the cars while he'll not yell at me, but tell me who they are, and I'll radio them in to the rest of the people and the rest of the counselors. And that's just another person that will hopefully help in the years to come, as I'm probably when they're in 8th grade and 7th grade.
So that brings me to my next question, is that based on what you've seen and what you've done, and you've done a lot, without expecting anything in return, which is the biggest gift that you provide the teen center. And not many young people do that. They always, well, I'll do it, but what do I get?
Yeah.
How important do you think, or how much has, in your opinion, it's hard to talk about yourself, but how much has it helped, do you think, with Todd and Robbie and Jolene and Courtney and Zach, because of the sheer numbers? I mean, our numbers have gone through the roof. Anywhere between 30 to 40 a night. Is that an accurate number?
Yes, from the 10 to 15 kids that we had last year, now on average we're seeing 40 kids a night. It's getting pretty good. It's nice.
So how important do you think that the program that you've started, you don't even know that you've started something, you just wanted to serve, but you have really started a volunteer program because now you're training others. How important do you think that is to the existence of the Teen Center?
I think it's important because it'll help them out, so they're not stressed on they're not stressed with everything else going on. They don't have to have kids, they don't have to worry about the kids in each room. They don't have to have 5 or 6 staff members in each area of the rec, so they don't have to worry about, they can trust us pretty much to not be tattletales, but kind of, I will, if I hear something that I know there's not an adult down there, I will kind of browse the rooms and make sure everything's okay. And And if there is trouble, you know, we can call in and say, hey,
Well, that's
there's
important.
like, yeah.
I mean, do you think that it is well received by your peers?
Yeah, I could tell like Todd and Courtney and Jolene and them like it because, like I said, they don't have to be on top of every single person. They know they got a handful of kids. Like there's a handful of 6th graders and there's a couple 8th graders that they want to help out. Like they'll be in the kitchen and stuff. Like on big nights when we have these big meals, we will have a couple kids in the kitchen helping us out. And then once we get it pretty much finished, they'll go into their own rooms and they'll come back to Jolene and I, and they'll be like, this is going on in this room. And then we could call in to like Todd or Robbie or Jolene. I can take over like the stove while she goes down and make sure everything's okay. So I feel like that's actually really helping out. So we don't need everybody to stand right on every room.
How is it for you with your peers from school? I mean, do they seem to like what you're doing?
They do but sometimes I feel like they could care less that I'm doing this. But they do appreciate that I'm doing all this stuff to help keep their space clean and stuff. So they appreciate it a little bit, but for the most part, yeah, they.
Well, the other night, I don't know, last week sometime, I think you had nachos and cheese and that kind of thing, and you had a couple of 6th graders who asked you, because you control the punch behind the counter, which is important because we don't want the place to be a mess. I mean, the kitchen and cafeteria has turned into a really nice thing, but I remember...
Because if they go out and start pouring it, they're going to pour it with maybe that much space left, and then they're going to be making a mess all over the floor with it. So.
And that's something that you end up taking pride in, and you don't want to have this because we want to keep the place to a certain degree of nice that we all can be proud of. But these 2 young men, I distinctly remember them, you gave them their drink and they asked for it, they were polite, they said thank you. So I think what you find with a lot of young people, I do believe, Nick, that they do care. I do believe that they're thankful. I just think sometimes it's not their... they don't show that kind of emotion, and
they want to, but it's not like, it's kind of like they want to show it, but it's not like always like the first thing we see. So
let me ask you this, putting you on the spot, but I think it's important to challenge young people to do what you're doing, and is there any message that you have? Well, I know what I wanted to ask you is one of the things that I think that's important about this program, and it's not really an official program, but I think it should be. I think we should call it the Nick Libby Service to Other program. I do. I really do. I think it's important because you have started something that I haven't seen. I've been with Conway Rec for 32 years, and I have not seen... I've seen volunteerism, but I haven't seen self-volunteerism where a person comes in and says, I want to do this, and can I do this, 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 and this? Let me ask you this. You may not be, and I don't know the answer, but you're not probably a sports nut.
No.
However, but this place is good and inclusive for everybody, don't you think? Because I think you have found your place. The teen center is part of almost like it's not your biological family, but it's an extension of who you are in your family. Would you agree with that? Yeah.
I think it's good to start off at a young age, helping out, to know that's on you, you can say, oh, I did this at such a young age. I feel like it really starts the life of a child, if they can start off doing good young, they could probably really turn out well in life.
So what do you say to a 6th grader, because the attendance is great, but the attendance could be better, because if you look at the 3 elementary schools, Pine Tree, Conway, and John Fuller, there's probably, just in 6th grade alone, there's probably 100 and 120, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe 120?
Yeah.
And so, same with 7. So we could have 300 middle school age kids.
Yeah.
What do you say to someone who says, well, I don't go to teen center because I don't like basketball and I don't like soccer and I'm not athletic? Maybe you could tell them in your own words, is there opportunity and is there fun things for them to do?
I have had friends and peers and stuff come in and said, you should really join the teen center. Like, you would be a good person to have on the teen center. And but they're like, no, I'm not really the athletic type. Like, and I have been like, it's not just athletic stuff. I'm like, if you are into video games, you can play a video game all night. I'm like, if you don't like a video game we have, you can donate a video game that you like. And I did a video last year showing kids and stuff doing things other than playing like basketball and that stuff.
There's non-athletic. I guess that's what I'm getting at. But to your point, in what you do, there's got to be other teens out there that may not be exactly like you, but have the same interests. And what I mean by that is they may not have an interest to play basketball or floor hockey, but they may have an interest to say, I want to help decorate, I want to help make the meal, I want to help the staff in maybe keeping an eye on a room, arts and crafts room. A lot of the teens your age are just kind of watching a little bit of TV. It's not so much the TV, it's the fact that they're just visiting and talking and they're off their cell phones. Real quickly, I know we have under 5 minutes, but what do you think about the cell phone or the no cell phone policy? It seems to work, doesn't it?
Yes, we have had a little bit of an issue in the past, but other than that, it works pretty well. No one really tries to sneak down and get their phone or anything. I haven't caught it, but I think it works well. It gets people engaged and stuff. They're not just looking down at their screen all day, and like, it's a place where they can, it's kind of like disconnect to reconnect type thing. Like,
you see more kids actually talking to each other.
You're disconnecting from your friends that could be miles away, but you're connecting to friends that are right here. Like, and like, yes, they watch TV and YouTube and that stuff, but they're not just alone shutting them out and be like, no, I don't want you here. I've gone through the rooms and there's a group of kids watching a TV show, having fun with each other. Yes, they may still be on a screen, but they're not on this 2-inch screen that they're just like shutting everyone out. They're letting their friends come in and watch what everybody wants to watch.
And I think that's the best information that you have provided today, is that what you've done is you've put perspective on what is actually available at the Teen Center, because it's about connection, it's about friends. Obviously, our Teen Center is about safety. We want kids, we want parents, we want your parents to be comfortable that you're supervised, you're safe, you have adults who care about your best interest, and in turn you can have a good time and we can encourage more people to go. We're just under a minute. How would you, just give it in 10 seconds or less, you know, how would you encourage other kids and why they should come?
If you were like a single child or something, you're just like not having fun at your house, or you know, like you may be your parents might be working late nights and stuff like that, and you want to be with somebody. Sometimes we have like the open gym where you can come right in from school, but it's not a terrible long wait. Like, you could go out with your friends, you know, hopefully not doing terrible stuff, but you can wait a little bit and then come right into the Teen Center and then have your fun, and then hopefully by then your parents are done working, and then they can come from like their way to work, pick you up, and then they can take you home. So I feel like if you are stuck home alone in the afternoon and you want to have some fun with some people, you should come to the Teen Center because you will be welcome. Like,
okay, well, it's 30 minutes flew. We may have to have a Nick Libby 2.0 show. I want to thank you, Nick. It was great to have you on the show. when I leave, I'm going to miss you, but I'm going to be down the road. I'm hoping that you'll come up and do some shadow work with me in the town manager's office. And to Nick's point, we encourage teens to get involved, volunteer your time, and at the very least, sign up for the Teen Center. We are out of time. I'd like to thank you for joining us for this edition of Rec Weekly. Going to sign off for Nick Libby. I'm John Eastman. We'll see you again next week.
Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Minuteman Press, with locations in North Conway and Denmark, and on the web at ncmmp.com. The Lobster Trap Restaurant, seafood, steaks, Italian, on West Side Road in North Conway. Frechette Tire and Repair, 3 generations of service on the Passaconaway Road in Conway. Chalmers Insurance Group, your local choice for trusted advice and sound coverage. Visit us at one of our local offices or online at chalmersinsurancegroup.com. Country Cabinets, etc., your kitchen and bath source for the Mount Washington Valley, on the East Conway Road and on the web at countrycabinetsetc.com. Vino's Specialty Foods and Meats, a family-owned butcher shop on Route 16 in North Conway, your local source for fresh food. Diesel Works, heavy equipment and truck repair on East Conway Road in Center Conway. LVO's Pizzeria and Italian Marketplace. With free delivery, you ring-a, we bring-a. The law offices of Hastings Malia, 376 Main Street in Freiburg, providing principled legal services since 1847. Bee's Cafe, open Thursday through Monday and serving breakfast and lunch all day in the Conway Marketplace. Kringle's Pizza and General Store. Pizza, subs, and a little bit of everything else, half a mile past Storyland on Route 16 in Glen. Pinkham Real Estate, Mount Washington Valley's independent local experts, leading you home since 1963 and proud to sponsor Kennett Athletics. The Associates of your North Conway Hannaford, proud to serve the Mount Washington Valley from the Hannaford store on Route 16 in North Conway. Joseph's Spaghetti Shed, a Valley original on Route 302 in Glen, serving curbside takeout, heat and eat meals, and order ahead takeout catering options. White Mountain Stove Shop on Route 16, always encouraging you to get fired up. Cannell's Country Store, established in 1884 in their 4th generation, and now open all year across from the scenic vista in Intervale. Herto Heating Services, providing for all your heating service needs 24 hours a day. Hills RVs, your family-owned and operated new and used RV dealer on Route 302 in Redstone. Computerport, dependable, local, a name you can trust. We know computers, we build them.
No matter what the season, you rely on your home for comfort. That's why people in the White Mountains rely on White Mountain Oil and Propane. They've been here for 3 generations, family-owned and locally operated. And they're the White Mountains energy experts. With Maytag appliances, Weber grills, and System 2000 for efficient heat and nearly endless hot water. Rely on White Mountain Oil and Propane. They're always there for you.
Hi, I'm Lolly, a Domino's franchisee.
As you can see, we're open and working hard to safely keep putting food on people's tables.
And we could use your help doing that.
If getting some full or part-time work during these tough times could help you.
Domino's is hiring.
Head to jobs.domino's.com
and apply today.
Because we're not only committed to putting food on people's tables,
we're committed to helping you put food on your table.
Greetings and welcome to the Hammeriner and Kennett Eagles hockey. I'm Rick West alongside cameraman Alan Phoenix and on-site producer Scott Verney. And a host of Eagles, a group of Knights, and a lot of fans tonight on senior night here at the Ham. It may not be the biggest senior night we've ever had. In fact, Mike Lane and I were talking about it earlier, and it is in fact the smallest senior night we have ever had. One senior graduating for the Eagles, and that, of course, is senior captain defenseman number 22, Colby Olivier. Seems like he was just a freshman and just starting out, but time does go very, very rapidly when you broadcast for these guys. It's so much fun, and I know you enjoy following along with us, but the idea that Colby Olivier is a senior is really hard to fathom. He is number 22. They will be honoring him as soon as warm-ups are over. He has a display over on the far side. There's some people standing in front of it right now, but it's got his number and a lot of photographs of him playing over the past, over his whole career, actually, not just here with the Eagles, but when he was a kid, a little kid learning how to play hockey and skate. Of course, his brother was also a captain of the Eagles, Trevor Olivier, fine player in his own right. And Colby came up a little bit in his shadow, maybe, but no shadow anymore. Colby Olivier, team captain of the Eagles, the sole graduating senior here tonight. And it's great to have kids like that. Mike Lane always says, you know, one of the objectives of Kennett Eagles hockey is to leave Kennett a better place than when you started there, and Colby Olivier is one of those kind of kids that does just that. He's not what you'd call loquacious. He's not a rah-rah kind of guy. He leads by example out there. Not the biggest kid, but he's one of the hardest workers you'll ever want to see. So we will be honoring him in a little while. However, that leads me into something else, and that is that the Kennett Eagles are currently, according to the NHIAA, after their big win against Conval here on Monday, they are now in the 9th and last playoff spot. Conval has dropped to 10th. We will talk about that and other things in just a moment as we hear from some sponsors of Kennett Eagles hockey.
Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. White Mountain Oil and Propane. 2820 White Mountain Highway in North Conway. Always there for you. Progressive Auto Works on Route 302 in Glen. Specializing in foreign car service for over 20 years. Domino's. North Conway and Berlin. Much more than just pizza. And now hiring. Visit jobs.dominos.com for more information. Infinger Insurance, home, auto, and business insurance with offices at 1205 Eastman Road in North Conway. North Country Fair Jewelers, celebrating our 53rd year as full-service jewelers on Main Street in North Conway. Settlers Green, a destination for tax-free shopping, everyday essentials, and endless activities. Go to settlersgreen.com for more. Levitt's Country Bakery, Route 16 in Conway, baking for the Valley since 1976. Crest Auto World on Route 302 in Redstone. It's a great day at Crest. North Country Dental, with offices in North Conway and Gorham, we'd love to make your smile. Fiesta Jalisco Mexican Restaurant, a family restaurant on Route 16 in North Conway, Mexican specialties to eat in or take out. Conway Scenic Railroad in North Conway Village, offering old-fashioned railroading experiences the whole family will enjoy. Sherwin-Williams in the Surefine Plaza in Conway. The pros know, ask Sherwin-Williams. Nestor's Kitchen and Bath. Cabinets, counters, installations, and design. Find them on Route 16 in Intervale and at nestorskitchenandbath.com. First Stop Deli and Grocery. Breakfast sandwiches, coffee, subs, pizza, and more in Conway Village. The law offices of Thomas E. Dewhurst III. In the Mount Washington Valley since 1987, serving the business and legal needs of the community. Federal Piping, serving New Hampshire and Maine. The hardest working plumbing, heating, drain cleaning, water pump service company around. Cafe Noche, Open Wednesday through Sunday in Conway Village, the best little Outback Mexican restaurant in the North Country. Stan and Dan Sports, a locally owned ski, bike, and tennis specialty shop located at 2936 White Mountain Highway in North Conway. JD Tool and Hardware, your local hardware store, 2 doors down from Bee's Cafe in the Conway Marketplace. McSheffrey's Up North Mobile, a complete deli and convenience store at the corner of Glen Ledge Road and Route 16 in Glen. Frechette Tire and Repair. Since 1976, the Valley's headquarters for tires, not just for cars and trucks, but for everything from wheelbarrows to skidders. Frechette Tire also specializes in front-end repairs and alignments. Frechette Tire and Repair, now in their 3rd generation on the Passaconaway Road in Conway.
All right. We appreciate all the sponsors of Kennedy Eagles hockey. You just heard from some of them. We couldn't do what we do without them. So make sure you go out and, patronize these places when you need them. The restaurants, go out to eat there. It's been a tough go for the last couple of years for a lot of businesses in the Valley. It's been a tough go for Kennedy Eagles sports. So we're all in the same boat, but it's getting a lot better. And speaking of better, the Eagles are now in 9th place. And right now, if the playoffs were to start today, we would make the grade as the 9th team, and that is the final playoff spot. The Eagles have worked very hard to get better as the season's gone on, and they have done just that. It's always been Mike Lane's philosophy that, I shouldn't say he doesn't care what they do early, he does, but what he's concerned about is that they're playing their best hockey come the middle and end of February going into the playoffs. And right now, as always, he and his great coaching staff, Justin Frechette, Dan Lucchetti, and Mike Dayak, along with trainer, just lost that one, brain dead, Colby Locke. I don't know. It just wouldn't come there for a second. And they have done a tremendous job generally keeping this club healthy all year. The only really serious injury was to Sam Seavey early in the Christmas tournament, a broken wrist. And, that definitely put the Eagles a little behind the 8 ball for the next 5 weeks or so since Sam's come back. It has made a big, big difference having his additional veteran leadership. But even without him, this team has just gotten better and better as the season has gone along. There's a long way to go yet. They are still very, very young, 15 freshmen, but calling their games this year has been a lot of fun. They really have worked hard to get better, and it's been great to see them go out there game after game, never get down on themselves even after a loss. They haven't lost any games by huge scores. They've worked hard. They just haven't really been able to put the puck in the net at times. And that's just due to inexperience and youth. You can't say any more than that. But they've come up with some big goals lately. Certainly Patrick Laughlin's coming off the bench on Monday. He hadn't been on the ice more than, I don't think, 3 or 4 seconds when the puck just came onto his blade and he put it away. That was a huge goal for the Eagles. Robbie Murphy, always steady, always solid. You can count on him for big defense, and he will take charge on offense when he needs to, which with this team is fairly frequently. The goaltender, Zach Moore, he has done an outstanding job. Sometimes loses focus a little bit, but he's only a sophomore. That's to be expected. You got to love the way he has played and carried himself all season long. And today, from my understanding, is a big day for Zach as well, as he has gotten his driver's license. So another goalie is on the road. Be careful out there. Goalies are truly insane individuals, and I speak from experience. That's the horn ending the warm-ups, and we will now get to player introductions and, of course, the honoring of Colby Olivier. We're going to do the Colby Olivier graduating senior bit first. And also the 5 Kingswood Knights who are graduating. They're not going to come out, but they are just being honored here as graduating seniors. A nice tribute. Kingswood, of course, a close rival school of the Eagles, and we've been playing them for as long as they've been in existence. They're dropping down to Division III, so they will become a true divisional rival next season. All right, now for Colby Olivier, number 22. So you could see Colby down there with mother, dad, and brother Trevor. Two Kennedy Eagle captains in one picture, multiple years apart. It's not probably easy to be the sole graduating senior. That's the first time that either Mike Lane or I can remember that happening, at least in the last 15 years. So, got to be impressed with Colby and his leadership. And now out come the Kingswood Knights. Evan Harrington, Ben Libby, Wilson DeBay, and Gage Lamontagne will be between the pipes, number 30. And the Eagles. Colby Olivier, first out. Rob Murphy, and as is tradition, the rest of the Eagles starting lineup and team will only go partway out. Pat Laughlin, Cam Fusco, Noah Keefe, and Zach Moore will man the pipes as usual for the Eagles tonight. Rest of the Eagles come out halfway, and Colby Olivier standing alone at the blue line as the sole graduating senior for the Kennedy Eagles. Another outstanding rendition of the national anthem here at the Ham Arena. We're just about set to get this one underway at the Ham. Eagles come in, holding on to a slim lead for the last playoff spot. Conval Conant, who we beat on Monday, they had the chance to slam the door on the Eagles. It was the Eagles who stuck their foot in it and now have pushed their way through. And it is just the other way around. The Eagles looking to slam the door on Conval Conant with a win or a tie here today against rival Kingswood. Earlier in the season, these two teams played down at Kingswood, and it was a 4-1 final. There was a empty net goal and a late score, but it was primarily a 2-1 hockey game for the bulk of the game. So the Eagles' chances here tonight are pretty darn good. They are a better team than they faced than when they faced off against Kingswood about 6 weeks ago. So I look for another fine effort from the Eagles here tonight because they know what's at stake. They control their own destiny with another point over the next two games. Puck is not controlled by anyone on the face-off. Eagles have to chase it down into their own zone. Murphy around. Olivier touched it up, and it is out with Patrick Laughlin's help. Fired up, taken by Olivier. Colby's night here. Murphy to Olivier. Olivier takes an elbow, but gets the puck up to Laughlin. Fought for, puck loose. Knocked away. Olivier pushed it to the corner. Otherwise, Harrington was going to have a offensive break-in. Puck bounces out. Kingswood has to clear. Eagles have not had their first offensive thrust yet. Murphy with it, looking to get it up. Hits Gabe Shaw. Shaw tried to tip it to Vargas. Couldn't. Now Hussey feeds it up. Pass too far for anyone. Back in. Murphy slashes it back out. Dumped in deep by Kingswood. Gabe Shaw working it along the boards. Vargas gets it out to Seavey. Seavey has his pocket picked center ice. Wiggin moving it up the boards. Seavey out to Shaw. Shaw's got some skating room. Lost the puck as he crossed the red line. Hussey, his pass was behind Seavey, but it goes all the way into the Kingswood zone. Stepping on is David Sylvia. Hussey picks it up, turns, and gets it out to Sylvia. Sylvia, he hit Robinson. Robinson was kind of in a funny position, couldn't take the pass cleanly. Murphy was thinking about shooting, but his lane dried up very quickly. And this is going to be all the way down. They say Murphy could have played that. No icing. Olivier flips it up, and that hits something on the Kennett bench. So we will have a face-off. And it is going to be in the Kennett zone. So it must have gone off a Kennett player into the Kennett bench. Number 17, David Sylvia, steps in. His play has noticeably improved since he moved up to forward from defense. Big, strong kid, only going to get bigger and stronger, as are so many of these Eagles. Austin Sylvia gets it in deep. Robinson chases it down. He gets it back to the point. Murphy has to backhand it back in. He wasn't in a position to take a shot. Laughlin steps up. Keeps it in, right across through the crease. Nobody home to tip it. Murphy off boards. Laughlin couldn't go with it. Colby Olivier right down in front of us, gets it to Laughlin, and he breaks. His shot right on target, and LaMontagne with his first save of the game. Seems strange to use the name LaMontagne for a Kingswood player. Of course, Brian LaMontagne, one of the Eagle all-time greats from back in the 07 through 10 period. Couple of championships for Brian. In close, hit the side of the net. Pass up, just found a stick of number 7, Dodie Emerson. Cody Emerson got a shot away. It got blocked. Into the corner. Wigan chasing it down. Gets it along the boards. Still along the boards. Banked out. Seavey steps on. Couldn't go with it. Ran into 3 different Kingswood players. Now Gabe Shaw cutting through the middle. Good head of steam. Shaw shot. Went off the heel of the stick. Didn't have anything on it. And Kingswood back. Good back checking there. Seavey's not going to get to this first. Goes to Swinnerton. He can't get it out. Olivier keeps it in. Shaw, his pass across. Now Vargas. Vargas has to go in deep with the puck. Drops it through. Goes to Shaw. Seavey. So far, a lot of perimeter work here by the Eagles. They can't seem to get it in position for a shot. Goes to the corner again. Murphy, again, has to go along the boards with it. They're pressing hard, not giving the Eagles shooting room here. This time, Murphy may get a shot. Yes, he does. Misses short side. Colby Olivier. Olivier shot off the blocker of LaMontagne and to the boards. Puck loose, center ice. Eagles go for a change. Kingswood also changes up. Trickles in on Moore. He covers up. We'll have a face-off with 9:21 left in a scoreless game. Kennett and Kingswood, always a crowd pleaser. Kingswood, of course, from Wolfboro, just down the road, a long-time major rival of the Eagles in just about every sport. Blocked as that shot went through. Second shot, and Moore comes up big and loose, and a score by Kingswood. They could not control the puck. It got knocked away from Moore as he dove out to cover it. I don't know if it was an Eagle that knocked it away from him, trying to clear it, or whether a Kingswood player picked it up and managed to slide it across. Tough break for Zach Moore and the Eagles at 9:07 left here in the first. As Kingswood breaks on top, 1-0. I believe that goal is going to go to Ben Libby, number 2. We'll see. It could also be Evan Harrington. It is Evan Harrington. It was an assist to number 2, Libby. And Austin Emerson had the other assist. Eagles get it in deep. You know that they really want to get that one back quick. Get this game back on an even keel. And Kingswood breaks. Cruising through center, but broken up by Murphy. That was number 12. big scrum on the board. Eagles finally come out with it. Bouncing puck. Killian McPherson on the forecheck. Forced the pass. Colby Olivier can't clear it out, but he does get it away from the center of the ice. Goes in deep. Rob Murphy. He uses Olivier as a screen. Flips it down. This is icing. Cam Fusco did everything he could to get to that. Just a little too far ahead. Along the boards, Eagles get it out. Gabe Shaw chasing it down into the Kingswood zone. Fired around. Shot, just wide, it got tipped. LaMontagne set up short side, and the puck went around him and just missed the far corner. And that gets popped out. Wigan could not control it at the line, but he gets it back to Hussey. Hussey, nice pass up to Shaw. Shaw hits this man in the middle, but Seavey is broken up. Vargas goes into the corner for it. Now Shaw, Seavey, everybody fighting for it along the boards. Finally, it just pops out, and it's one-on-one. Backhander. Goes around. Eagles control. Nice defensive work by the Eagles there to prevent a good clean shot on goal. Murphy hustles off the bench, gets over, forces it to the boards. And I think we're going to have a call on the Eagles. Yes, we are. And that shot goes high off, I believe, the shaft of Zach Moore's stick. This is a delayed call. Kingswood making the best of it. They haven't been able to get a shot yet, but it's 6-on-5. They are using the clock, but they can't seem to move in for a shot. Now they set up. Still working it. They cannot break it in for the shot. This is unusual. You don't usually see, and there's the touch-up by David Sylvia, and it will be a 2-minute penalty on the Eagles with 5:31 left here in a 1-0 game. Kingswood's goal came at about 9:07 left in the period. It was not what you'd call a pretty goal, and the Eagles fighting back, trying to get it back. Going to the box is David Sylvia, number 17. We'll wait for the call, probably a trip. So the Eagles on the penalty kill, power play opportunity for Kingswood. They're going to call it cross-checking. I knew it was along the boards. I just saw a player go down and the ref's arm go up. Oh, nicely broken up by Jack Robinson as Kingswood broke into the zone. He just stuck the stick out. Player went into the zone without the puck. And he does it again. Nice job by Jack Robinson. Good penalty killing. Pushes it all the way back to LaMontagne. LaMontagne sets up his D. Long pass out. Far boards. Right in front. That could have hit anything and gone in any direction. Kicked aside. Was going to go wide, I think, but somebody got a leg on it and pushed it aside even further. And again, nice play by Robinson as he's right there, picks up the loose puck and fires it all the way down. 45 seconds left on the power play for Kingswood. Seavey on the forecheck. tipped on the centering pass. Never got through. Knocked out of the zone. 15 seconds left on the power play, and that's offside. So 11 seconds left. Eagles have done a good job penalty killing. Only one really decent shot on Zach Moore. Couple that got tipped and went wide. Face off outside the Eagles zone. Eagles control it. And a quick turnaround fires it all the way down. That's going to do it on the penalty. 3 seconds left. 2-1, and we're back to 5-on-5. Chipped up. Nice play by Hussey, breaking it up on the boards, and Robinson breaks with it. He's got Sylvia. Moves it in deep. Seavey cruising around the net. Gets the puck. Centered right in front. Knocked away by the Kingswood D. Seavey fighting for it hard. Keep the elbows down. Needs Sam on the ice. Knocked in by Hussey. Hussey takes it in. Back to the point. Back into the corner. Set it across. Tipped. Nobody there. Wigan passes it off to an open wing, and Austin Sylvia has to come back for it. Robinson picks it up. He is bumped, knocked off the puck. Played into the zone by Cody Emerson. Eagles, nice job. Try to move it through center. They can't get it out, though. Kicked up, and that is Hussey. He's all alone, 1-on-2, but the Eagles use this rush to change up. Nice job by Hussey. Sawyer Hussey doing a good job with that. Really helped out his team by carrying it in, giving him time to make the change. 1:50 left here in the first. 1-0 Kingswood. Shot by Murphy goes wide. And that must have gotten up and into the screen. Face off with 1:39 left here to the right of Gage LaMontagne. It'll be Vargas on the draw for the Eagles. Nice draw back to Murphy. Shot loose. Turnaround shot. So that's 2 saves by Gage LaMontagne right there. 1 on the Murphy shot. And Seavey, a quick turnaround on the rebound. 1:33 left here in the first. Again, face-off in the Kingswood zone, this time to his left. Slides in on LaMontagne. Puck bounces to the corner, and it is flipped back and out. Nice passing by Kingswood. Gabe Shaw tried to get that pass on a Seavey stick. It just bounced over. Long pass up. This goes all the way down. This is not... It is going to be icing. They say that Murphy could not have played that, even though it seemed to go right through him. That's one I might have called icing. In the earlier one that they said he could have gotten to, I didn't think he could. And I probably wouldn't have. So either way, puck goes back down into the Kingswood zone. There's no accounting for the fickleness of referees. 2-on-2. Oh, big time defense there by Murphy. Went right in front of his goaltender, knocked that puck away before it ever got to him. Olivier up. And Seavey works it in with Vargas. Vargas finds some open room, gets it to Murphy. Murphy looking for the shot, couldn't take it, gets it off to Olivier. Olivier tipped, goes in on LaMontagne. He covers up at the top of the crease. 30 seconds left. We'll have a face-off to LaMontagne's left. Vargas shaking his head as he came off. He must think he should have done something he didn't. But I didn't see anything he could have done better than he did. Banked in deep. 25 seconds left here in the first. Eagles controlling the play. Sylvia with it. Sylvia back to the point. Murphy over to Olivier. He has to go for it on the side of the boards. Tip hits the side of the net. Robinson right out front. And it didn't get to the man in front. Eagles did have a man in front. Up the boards and out. That is the end of the first period of play here at the Ham Arena on a midweek Wednesday night. Been a beautiful day here in the Valley. Supposed to get cold and stormy again, though, at some point in the next 3 or 4 days. Right now, the Storm is 1-0 in favor of Kingswood, and the Eagles are going to go in the room, talk about it. They didn't play a bad first period. It really was kind of a cheesy goal. It was nothing that Zach Moore could do. He dove out to get it. Somebody knocked it away from him, and it just slid right in front of the net. The only person there was number 3, Evan Harrington, and he slid it right into the back of the net very easily. So there's your 1 goal and your 1 goal lead for Kingswood. We'll take a break for some sponsors of Kennedy Eagles hockey. We'll be back with the second period in just a moment.
Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Diane Rio State Farm Insurance on Route 16 in Conway. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Profile Subaru on Route 16 in Conway. We'll give you more than a better deal. We'll give you a better dealer. Delaney's Hole in the Wall Restaurant and Sports Tavern on Route 16 in North Conway and at Delaney's.com. White Mountains Community College with their main campus in Berlin and academic centers in North Conway and Littleton. The UPS Store on the North-South Road in North Conway, your print and copy center. NCD Skin, part of North Country Dental in North Conway and Gorham. The right touch of health, beauty, and science. Atlantic Pool and Spa on Route 16 in North Conway. Pools, saunas, and hot tubs, sales and service. Luchador Tacos on the Strip in North Conway. Fresh Californian Mexican-style food made to order with vegan and gluten-free options available. North Conway Incinerator Service on Horseshoe Drive in Center Conway, celebrating more than 40 years of business in the Mount Washington Valley. Mount Washington Valley Customs, full-service repairs and pre-owned car and truck sales on Route 302 in Redstone. Premier Home Store, furniture to buy or rent to own from the people you know and trust. Big Dave's Bagels and Deli, winner of the best bagel and best sandwich in the Valley, according to the latest Conway Daily Sun Best of the Valley Readers Poll. Blackcap Grill in Settlers Crossing, right between LL Bean and REI. Come hungry, bring a friend. E.G. Chandler Property Management, specializing in condominium management and celebrating over 30 years of service to the Mount Washington Valley. The Met, coffee house and fine art gallery in North Conway Village and Settlers Green. Meet at the Met. Milford Flooring, just a mile north of North Conway Village on Route 16 and 302 in Intervale, specializing in products and installation. Community Market and Deli on Route 113 in Madison, home of the Mountain Man Pizza. Dewhurst Outfitters and White Mountain Firearms, your local outdoor outfitters store for hunting, fishing, and shooting supplies in the Mount Washington Valley and Western Maine. Rogers Tunes on the East Conway Road, remote starters, car stereos, and Intoxilock installation. MWV Napa, 512 Eastman Road in Redstone and 29 West Main Street in Conway for all your auto part needs and Napa know-how. B&L Oil and Propane, 389 Portland Street in Freiburg, the service people. The Lobster Trap Restaurant on West Side Road in North Conway. Since 1982, the Cuccio family has been serving up traditional seafood and Italian specialties, including the Italian seafood platter, a favorite for over 25 years. The Lobster Trap also features fresh-cut sirloin steaks. They're open daily for lunch and dinner, with a takeout menu as well as early bird and daily specials. And the Lobster Trap is owned and operated by Kennett alumni, proud to sponsor our local student athletes.
All right, Rick West back with you. Second period about to start. Little delay here between the first and the second as the Zamboni had some snow seized up in the auger. They had to take it off the ice, clean it out, bring it back on. So instead of a 10-minute intermission, it was closer to 15. We apologize for that. These things do happen from time to time. But, as always, they do a great job making ice here at the Ham. And ice looks good, and we're just about set to go. 1-0 Kingswood as we start the second. Richie Vargas on the draw. Both goalies signify they're ready. Puck's down. Kingswood takes it in. Fast ice right now. Quick shot. Saved by Zach Moore. And puck got caught in a water hole there. Eagles could not break. They were breaking. Everybody was moving, and the puck was just sitting there in a puddle. Kingswood takes it into the Eagle zone. Good setup and a score. Zach Moore never saw that. He absolutely never saw that. Low shot, down along the ice. He was screened by at least two players right in front of him. Never saw it coming. Heard it hit the back of the net down low. That's the first he knew it was there. Tough break for the Eagles. Mike Lane, I believe, has called his timeout. Yep. Very unusual to see a timeout called at this point in a hockey game, but Mike Lane knows that that second goal was big. He really was hoping to keep this a 1-0 hockey game and just climb back in it. Now they have extra work to do. You got Zach Moore right down here talking with Mike Dayak, the goalie coach, and Colby Locke, the trainer, but it's Mike Dayak, goalie coach. He's telling him that he just, you've got to find a way to see the puck when you're screened. You've got to move your head. You've got to dip down, slide just a little bit, and try to cover as much of the net as you can. Zach Moore, just a sophomore, still learning. But a screenshot's one of the toughest you're going to see, or not see, as the case may be. Nothing you can do. So the Eagles, after a timeout, have got to start playing some offensive hockey. Oh, ref goes down hard. That had to hurt. Kingswood moving the puck along the blue line. Kingswood, a Division II team. Shaw, Swinnerton, and Wilson DeMai. Big drive, and that, I don't know, did that hit David Sylvier up high? Murphy let one go, and I think it caught Sylvier up in the shoulder area. Murphy's been letting them go lately, and he's got a lot behind the drive. It certainly hit somebody up in the shoulder area. Gear that they're wearing today, very much like military body armor under these uniforms. Certainly better than the gear that was worn in my day in the 70s. And the Eagles get it out off the face-off. Collision along the boards. kept in by the Eagles. Patrick Laughlin does a nice job. He cuts to the net, gets a shot away. Score! I don't know where that came from. I don't know what it hit, but suddenly it was in the back of the net. Gage Lamontagne, he doesn't know where it came from either. He still was just standing there going, where is it and why is it behind me? But it cuts that lead back to 1 goal. And that is a big, big score for the Eagles. We're going to have to wait for the announcement. Eagles win the draw, but can't clear the zone. Wigan has to move it back. Picked up by Hussey, goes around to Pat Laughlin. Laughlin had the puck. Not only did he have the puck, he gets credit for the goal. That is an unassisted goal by Pat Laughlin. His second goal in 2 games. And both have come at a very opportune moments for the Eagles. And where it's unassisted, I'm guessing he just shot it, it bounced around and just dropped down in behind Gage Lamontagne. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Eagles get it out of the zone, and that is offside. So big creds to Patrick Laughlin for getting his second goal in as many games and making a big contribution in key games. Have to keep my eye on him as being one of the Eagles' money players. When the games are on the line and it's big time, keep your eyes on number 3. Not to mention, the number he wears on his back is the same as the number of the station you are watching this game on. Channel 3, Valley Vision, Conway Community TV. Puck fought for in the Eagles zone. Back to the point. Fired back in by Kingswood. Olivier, they just can't seem to break the puck out. Kingswood does a very good job hemming you in. Long pass up. This is icing. So that'll move the puck down into the Kingswood zone. That's the easiest way to do it. Let them do it for you. It'll be Shaw, Vargas, and Seavey with Wigan and Hussey on defense. Draw controlled by Kingswood. They move it up. Good crisp passing. And broken up as they break into the zone. Shaw tries to body the opponent off the puck. Does. Gets it away. And it is out of the zone. Seavey couldn't break with it, but at least he got it through center ice. And here's a one-on-one. And oh, nice play by Sawyer Hussey. That's a big-time defensive play. Puck bouncing around in the Kennett zone. Not cleared. Now Seavey, and it still is bouncing around in the Kennett zone. Finally, the Eagles managed to get it out. Long pass up to Shaw. Shaw just banks it in. Eagles need a change. Seavey shot gloved and held onto by Lamontagne. It would have gone wide or off the side of the net. Lamontagne just gloved it and held on. That actually benefits the Eagles in some ways as they were trying to get some people on and off the ice. Face off to Lamontagne's left. Back to Murphy. Murphy, his pass across gets onto the stick of Olivier. And Kingswood comes out 2-on-2. Jack Robinson. Oh. Moore got caught out of position, and the Eagles almost gave it up in front. Robinson cuts to the middle, but has a puck knocked off his blade into the corner. Murphy charges up, and we've got a call for a cross-check or interference, one or the other. Yep, interference. And this is going to go against Kingswood. So the Eagles will get their power play opportunity. Kingswood's already had one in this game. Now the Eagles will get one. It is number 10, Cameron DeVito, who goes to the box for two. And the Eagles have a golden opportunity to tie this one up. Colby Olivier gets it back to Murphy. Murphy has to go in to Olivier in the corner. Eagles have it right behind the net. Shot hit something in front from CV. CV has to chase it down. It's one-on-one. Murphy gets turned, and they couldn't get to the backhand for the clean shot. Eagles catch a break. Olivier with it, center ice. He goes off to Murphy. Eagles have to clear. Vargas cuts in, has his pocket picked. Eagles again have to clear. Nice job by Murphy to wait. Cross, shot, save, loose, and covered by LaMontagne on the rebound. Shot came from Seavey about 20 feet out. 1:05 left on the Kennett power play. Face-off will be to LaMontagne's right. Eagles looking to set this up. Seavey with it along the boards. Tipped. Oh, Robinson almost got the blade on that and put it in the open corner. Olivier picks up. Back to Murphy. Murphy's shot. I believe that actually got through to LaMontagne, and he stopped it. Along the goal line, loose. Puck in front. Where is it? And it's LaMontagne with the pad down on top of it. Eagles putting on some heavy pressure here. 39 seconds left on the power play. Face off again to the left of LaMontagne. Eagles have done everything but put the puck in the net here. Stepping up. Shot. Missed. Short side. And this is kept in by Olivier. Nice. Very nice. But the pass out by Robinson. And the Eagles have to clear. Murphy cutting through middle. In position. Shot missed. Short side. And the Eagles can't keep it in. 14 seconds left. Olivier's got to hustle down and get this. Eagles trying to get one last rush before it goes back to 5-on-5. Laughlin dumps it in. And it is out. And so is the man in the penalty box. It is back to 5-on-5. Eagles did everything but score on that power play. Nice work generally by the Eagles. Kept the puck in the zone and some shots on goal. Fought for right in front of us, dumped back into the Kingswood zone. 7:12 left here in the second period. Kingswood had a floater out there by the red line. Eagles are going to have to watch that. Laughlin. Pass to the middle. Nice center, but they didn't take advantage of it right in front of Zach Moore. Good rush, no finish. And this goes out. This will not be icing. Laughlin hustles on the forecheck. Banked out, and Wiggin keeps it in. Fusco dumps it in deep. I believe that was Killian McPherson trying to get it to Fusco in the middle. I take that back. It was Noah Keefe. Now Keefe goes off, Vargas comes on. And did it hit the post? I heard it hit the post. The question is, did it hit the inside and drop down? No goal. No goal. When the puck hits the post like that, there's usually a bad situation developing, as it will tend to bank in behind. This one hit enough of the post to come back out. Eagles catch the big break there as Zach Moore got beaten, but the post helped him out. I knew he'd been beaten, and I heard the post. I just didn't know whether it stayed outside the goal line. So Kingswood, a little snake bitten there. But the Eagles needing all the snake oil they can get in this one. Seavey pushes it in deep, cuts. Wanted to go to the middle, just no room to go. Now drops it, and nobody there, obviously, as the defenseman had to play back. And Zach Moore gloves it, holds on. 5:15 left here in the second. 2-1 Kingswood. Could very easily have been 2-2 off after a number of close calls on the power play, and it could very easily have been 3-1 as Kingswood hit a post about a minute ago. No want for action in this one. Long pass up, doesn't hit anybody. This is going to slide in, and goaltender Lamontagne has to play that. Robinson finds Olivier. Olivier steps up, misses short side. Oh, good effort, just missed the net. It's nothing Colby Olivier would like better than to score on senior night. Robinson, his shot, stick to side. Nice save by Lamontagne. Dumped back in by Olivier. Fought for by the Sylvia brothers in the corner. And we've got a call. I think it's going to go against David Sylvia. Holding. So with 4:29 left, Sylvia goes to the box for the second time in this game, and the Eagles will be shorthanded for the next two. This is a key moment in the game, no question about it. The Eagles have to play heads-up defense for the next 2 minutes for sure. Murphy banks it off the boards, but not out. Stepping up, blocked. Flipped up and out. Kingswood will have to go back, reset. Noah Keefe on the forecheck with Seavey. Kingswood had to stop and wait. Kingswood's got a good power play. Fired up and out by Seavey. They'll have to turn around, do it again. 1:15 left on the power play for Kingswood. Seavey and Vargas, the forecheckers. Curling the net, looking for a shot. Not taking it. He had one, he just didn't take it. Now they set up and tipped off the boards, not out. Under a minute on the power play. Pad save by Zach Moore. It hit the pad so hard it bounced all the way out of the zone. Doesn't happen very often. Missed shot, short side, and the puck is out. That hit a player coming off the bench. That was close to being too many men on the ice. Keefe steps on the ice. 5 seconds left on the power play. Shot is blocked and knocked out. So the Eagles are going to survive the power play. This is onside. It's Fusco. Tries to find somebody to go to. He's all alone. Now he gets it back to Murphy. Shot. Hits the goaltender. Save. Off the glass and out. That was Fusco coming off the bench and being onside. He couldn't cut to the net, but he took it to the corner, gave the Eagles time to get to the zone where they could have an offensive chance. Good timing by the Eagles there, just again, didn't quite pan out. There'll be a face-off to the left of LaMontagne. Eagles win the draw, shot by Wigan a little wide. Tipped up, and here comes Kingswood. It's back and forth action in this one. Broken up, and here's Laughlin. 1-on-2 for the moment. Cuts to the middle, tries to go to the backhand. It's knocked off to the corner, but he gets it up along the boards. Wigan keeps it in and fires it in deep. Kept in, Wigan again. Wigan again fires it in deep. Eagles are keeping it down there. Laughlin to Sylvia. Dave Sylvia, center right in front, and a shot saved by LaMontagne off Fusco. Eagles moving the puck well here to get that shot on goal. Laughlin with it. He's off the boards to the defense. Defense fires it in deep. Eagles keep it in. And finally, broken up and out. Wigan with it. Wigan has it go off his blade, but Hussey gets it up to Austin Sylvia, who backhands it in. Knocked out. 50 seconds left here in the second. Eagles control the puck in their own zone. Hard pressing by Kingswood, and they take it away for an offensive opportunity. Now from the point. Off the boards. Weird hop. Eagles can't get the blade on it. Finally, Jack Robinson does and gets it out with some help from Austin Sylvia. Vargas stepping on, kept it in the zone briefly. Robinson broken up, goes to Vargas. Vargas takes it to the boards, tries to drag it in deep with Austin Sylvia. Now he's headed for the bench. And we've got a penalty on the Eagles. This is a delayed call. These penalties are not making Coach Mike Lane a happy man, nor is it easy to mount a sustained offense when you're down a man constantly. 3 seconds left here in the second period. It is Richie Vargas in the box. So it'll be just 3 seconds, enough time to drop the puck, maybe draw it back for a shot. For Kingswood, that's what they'll be trying to do and crash the net. Empty net for the Eagles. No, I take that back. Empty net for, right, empty net for the Eagles. Empty net for Kingswood. They had 6 men on with 3 seconds. And it almost cost them there. Long shot down, didn't miss by much. Vargas' call was holding. Still can't believe I said Eagles empty net. But it is 2-1 at the end of the second. Each team scoring 1 goal in the second period. So we're going to take a brief break here on Conway Community TV, Valley Vision, and the teams will go to their respective dressing rooms, take a breather, and what promises to be a third period with plenty of action that we've already seen the like of coming up.
Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Minuteman Press, with locations in North Conway and Denmark, and on the web at ncmmp.com. The Lobster Trap Restaurant, seafood, steaks, Italian, on West Side Road in North Conway. Frechette Tire and Repair, 3 generations of service on the Passaconaway Road in Conway. Chalmers Insurance Group, your local choice for trusted advice and sound coverage. Visit us at one of our local offices or online at chalmersinsurancegroup.com. Country Cabinets, etc., your kitchen and bath source for the Mount Washington Valley, on the East Conway Road and on the web at countrycabinetsetc.com. Vino's Specialty Foods and Meats, a family-owned butcher shop on Route 16 in North Conway, your local source for fresh food. Diesel Works, heavy equipment and truck repair on East Conway Road in Center Conway. LVO's Pizzeria and Italian Marketplace. With free delivery, you ringa, we bringa. The law offices of Hastings Malia, 376 Main Street in Freiburg, providing principled legal services since 1847. Bee's Cafe, open Thursday through Monday and serving breakfast and lunch all day in the Conway Marketplace. Kringle's Pizza and General Store. Pizza, subs, and a little bit of everything else, half a mile past Storyland on Route 16 in Glen. Pinkham Real Estate, Mount Washington Valley's independent local experts, leading you home since 1963 and proud to sponsor Kennett Athletics. The Associates of your North Conway Hannaford, proud to serve the Mount Washington Valley from the Hannaford store on Route 16 in North Conway. Joseph's Spaghetti Shed, a Valley original on Route 302 in Glen, serving curbside takeout, heat and eat meals, and order ahead takeout catering options. White Mountain Stove Shop on Route 16, always encouraging you to get fired up. Cannell's Country Store, established in 1884 in their 4th generation and now open all year across from the scenic Vista in Intervale. Herto Heating Services, providing for all your heating service needs 24 hours a day. Hills RVs, your family-owned and operated new and used RV dealer on Route 302 in Redstone. Computerport, dependable, local, a name you can trust. We know computers, we build them.
No matter what the season, you rely on your home for comfort. That's why people in the White Mountains rely on White Mountain Oil and Propane. They've been here for 3 generations, family-owned and locally operated. And they're the White Mountains energy experts. With Maytag appliances, Weber grills, and System 2000 for efficient heat and nearly endless hot water. Rely on White Mountain Oil and Propane. They're always there for you.
Hi, I'm Lolly, a Domino's franchisee.
As you can see, we're open and working hard to safely keep putting food on people's tables.
And we could use your help doing that.
If getting some full or part-time work during these tough times could help you,
Domino's is hiring.
Head to jobs.dominoes.com
And apply today.
Because we're not only committed to putting food on people's tables,
We're committed to helping you put food on your table.
All right, third period set to get underway here. And the Eagles down 2-1, but big key here is that they're starting down a man with Vargas in the box for the first 1:57 of the third period. Eagles have got to weather this and then find a way to tie it up. Kingswood has played very well tonight. They have pressed hard. They're not letting the Eagles break out cleanly. A lot of forechecking, a lot of hard pressure in the Eagles zone. Eagles passing has been hard to come by. But right now, the Eagles just have to play defense and prevent another score here by Kingswood. Rush up the boards. Murphy forces him deep. Loses it in a puddle. Oh, the Eagles catch a huge break there. That's a the smile on Alan Phoenix's face was classic when I turned and looked down the other way. Players from Kingswood's making a move, makes the play, looks great doing it. Problem is the puck's sitting there in a pile of water and he's got no place to go. Shot saved by Zach Moore. So there are definitely some puddles out there. And there it goes again, same thing. You would think Kings would have realized that there's a giant puddle there, but no. So the water is playing a factor here early in this one. Under a minute on the power play, and both times the Eagles have had a kind of a fifth man out there with the water. And Murphy takes it away. Fires it up, but not out. Those water puddles will break. Kingswood is now staying away from that side. Puck bounces. But Kingswood is, in fact, keeping the puck on the other side of the ice now. They're not taking it over into that area. Seavey banks it off the boards. Not out. Robinson and Seavey working it all on the sideboards. Now back to Kingswood along those same boards. And fired up and out with less than 10 seconds left. Robinson's in the hustle for this. And I'm not all that excited about the way LaMontagne played that with 3 bodies bearing down on him. He tried to flip it in front. Penalty is up. Eagles forechecking. And that's going to get by. Here's a break. Wigan gets beaten on the near side. Slid in, and the Eagles weather it. Wigan was he kind of got caught betwixt and between, and all of a sudden the Kingswood player put on a burst of speed and beat him to the puck, but fortunately it went to the boards and no real threat. Pass up. Fusco just couldn't get the tip of the blade on it. He might have gotten enough of it to make it not icing, though. There you go. Into the Kingswood zone. 12 minutes left here in the third. Seavey pushes it in deep. Played there by Emerson. Banked up and out, and this is going to be picked up nicely by Hussey. Good smart play. Took it behind the net. Seavey wanted to go to a breaking Gabe Shaw, and again, the puck just seemed to sit there. There appear to be some puddles out there that are definitely affecting play here. Some damp spots on the ice. Puck does not move well in water. It'll freeze up, but save by Zach Moore off the pad. Murphy pushes it up along the boards, not out. Nolan Prue fights for it. Goes to the corner, now the other way. Long, and this is an icing. It's deliberate icing. The Eagles needed a change. 10:59 left here. 2-1 Kingswood. So the Eagles did weather the penalty coming out of the room in the opening of the third period. Help from the fifth man, Water. 3-on-2. Robinson takes it deep. Wants to get it in front. Curls across to Murphy. Murphy has a shot. Tipped aside. Never got through to LaMontagne. There's a shot by Olivier. Goes up and over the net. Murphy steps up, keeps it in. Sylvia banging for it in the corner. Get in there, Austin. And flipped up and out. Got a hustle. Olivier easily to it first. Goes behind the net. Again, heavy forechecking and pressure by Kingswood. That has been their forte all night, and it really has hemmed in the Eagles. And they've turned it into an offensive thrust now as they control the puck in the Eagle zone. Behind the net, right up front, puck is loose and kicked off to the corner. And that is up and into the screen, and there'll be a face-off to the left of Zach Moore. 9:45, so we're under 10 minutes here in the third, and we're still at 2-1 Kingswood. This is very, very reminiscent of the first Kingswood game down in Wolfboro about 6 or 7 weeks ago. It was a 2-1 hockey game for the bulk of the game. Closely played. Ended up being 4-1 Kingswood. Empty netter sealed it for them and tipped out of the zone. Goes in on Zach Moore, and he covers up. He had ideas of giving it to Olivier, but thought better of it, said, I'll take the face off. Stick save by Moore. Goes behind the net. Laughlin tips it out. Fusco forechecking. Along with Keefe. Fired back down, taken by Wigan. Wigan goes around the boards. Again, heavy forechecking. Very difficult for the Eagles to get anything going here. Laughlin kicks it back. I believe that was Hussey that managed to get it up and out. Sawyer Hussey, and a lot of the Eagles head for a change. Murphy turns around, nowhere to go with it. Has to pick it up in his own zone. Over to Olivier. And that is icing. 8:28 left here in the third. That'll bring it back for a face-off to the left of Zach Moore. Hard to the boards on the draw. Olivier fires it around. Murphy picks it up. Long pass up. Olivier on the rush. Cutting to the middle. And right in front. Again, Eagles just couldn't find a handle to it in close. 2-on-2, back the other way. Murphy takes his man and gets the puck. Kingswood bench wanted a call there, didn't get it. And got a hand pass in the zone, that'll come back. Kingswood on the hand pass. That'll move the puck down for a face-off in the Kingswood zone. 7:52 remain here. Eagles need to tie this up. Good, close, hard-fought game. Kept in by the Eagles, but knocked out rapidly. Sawyer Hussey wasn't allowed to go in for it. Now Wigan on the other side. He flips it up, and Robinson takes it in. He's got some skating room. And that is tipped up and over the screening. That definitely had some air to it. And up off the scoreboard, I believe. Face off to the left of Gage Lamontagne. It'll be taken by the Eagles' Dave Sylvia, number 17. Scrum in the face-off circle, finally knocked out. Hussey gets it up. Robinson shot, deflected to the corner. Ooh, centered by Robinson. And again, the Eagles just failed to put it home. They did everything but put it in the net. Still fighting for it along the boards. Kingswood's the one that hemmed in now. Finally break it out. Hussey gets it up. Wigan goes around the boards with it to Jack Robinson. Robinson's pass missed Sylvia. Right down in front of us. And fired all the way into the corner. Wigan on it first. Gets it up to Robinson. Wigan takes a hit for his trouble. Robinson slides it in deep. Eagles go for a change. Wigan hit again, knocked down. Shot in, save by Zach Moore. Took him a second to corral that. 6:02 left. Time beginning to be a factor for the Eagles. Draw in the Eagle zone. Skated off by Olivier. He turns. Carries to the middle and has some open ice. Olivier, plenty of open ice. Blocked shot, and that went over the goaltender. Behind the net, Olivier in deep, centered, loose. Eagles just can't get that one good shot. Puck bounces around in front of us, center ice. Noah Keefe pushes it in deeper. Gabe Shaw coming across, forcing the play to the boards. Murphy finally gets it. Goes off the back of the net. Nobody can get a handle to this here. Fusco tries to on the far boards. Banks it off the boards, gets it to Murphy. Murphy looking for some skating room. Fires it in. And that is icing. He hadn't cleared the red line. 4:52, and as I said, time becoming a factor for the Eagles. Too early to keep our eyes on Zach Moore coming out, but Hussey working it, backs it around in the corner to Wiggin. Wiggin gets it up. Pass to Shaw was short, couldn't get it. Goes all the way back down. Hussey picks it up. His pass to Shaw, no good. Here's Seavey rushing. Couldn't get to the puck first, but forces the play. Keeps it in the zone. Sawyer Hussey with it. He puts it up to Seavey. Seavey drops it in deep. Tipped. Goes around the boards. Nice job there by Wiggin to keep it in, stepping up. His shot is tipped into the corner. Shaw forcing the play. Puck goes all the way down. Hussey pressured. Has nobody to go to at the moment. Finally gets it up and out of the zone. He had nowhere to go with that puck and was being heavily pressed behind the net. Flipped up. Seavey got to try and pick this up. Can't. Nice defensive coverage by Kingswood. They have played a very, very good defensive game. Eagles have found it extremely difficult to penetrate for the quality shots. Pass in towards the center. Eagles can't control. Finally knock it out of the zone. Kingswood can't clear. This is offside. Finally he does. And it gives the Eagles a chance to set up. Long pass. Shot blocked to the corner. Again, Eagles get a decent shot and it gets blocked. LaMontagne has had a relatively easy game, and he's been there when he's had to be. And here's a break. Robinson heads to the net. Shot. Oh, tipped away. I think it was LaMontagne getting just enough of it. Shot. Again, the Eagles are stymied right in front. 2-on-2. Third man coming in fast. Eagles get to it first. Austin Sylvia, 2 minutes and 9 seconds left. Eagles have got to break this out, set up. Loose in front. And the backhander was blocked to the corner. Under 2 minutes. Loose in front, right in front. Shot. I don't know what it hit, but it didn't go in the goal. Whoa! Heads up down on the Eagle bench. Nearly took out The Eagle bench. Pushed up and ahead. Here's Seavey in a foot race. Seavey shot. And a save by LaMontagne. Seavey couldn't cut in. He wanted to, he just couldn't. No penalty call there. Cross the ice and no one-timer. That's what they were looking for. Didn't get it. 1:20 left. Eagles pressing. Olivier shot. Oh, tipped up and over the net. That may have been it. Olivier had a good, clean shot. It was right on target, and it was tipped up and over the net. .1:15 left. Face-off in the Kingswood zone. 2-1 Knights. And the Knights are going to call their timeout. This gives both teams a chance to get their best players a breather. The question is, with 1:15 left, will Coach Lane elect to go with the empty net and leave Zach Moore on the bench? We shall see in just a moment. Certainly is about the right time for that to happen. 1:15. If they don't take him out now, they might not get a chance to do it later. Coach Lane talking with the officials down there. I'm not sure about what. Coach Lucchetti talking to the offense, telling them what he wants them to do. Coach Lane chimes in with his words of wisdom. All right, this is going to be the shift that the Eagles need to do it. Zach Moore is going to play this halfway. That's about what I would have guessed, and I think that's a good call rather than pulling him straight out. If the Eagles control the face-off, you'll see him go for the net, or for the bench. If they don't, he'll back into the net. Face-off will be taken by Noah Keefe for the Eagles. Puck moves to the center. Shot, Olivier. It never got through. And here's a break, one-on-one. Shot, score. Up and over the catching glove of Zach Moore. That makes it 3-1 with 1:04 left. And that is probably going to be all she wrote for the Eagles here tonight. I believe the goal is going to go to William Demise. He'll be the one taking the face-off for Kingswood. Seavey, he hasn't given up. Charging in, gets the shot away. Stick save by LaMontagne. Eagles have an empty net. 6 men on. Shot, saved by LaMontagne. Bounces around. Seavey with it. He tries to center. It's blocked. Long shot. Score. Talk about your instant replay from 6 or 7 weeks ago. 4-1. Empty net goal. 34 seconds left. This has been a pretty darn good hockey game overall, but you got to give Kingswood credit. They have pressured the Eagles all night long, not allowed the Eagles to do what they want to do offensively. They've made it very difficult for the Eagles to move the puck in their own zone and through the middle of the ice. When you can't move the puck, you can't score at the other end. And I believe that goal is also going to go to Demai. And all the way down, 16 seconds left. That's icing, but it's a moot point now for the Eagles with 16 seconds left. This will be Killian McPherson on the draw for the Eagles. Banks around into the corner, played there by Emerson. Emerson gets it up. 7 seconds left. Eagles just flip it to center ice. That's going to do it. And a 4-1 final for Kingswood. That is a tough loss for the Eagles. They played well, but they were just overmatched by the aggressive forechecking and close defensive play by Kingswood. You got to give Kingswood credit. They did what they had to do to stymie the Eagles and prevent them from getting quality offensive opportunities on their goaltender, Gage Lamontagne. Good to see the teams lining up and shaking hands again, as opposed to just waving sticks at each other from the blue line.
Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. White Mountain Oil and Propane. 2820 White Mountain Highway in North Conway, always there for you. Progressive Auto Works on Route 302 in Glen, specializing in foreign car service for over 20 years. Domino's, North Conway and Berlin, much more than just pizza, and now hiring. Visit jobs.dominos.com for more information. Infinger Insurance, home, auto, and business insurance with offices at 1205 Eastman Road in North Conway. North Country Fair Jewelers, celebrating our 53rd year as full-service jewelers on Main Street in North Conway. Settlers Green, a destination for tax-free shopping, everyday essentials, and endless activities. Go to settlersgreen.com for more. Levitt's Country Bakery, Route 16 in Conway, baking for the Valley since 1976. Crest Auto World on Route 302 in Redstone. It's a great day at Crest. North Country Dental, with offices in North Conway and Gorham, we'd love to make your smile. Fiesta Jalisco Mexican Restaurant, a family restaurant on Route 16 in North Conway, Mexican specialties to eat in or take out. Conway Scenic Railroad in North Conway Village, offering old-fashioned railroading experiences the whole family will enjoy. Sherwin-Williams in the Surefine Plaza in Conway. The pros know, ask Sherwin-Williams. Nestor's Kitchen and Bath. Cabinets, counters, installations, and design. Find them on Route 16 in Intervale and at nestorskitchenandbath.com. First Stop Deli and Grocery. Breakfast sandwiches, coffee, subs, pizza, and more in Conway Village. The law offices of Thomas E. Dewhurst III. In the Mount Washington Valley since 1987, serving the business and legal needs of the community. Federal Piping, serving New Hampshire and Maine. The hardest working plumbing, heating, drain cleaning, water pump service company around. Cafe Noche, open Wednesday through Sunday in Conway Village, the best little Outback Mexican restaurant in the North Country. Stan and Dan Sports, a locally owned ski, bike, and tennis specialty shop located at 2936 White Mountain Highway in North Conway. JD Tool and Hardware, your local hardware store, 2 doors down from Bee's Cafe in the Conway Marketplace. McSheffrey's Up North Mobile, a complete deli and convenience store at the corner of Glen Ledge Road and Route 16 in Glen. Frechette Tire and Repair. Since 1976, the Valley's headquarters for tires, not just for cars and trucks, but for everything from wheelbarrows to skidders. Frechette Tire also specializes in front-end repairs and alignments. Frechette Tire and Repair, now in their 3rd generation on the Passaconaway Road in Conway.
So that is going to be a loss for the Eagles tonight, 4-1. But loss or no loss, they still control that 9th playoff spot. They have one game left. It is Saturday against Belmont Guilford. right here at the Ham. And Conval also has one game left. It is also Saturday up at Kearsarge, Plymouth. So the Eagles still have a chance to close the door by getting some kind of a win or a tie on Saturday. And Conval has to have a win to have any chance of getting back into this. And if that happens, we'll just have to wait and see what the final tabulation on points is. But by the NHIAA, going down to the wire, no question about it, too close to call. So, for my cameraman, Alan Phoenix, Scott Verney, bringing you all the flip shots on the end cameras, I'm Rick West. We will see you Saturday against Belmont Guilford.
Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Diane Rio State Farm Insurance on Route 16 in Conway. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Profile Subaru on Route 16 in Conway. We'll give you more than a better deal. We'll give you a better dealer. Delaney's Hole in the Wall Restaurant and Sports Tavern on Route 16 in North Conway and at Delaney's.com. White Mountains Community College with their main campus in Berlin and academic centers in North Conway and Littleton. The UPS Store on the North-South Road in North Conway, your print and copy center. NCD Skin, part of North Country Dental in North Conway and Gorham. The right touch of health, beauty, and science. Atlantic Pool and Spa on Route 16 in North Conway. Pools, saunas, and hot tubs, sales and service. Luchador Tacos on the Strip in North Conway. Fresh Californian Mexican-style food made to order with vegan and gluten-free options available. North Conway Incinerator Service on Horseshoe Drive in Center Conway, celebrating more than 40 years of business in the Mount Washington Valley. Mount Washington Valley Customs, full-service repairs and pre-owned car and truck sales on Route 302 in Redstone. Premier Home Store, furniture to buy or rent to own from the people you know and trust. Big Dave's Bagels and Deli, winner of the best bagel and best sandwich in the Valley, according to the latest Conway Daily Sun Best of the Valley Readers Poll. Black Cap Grill in Settlers Crossing, right between LL Bean and REI. Come hungry, bring a friend. E.G. Chandler Property Management, specializing in condominium management and celebrating over 30 years of service to the Mount Washington Valley. The Met, coffee house and fine art gallery in North Conway Village and Settlers Green. Meet at the Met. Milford Flooring, just a mile north of North Conway Village on Route 16 and 302 in Intervale, specializing in products and installation. Community Market and Deli on Route 113 in Madison, home of the Mountain Man Pizza. Dewhurst Outfitters and White Mountain Firearms, your local outdoor outfitters store for hunting, fishing, and shooting supplies in the Mount Washington Valley and Western Maine. Rogers Tunes on the East Conway Road, remote starters, car stereos, and Intoxilock installation. MWV Napa, 512 Eastman Road in Redstone and 29 West Main Street in Conway for all your auto part needs and Napa know-how. B&L Oil and Propane, 389 Portland Street in Freiburg, the service people. The Lobster Trap Restaurant on West Side Road in North Conway. Since 1982, the Cuccio family has been serving up traditional seafood and Italian specialties, including the Italian seafood platter, a favorite for over 25 years. The Lobster Trap also features fresh-cut sirloin steaks. They're open daily for lunch and dinner with a takeout menu as well as early bird and daily specials. And the Lobster Trap is owned and operated by Kennett alumni, proud to sponsor our local student athletes.
I'd like to open the Selectmen's meeting for February 22nd, 2022. 4:01, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There's one addition on your agenda, going to item 9A. Kennett High School cranked the cank on 5/14/2022. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda for today as amended.
Seconded by?
Second.
By Mary. Take the vote. Mary?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes. 5-0, Krista. Number 4, discussion of the ARPA fund request. We start out with the generator amendment.
And that's really all, unless somebody else has something to add, Mr. Chairman. Chief Matty's out of town at the moment. He asked me to fill in for him in this request. He wants to go with the second bid. The low bid of $71,000 was invalidated upon discussion with the vendor. It was the wrong model generator. So this is not the local company. It's the second lowest bid, but it's a New Hampshire company. I think it's Alton or something. And he would like an amendment from the $71,000 up to $79,909.
So moved.
Second.
Ready for the vote? Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes. And that's the only one we're doing under the opera, right?
Yes, sir.
Review of receipts right here from Mary, if anybody's viewing. Signing of the documents, we have an intent to cut on lot 260-52.
Motion to sign the document is presented in 6A.
Seconded by?
Second.
Ready for the vote? Steve?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Yes. Consideration of bills for the AP manifest dated 2/24/2022 and payroll dated 2/24/2022.
Motion to pay the bills and the payroll is presented in 7A and B.
Seconded by Carl, was it?
Yep.
Ready for the vote? John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Yes. Documents signed out of session? None. Review and consideration of special events. This would be 9A. Crank the Cank, 5/14/2022.
Motion to approve the special event application for annual Crank the Cank bike ride on May 14th, 2022.
Seconded by?
Second.
By Mary. Comments? Ready for the vote? John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Yes. Consideration of minutes, both regular and non-public, on 5/15/2022.
Motion to approve the minutes is written for regular and non-public sessions on 2/15/2022.
Seconded by?
Second.
Any errors or omissions? You ready for the vote? Steve?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Yes. Town manager's report.
As Selectman Colbeth was quite correct, we have found the Boston Post cane in possession of the Historical Society. And so I'd ask the board to start thinking about whether they wanted to start up that August tradition in the future. Apparently there's some mixed feelings about it, but you can think about it and bring it back as an agenda item if so choose. And that's my town manager's report.
Questions of Tom? Mary?
What were the oppositions to it? Just,
Some people feel like it's the Grim Reaper.
oh,
You hand it to them and then they pass away right off.
well, maybe, I'm sure there's somebody that would want to be the Green Ripper, whatever it is. Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
John?
Is it our program or is it the Historic Society?
I have to understanding it was the town fathers that did the presenting. And
But
I saw what Peterborough is doing. They have a big wall plaque with brass emblems of all the names of the recipients, and the pink cane hangs right there in Town Hall in a bracket.
I think that's a bit over. I don't want to say overkill.
Through the chair.
Good, John. Nice choice of words.
Through the chair.
Yes.
It was, the times I've done it, and I've done it, it was the Historical Society that was there making some
the
kind
presentation.
of, we were there, but they were making the presentation. But I think we should do it even as a town or whatever. But
I'd
continue
ask the
that.
board to ask the chairman if they want it on the agenda a second time, and we can vote to have either the Historical Society or the town fathers make presentations as going forward.
John?
I would rather make a motion to ask the town manager to work with the Conway Historical Society to continue the program.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Town Manager
That a
John
motion?
Eastman.
That's a motion, yes, and Carl seconded it.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, one more point. It's fair for anybody to decline it, too, and pass it on to the next person.
Yeah, they don't have to accept.
They don't have to shove it down people's throats.
No.
Literally.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mary.
When I've done it, the people have really, really liked it. They liked all the publicity, like getting it in the front page of the paper, and they liked everything about it, the ones I've been with.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So along the same lines, if people are watching, they may know somebody. I've done it once with Mary, and the recipient's family was very pleased. You know, more so than maybe the recipient at the time.
But the actual selections made by the Historical Society, they do the research to determine?
They do the research,
Okay.
yes. I believe so.
And that is Mr. Rancourt?
Yes.
At the moment? We'll contact him, have a conversation.
Ready for the vote?
Do we have a
Steve?
motion?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Yes. Board reports. Carl?
I got nothing.
Mary?
Mine meets tomorrow, so I have nothing this week.
John?
ZBA, I don't even know which Wednesday it meets, but we've already got 3, 4, 5 applicants. We had none last week, but we have applicants coming up. We had, there was a time allotment in case we needed an extra meeting of the Budget Committee, which we did last Wednesday. We met at 5 o'clock in this room. We need 8 for a quorum, and we had 9 members present. We had to sign off on some of the warrant articles to finish, and then Deborah Weinstein did a very nice presentation like she did for the selectmen on Starting Point, was very thankful, and the Board of Selectmen's the Budget Committee voted 9-0-0 to support the Starting Point warrant article, and that was it. We were done in 15 minutes.
Steve?
Planning Board's meeting Thursday evening here at 7 p.m.
And I have nothing this week. So we're going to public comments. Anybody? Media questions?
Thank you. David Steer, Conway Daily Sun for the record. I was kind of wondering, in terms of the Boston Post cane, if somebody has lived in Conway for a long time and then they transfer to Mountain View, I wonder if they would qualify.
Can answer that. It's traditionally given to the oldest living resident, and even though they're in Mountain View, I'm presuming they would still be a resident of the town of Conway.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Mountain View is the nursing home for Carroll County, and it has preference of residents from all over the county.
Okay, great.
I think they're still recorded as a resident within their town.
I believe they are.
Residing there.
Yeah,
And I believe that if they have the capability of doing it, they're offered absentee ballots to vote in all of the nursing homes.
This is, I don't know if this would be a good question for the board or Tom, but there's a short-term rental owner named Matthew Collard who's been asking me to ask about a comment that Tom made about both sides going to court to find a common let's see, both sides to rush to court ASAP to get a decision so we can move forward from a common place regarding short-term rentals. Win, lose, let the chips fall wherever they may. And obviously we're appealing. I found the appeal has been filed. I'm wondering if, I guess, Tom, do you stand by that statement? Are we still searching for clarification through the
Yes, the court process isn't complete, but also, I'm rendering a personal opinion. I'm not speaking for the board when somebody, messages me on Facebook. So I stand by my opinion, but it's up to debate as to whether the court process is complete yet or not.
Okay, I guess the question I had was that a Tom Holmes comment or sort of a representative of the sentiment of the board?
No, I would never speak for the board without their permission first.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have anything further. Have a good night.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim.
We will be going into 2 non-public sessions, and when we come out, we will be adjourning. First one's under 91A32, a tax matter, and the second one is under 91A32E, pending litigation. So probably a record-setting 12 minutes past 4. I'll entertain a motion to go into non-public.
Motion to go into non-public is presented.
Seconded by?
Second.
Take the vote to go into non-public. Mary?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Good night.
Local shops are a great place to get your fishing license, bait and tackle, and also find out where the fish have been biting. When you enter your local fishing retailer, all of the equipment you need is located in one area. Sounders are used to find the water depth. Tip-ups are the most popular and affordable approach to ice fishing. They come in a variety of styles. Live bait fish is a popular all-around bait choice for fishing with tip-ups. Never assume the ice is safe. Always check as you head out. A button is a simple way to mark the depth of the water on your line. When a flag pops up, look into the hole and see if the spool is spinning. Slowly remove the tip up. Set the hook. To learn more, visit fishnh.com.
You are watching Conway Community Television, nonprofit broadcasting for the Mount Washington Valley.
Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Quinn's Jockey Cap Country Store, your local stop for gas, coffee, lottery tickets, and more on Route 302 in Freiburg. Western Maine Glass on Bridgeton Road in Freiburg, your hometown full-service auto and home glass shop. LE Auto Body, collision, custom and detailing work, and used automobile sales, all on Porter Road in Freiburg. Minuteman Press, with locations in North Conway and Denmark, and on the web at ncmmp.com. The Lobster Trap Restaurant, seafood, steaks, Italian, on West Side Road in North Conway. Frechette Tire and Repair, 3 generations of service on the Passaconaway Road in Conway. Chalmers Insurance Group, your local choice for trusted advice and sound coverage. Visit us at one of our local offices or online at chalmersinsurancegroup.com. Country Cabinets, etc., your kitchen and bath source for the Mount Washington Valley, on the East Conway Road and on the web at countrycabinetsetc.com. Vino's Specialty Foods and Meats, a family-owned butcher shop on Route 16 in North Conway, your local source for fresh food. Diesel Works, heavy equipment and truck repair on East Conway Road in Center Conway. LVO's Pizzeria and Italian Marketplace. With free delivery, you ringa, we bringa. The law offices of Hastings Malia, 376 Main Street in Freiburg, providing principled legal services since 1847. Bees Cafe, open Thursday through Monday and serving breakfast and lunch all day in the Conway Marketplace. The Associates of your North Conway, Hannaford, proud to serve the Mount Washington Valley from the Hannaford store on Route 16 in North Conway. Hello there once again, everybody. Welcome on in to Freiburg Academy Boys Playoff Basketball on Valley Vision. I'm Jeff Flint, sitting in once again for Kevin McDonald. I am joined by Brian Day, our videographer, Rob Weinstein, and our man back at the station, Bill Edmonds. And once again, we are at the Expo in Portland. We have come to the semifinals in Southern Maine Class A boys, and it is the 5th-seeded Freiburg Academy Raiders against the top seed Falmouth Yachtsmen.
Yeah, let's talk about Freiburg a little bit.
That's your job, by golly.
They started 1-5. They won 4 in a row, lost 3 in a row, and then won 6 or 7 since, including a pretty nice win against Gray New Gloucester.
Yes.
And they won 66-55, and so we're back for the semifinal against the top seed in the Class A.
And the Raiders come into this thing on a 5-game winning streak, but the Yachtsmen come in this thing on an 11-game winning streak. They won their quarterfinal matchup here after the Freiburg game. They took out number 9 Westbrook 59-39 to get to this game. These guys, to give you an idea what the Raiders are up against here tonight, Falmouth is 14-0 against Class A opponents. They played 4 games this year against Class AA opponents, and they went 2-2 against the Class AA. The only team to beat this Yachtsman squad this year, the only teams that did, came from AA. They lost at South Portland 58-41 back on the 21st of December. Then they beat Gorham, another AA team, at home, 74-47 easily back in early January. Later in January, they lost at Portland, and they are a AA North team. Lost by 3, just by 3, 47-44. And then they beat Thornton Academy at home by 2, 73-71 at the end of January. So 2-2 against division, against Class AA opponents, and 14-0 against Class A. So it'll be the number 1 team against the number 5 team, and I guess we'll be back with the starting lineups and the opening tip right after this. Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Osgood's Outdoor Power and Auto on Bridgeton Road in Freiburg. Sales and service for all your automotive and outdoor power equipment needs. Freiburg Auto and Truck Supply, your locally owned Napa Auto Parts store on Route 302 in Freiburg. Thriftway Supermarket in Freiburg, your local stop for fresh cut meat, produce, groceries, and more. And now an agency liquor store. White Mountain Oil and Propane, 2820 White Mountain Highway in North Conway. Always there for you. Progressive Auto Works on Route 302 in Glen, specializing in foreign car service for over 20 years. Domino's, North Conway and Berlin, much more than just pizza, and now hiring. Visit jobs.dominos.com for more information. Infinger Insurance, home, auto, and business insurance with offices at 1205 Eastman Road in North Conway. North Country Fair Jewelers, celebrating our 53rd year as full-service jewelers on Main Street in North Conway. Settlers Green, a destination for tax-free shopping, everyday essentials, and endless activities. Go to settlersgreen.com for more. Levitt's Country Bakery, Route 16 in Conway, baking for the Valley since 1976. Crest Auto World on Route 302 in Redstone. It's a great day at Crest. North Country Dental, with offices in North Conway and Gorham. We'd love to make your smile. Fiesta Jalisco Mexican Restaurant, a family restaurant on Route 16 in North Conway. Mexican specialties to eat in or take out. Conway Scenic Railroad in North Conway Village, offering old-fashioned railroading experiences the whole family will enjoy. We are back at the Expo, ready for the introduction of the starting lineups for tonight's game between Freiburg and Falmouth.
Today's game is a boys Class A semifinal featuring the 5th seeded Raiders of Freiburg Academy, the top seeded Navigators of Falmouth High School, the home team in their white uniforms.
Navigators?
Something.
The scoreboard operator and timer for today's contest is Paul DePerry. The official scorer is Kat McKay. The certified trainer is Anne-Marie Bouchard, and the musical coordinator, Tyler Patton. Today's tournament officials are Mr. Dave Barang, Mr. Nick Billings, and Mr. Marty Mativier. Now let's meet today's game personnel. First, the team members for Freiburg Academy. A senior, number 4, Roy Mugabe. A senior, number 10, Benjamin Flood. A sophomore, number 21, Jordan Dutton. A junior, number 23, Kevin Johnson. A sophomore, number 24, Austin Wallen. A sophomore, number 30, Sean Davis. A junior, number 25, Bryce Richardson. A junior, number 31, Jerry Dayu. A freshman, number 34, Jagger Howard. And a sophomore, number 44, Boone Douglas. Team members for Falmouth. A junior, number 1, Lucas Dilworth. A junior, number 5, Paul Dilworth. A junior, number 12, Finn Cameron. A junior, number 23, Eli Copperthwaite. A senior, number 31, Jalen Angers. A senior, number 33, Cooper Bush. A senior, number 34, Jackman Walker. A freshman, number 25, Rocco DePace. A sophomore, number 22, Henry Stoll. And a freshman, number 15, Billy Brooks. And now for today's starting lineups. At forward for Freiburg Academy, a senior, number 33, Bobby Allen. At forward for Falmouth, a junior, number 10, Judd Armstrong. At center for Freiburg Academy, a junior, number 40, Will Allen. Falmouth is senior, number 30, Zach Morrow. At guard for Freiburg Academy, a junior, number 20, Jordan Zoner. At center for Falmouth, a sophomore, number 32, Chris Simons. At guard for Freiburg Academy, a senior, number 11, Liam Quinn. At guard for Falmouth, the senior, number 3, Jack Stoll. At guard for Freiburg Academy, a sophomore, number 3, Gunnar Saunders. And at guard for Falmouth, a senior, number 13, Brady Coyne. Freiburg Academy is coached by Daniel Thomas, assisted by Benjamin Darling. Falmouth is coached by David Halligan, assisted by Jimmy Hilton, Eddie Flaherty, Matt Simino, and Keith Magnuson. There will be no national anthem.
Well, you can file this under insufficient research by your play-by-play guy. The Falmouth team apparently no longer called the Yachtsmen. They're called, I couldn't get it, Navigators?
Navigators.
That's apparently what they've said. And I don't know how long that has been the case. It's been a long time since I covered Maine high school basketball. Got to go back to the 90s. So it's sometime between then and now. So it will be for Falmouth, number 10, Judd Armstrong, jumping it up with Will Hallam. And we are underway, and Hallam wins the tip. And here come the Raiders. Gunnar Saunders, number 3, with the basketball. Number 20 is Jordan Zerner. Underneath, they tried to get it to Big Will. And it went astray and out of bounds.
He tried to, he tried to hit a spot. And instead of just throwing it in the air. Throw it in the air. He's going to get it.
So number 13 is Brady Coyne. Number 3 is Paul Dilworth. This is Dilworth with the basketball. He drives, goes in, lays it up, and misses. There is a fight for the rebound, and it is a foul. I think they've got Will. They do.
That's not a good sign, not this early. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Will Hallam is first, team's first.
So Chris Simons will put the ball in play, gets it down underneath, but they have to bring it out, and there's another foul.
It looks like Gunnar.
This is one of the things the Raiders cannot afford, is to get into foul trouble, not just individuals, but as a team.
Right.
Team second.
Underneath, nice pass in, blocked by Hallam. Armstrong had the pass, nice inbounds play, but Hallam was there to thwart it. Saunders, and that's an offensive foul.
That's 2 quick ones on Gunnar.
Let's see if Coach Thomas pulls him.
The Freiburg Academy foul is on number 3, Gunnar Saunders.
Not at the moment. We have not played a minute of this first quarter. So far, no score. Coyne with the basketball. Now driving, going all the way in and laying it up and in is Jack Stowall. Number 3. Here comes the pressure. Gray New Gloucester did this very effectively on, Gunnar. Moved before he had the ball. Gray New Gloucester did this thing very effectively on Saturday night. Way across, and it is out of bounds.
That's a long one-handed pass right there.
Trying to find Zerner.
Well, you didn't say it before, but Falmouth only allows 48 points a game.
Yep. And they score 80.
Yeah.
They have scored 90 points, this team, 4 times. 90 or better this year. That's a 3. It is no good. It is bounced around, and it comes out to Armstrong, who misses the jumper. Here come the Raiders. Quinn, jumper. Yes!
I like that move. I like that a lot. Stop and pop.
We are tied at 2. 2 minutes into the first quarter. Driving to the hoop, laying it up and missing, but the offensive glass, nothing there either. 3rd try for Armstrong.
By number 10, Judd Armstrong.
If they give up 2nd and 3rd opportunities like that, they will be in trouble early. Quinn. Cross to Zerner. Back to Quinn. In the corner. Swallowed up. and it is stolen by Armstrong. He drives, it is knocked away by Zerner. Up to Hallam. Hallam across to Zerner in the corner. Saunders drives, lays it up and misses. Oh, and they got him again. Was that
3? It's Saunders.
Number 3, Gunnar Saunders.
Less than 3 minutes into the first quarter, and Gunnar Saunders has picked up his 3rd foul. He is replaced in the lineup by Jerry Dayu, number 31. So Stowell brings it up. Comes off the screen, drives, picked up by Dayu, turns, shoots, and misses, but another offensive rebound and a foul.
Yeah, that was a travel because he stopped dribbling, then he jumped. 2-foot stop, and that's a travel.
Zach Morrill will go to the line.
Gee.
Bobby Hallam picks up his first. He was in foul trouble on Saturday night. First free throw is off and no good. So far, this Navigator team is not shooting all that well.
Nope. We got to work the ball inside to the big guy.
They've tried it once. It didn't work.
Yeah, well.
Second free throw by Morrill is good. It is a 5-2 Falmouth lead. It's just out of bounds. No foul called.
I was afraid they were going to call it the other way.
Here comes Dayu.
Half-court trap.
Zerner also trapped. That's Quinn. It's no good.
Ooh.
And the rebound is out of bounds off of Hallam. Armstrong on the baseline for the Navigators. Coyne brings it up. Driving all the way in, feeds it off very nicely to Chris Simons for the layup. And it is a 7-2 lead, 5 straight points for the Navigators. Quinn gets it across. They get it down low to Hallam. He turns, lays it up.
Yeah.
Count the basket and the foul.
Some coach in this crowd just said that.
Get it down low to the big guy.
Yep, and let him go to work.
The foul is on 32, Chris Simons.
Yeah, he had 21 points on Saturday.
Yep, and he didn't. He had only one basket in the fourth quarter. Free throw is good for Hallam. 3-point play, and it is a 7-5 game in favor of the Navigators. Stowell across to Armstrong. Driving down the lane, nicely passing off to Simons. Hallam came over to cover the guy who was driving. That's going to be Freiburg ball, I would hope. And just a nice little pass for an easy layup. 3:44 to play here in the first quarter. Falmouth up by 4 at 9-5. Hallam. Hallam sets a pick. They spin it around. Dayu.
Get over here and then we can kick it in.
Quinn gets bumped. Dayu drives baseline. They have to keep moving it around. Nothing there. Hallam. Dayu for 3. That is way off. And here comes Stowell ahead of the pack. He goes in, lays it up and in. Stowell's got 4. The lead is 6. 11-5. Quinn with the basketball, slowing it down. And we got a foul underneath on the I'm going to call them the Yachtsmen all night.
Yep.
The Navigators.
Number 3.
Personal foul number 1, team foul number 2.
That is only 2 team fouls on Falmouth. Trying to get it down low. Once again, it is tipped away. Here comes Stoll again. He lays it up and misses. But right there for the foul is Judd Armstrong. He's got 4 points. It's an 8-point lead for Falmouth and a timeout for Freiburg. 2 minutes and 37 seconds to play here in the first quarter. And not a whole lot to cheer about for the Raiders.
Well, you're always taught that if you're the back guy on defense, you cannot get beat down the floor. And we get snuck up to try to get the long rebound, and they just went right by us. Just can't do that.
No changes for the Raiders as they come back on the floor with Quinn, Zerner, the 2 Hallams, and Dayu. This is Dayu bringing it up. Picked up by Stoll. Zerner with the basketball. Dayu. He's looking for something. It's not there. Quinn with the basketball. Tries to get it down into Bobby Hallam, and it is stolen away. And here come the Navigators. That's a 3 that's no good, but another offensive rebound for Falmouth. In and out. Zerner has the rebound for Freiburg.
Number 10 for the Navigators can really jump.
That is Judd Armstrong. He is the one who took the opening tip. They try to get it down into Will Hallam. He is complaining that he got hacked. But it's another steal. Number 1 is Lucas Dilworth. That's a 3.
Yeah, we got to put some points on the board now.
I thought that was Armstrong, number 10, who hit that shot.
No.
Apparently not.
There you go, Liam.
Quinn has 4. And the lead is 9 at 16-7. Down low, Armstrong. Oh, pretty reverse layup, and he beat Hallam on that one.
Yeah, he's quick, and he can jump. All right, bank.
Hallam tipped. Had the shot, but it was just barely tipped, and here come the Navigators again. That's a 3.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand fast.
Stoll's got 7. Now they're trying to get it down low, and Hallam cannot hold it.
Yeah, we're not getting good angles to get him a pass. We're trying to throw it from front to low, which is almost impossible.
Hallam is out, and Boone Douglas is in. So it's Douglas and Zerner. Dayu. Bryce Richardson is in the game. "20 seconds to play here in the first quarter." Falmouth playing for the last shot.
That's a first place team. They're taking the clock away, which is that's the way I used to like to coach.
Less than 10. Stoll looking for something. Got to hurry. 4 seconds, 3. He drives all the way in, lays it up and in. Oh my goodness. Jack Stoll with the basket. He's got 9 points. And this game is on the verge of getting away from the Raiders. We have played 1 quarter here at the Expo in Portland, and Falmouth leads Freiburg 23-7. Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Trumbull's Hardware, your one-stop hardware store on Portland Street in Freiburg. Dee's Pizza, proud sponsors of Freiburg Athletics and home of the 20-inch party-size pizza. It's delicious. Diane Rio State Farm Insurance on Route 16 in Conway. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Profile Subaru on Route 16 in Conway. We'll give you more than a better deal. We'll give you a better dealer. Delaney's Hole in the Wall Restaurant and Sports Tavern on Route 16 in North Conway and at delaney's.com. White Mountains Community College with their main campus in Berlin and academic centers in North Conway and Littleton. The UPS Store on the North-South Road in North Conway, your print and copy center. NCD Skin, part of North Country Dental in North Conway and Gorham. The right touch of health, beauty, and science. Atlantic Pool and Spa on Route 16 in North Conway. Pools, saunas, and hot tubs, sales and service. Luchador Tacos on the Strip in North Conway. Fresh Californian Mexican-style food made to order with vegan and gluten-free options available. North Conway Incinerator Service on Horseshoe Drive in Center Conway, celebrating more than 40 years of business in the Mount Washington Valley. Mount Washington Valley Customs, full-service repairs and pre-owned car and truck sales on Route 302 in Redstone. Premier Home Store, furniture to buy or rent to own from the people you know and trust. B&L Oil and Propane, 389 Portland Street in Freiburg. The Service People. The Lobster Trap Restaurant on West Side Road in North Conway. Since 1982, the Cuccio family has been serving up traditional seafood and Italian specialties, including the Italian seafood platter, a favorite for over 25 years. The Lobster Trap also features fresh-cut sirloin steaks. They're open daily for lunch and dinner with a takeout menu as well as early bird and daily specials. And the Lobster Trap is owned and operated by Kennett alumni, proud to sponsor our local student athletes.
It's rough when you take your, I call him a starting point guard, but he's out. 3 fouls already.
So I've got a 3-point field goal here that I do not have.
I think it was 13.
I think it was 13. That was Coyne. We'll give it to him.
Yeah.
We're not on. We are back here at the Expo in a 23-7 game, and the Navigators will have the ball to start the second quarter. Brady Coyne, number 13, will put the ball in play. Number 1 is Lucas Dilworth. The ball comes into Armstrong. Armstrong drives, has to kick it back out. Dilworth to Coyne. Coyne, guarded by Richardson. Coyne. They get it to Stowell. They drive. The layup is no good, but yet another rebound as Armstrong got his own rebound. That time, Hallam got the rebound. So here comes Zerner in the corner. Richardson gets it to Hallam for 3, and that's good. Bobby Hallam hits the 3, and that cuts the Falmouth advantage to 13 at 23-10. That's an open 3. He does not take it. It's tipped away, and Dayu's got it. He's got Richardson ahead of the pack, and it is knocked out of bounds by Armstrong. Dayu to put the ball in play. And it comes out deep to Zerner. Zerner drives all the way in, kicks it, has to kick it back out to the corner. Richardson. Zerner on the baseline. Yes, that is a 3. Jordan Zerner with the 3. And it's a 10-point lead for Falmouth once again. But coming back down the other way, they miss the layup, but they get the offensive rebound. That's a 3. It's no good. The rebound comes all the way out to Armstrong. Another 3. Yes. Stoll's got 12 points. And it's a 13-point advantage for Falmouth again at 26-13. Coming up on 6 minutes to play here in the half. Zerner comes off the screen. It is loose. The Raiders get it back. Zerner for 3. That is no good. And Armstrong's got the rebound. Sneak away layup for 2. Jack Stoll. Stoll, 14 points on the night, and it's a 15-point advantage for Falmouth once again. Dayu. They get it into the corner to Hallam. Richardson drives all the way in, lays it up, and misses. And the rebound comes to Morrill.
Pretty shot, it just didn't have much chance to go in.
Stolen away, saved, but right to, let's see, that's Coyne, number 13. What do we got?
Foul on Freiburg, but I don't know who yet.
That will be 6 team fouls on the Raiders. The Navigators have committed 2.
He gave that to Bobby Hallam. That's his second.
And he immediately will sit. So we got Richardson and Ben Blug is out there. And then we got an offensive foul.
On number 1.
That's Lucas Dilworth. So we've got Vlug and Richardson, Dayu, and Will Hallam is back in, replacing Boone Douglas. So we've got Hallam and Vlug and Zerner, Richardson bringing it up, and Dayu. That's a 3 if it goes. It does not. And the rebound comes to Chris Simons. So here is Falmouth. Driving, back out. Over in the corner. I think that's a 3, and it is, and it's good.
That's 13 again.
Brady Coyne's got 6, and it is now an 18-point Falmouth advantage, 31-13. Down low, oh man. Trying to get it to Hallam, and it just wouldn't go. I'm not sure whether Hallam misjudged that.
No, he's trying to hold the guy out. You just got to throw it up in the air so it comes down and he can get it. Because they can't jump over him.
And that pass had too much distance and not enough height.
Right.
So Coyne brings it up for Falmouth, trying to build on an 18-point advantage. Armstrong. Dilworth in the corner for 3. Yes.
Well, now they're heating up. 30.
That's Zach Morrill. He's got 4 points. It is a 21-point deficit for Freiburg. Richardson off and no good. Hallam's got the rebound. Counted, and he got fouled.
Attaboy. Well.
Hallam's got 5.
We need a lot more of that.
Foul is on Zach Morrill. And Hallam will shoot 1. 4 fouls on Falmouth in the half. The free throw is good.
Attaboy.
So a pair of old school 3-point plays for Hallam. He's got 6 points, but it is still an 18-point lead for Falmouth. Lucas Dilworth, number 1. Number 10 is Armstrong. Coyne, Armstrong.
Oh, we're in the zone now.
Yep, and Gunner's back in the game.
Yep, that protected him.
Yeah, he just waved at that guy that went by him. And we do have a push, but it's not on Gunner.
No, it's Big Will, I think.
The foul is on number 10, Benjamin Vlug.
Okay. It's on Vlug.
Team 7.
But it's the 7th foul on the team in the half. 3 minutes and 14 seconds to play here in the half. 1-and-1. No, it's 2 shots.
Yeah, he's
on the shot, I guess.
Yep.
Marl misses the first free throw. Second free throw is good. Marl's got 5 points. The lead is 19 for Falmouth. Coming up on 3 minutes to play here in the half. Saunders with the basketball. Richardson in the corner to Vlug. That's a 3. Bounces no good. And the rebound comes to Armstrong. Driving. Coyne back to Armstrong. Out to Dilworth. Coyne. That is no good, but right there for the rebound. And blocked away by Will Hallam. Simons had the rebound. They lay it up and good.
There we go.
Vlug. Vlug's first 2 points of the game, and it is a 17-point advantage for Falmouth. 2 minutes and 33 seconds to play here in the half, and it has pretty much been all Falmouth so far.
Yeah, the last 3 minutes, though, we're starting to do better things, running a little bit, trying to get down the floor. That was a great play to Ben. Made a nice layup as he's going through.
The Freiberg, I believe, who called the timeout.
No, the Navigators did.
Then that was my second choice.
50-50 chance on that.
I've been known to take three tries to get a 50-50 chance right, but we won't go into that.
No.
It's that you pick the right one first, but you don't think it's right, so you pick the second one, and it turns out that the first one was right.
Right. Oh, they got 10? No, 30.
Dilworth with the basketball. A little bit of a press here. Dilworth brings it across the line. Picked up by Saunders. Coyne for 3. Off and no good. They try the quick out.
Nice
They get
pass.
it to Vlug. He lays it up and in.
Nice no-look pass from Gunner.
I like the break. It almost looked like it was going to backfire on that first pass, but they recovered and made it work. Oh, don't tell me that's a foul on Saunders.
Okay, I won't tell you.
The Freiberg foul is on number 3, Gunner
Saunders, 4 fouls. 2 minutes left in the half.
The line for Falmouth shooting 1-and-1.
And he will sit. Dilworth will shoot 1-and-1. He misses it, and Vlug's got the rebound. Ben brings it up, guarded by Dilworth, and the foul
went out of bounds.
Thought they were going to call another player control foul.
No. You know, we had that the other night too. People just kind of forget that if you get into the green, you're in trouble.
Coyne with the basketball, now gets it over to Dilworth, back to Coyne. A little bit of pressure here by the Raiders, but the Navigators break it. They move it around. I think that would have been a 3, but it did not go. Another offensive rebound.
30.
Zach Morrill, he's got 7, and it's a 17-point advantage for Falmouth. Less than a minute and a half to play here in the first half. Richardson to Dayu. Comes off the screen, tries to find Richardson in the corner and just throws it away. You can't afford to make unforced errors in a game like this.
Nope.
Quinn is back in the game, and Richardson will sit. So it's Quinn and Dayu, Zerner, Blug, and Will Hallam. Again, a little bit of pressure, but they break it, and it comes in the corner for an open three that is around and out. Hallam's got the rebound. Less than a minute to play here in the half.
Good time for three here.
Raiders trail by 17. Blug, Quinn, tries to get it down low to Hallam, and there were just three guys there. So here comes Coyne all the way in, and he traveled.
Yeah, he's just riding the guy's back and still stepping as he's going.
So Zerner puts the ball in play to Dayu. Quinn. Back to Dayu. Trying to get it down low, and it's just not there. So there's a three in the corner. It is no good. And the rebound comes to Morrill. 20 seconds to play here in the half. Coyne with the basketball.
They're going to stay outside and take the last shot. Smart thinking.
Last time they did this, Stowell just drove to the hoop and laid it in. This time it comes out for a three. I believe that they got a hand on that, but on the offensive glass.
Armstrong.
Zach Morrill, number 30, they're saying, scored that. And that is the end of the first half. Not a very good half for the Freiburg Academy Raiders. We've played a half here at the Expo, and it is Falmouth 39 and Freiburg 20. We'll come back and talk about the first half right after this. Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Quinn's Jockey Cap Country Store, your local stop for gas, coffee, lottery tickets, and more on Route 302 in Freiburg. Western Maine Glass on Bridgeton Road in Freiburg, your hometown full-service auto and home glass shop. LE Auto Body, collision, custom and detailing work, and used automobile sales, all on Porter Road in Freiburg. Minuteman Press, with locations in North Conway and Denmark, and on the web at ncmmp.com. The Lobster Trap Restaurant, seafood, steaks, Italian, on West Side Road in North Conway. Frechette Tire and Repair, 3 generations of service on the Passaconaway Road in Conway. Chalmers Insurance Group, your local choice for trusted advice and sound coverage. Visit us at one of our local offices or online at chalmersinsurancegroup.com. Country Cabinets, etc., your kitchen and bath source for the Mount Washington Valley, on the East Conway Road and on the web at countrycabinetsetc.com. Vino's Specialty Foods and Meats, a family-owned butcher shop on Route 16 in North Conway, your local source for fresh food. Diesel Works, heavy equipment and truck repair on East Conway Road in Center Conway. LVO's Pizzeria and Italian Marketplace. With free delivery, you ringa, we bringa. The law offices of Hastings Malia, 376 Main Street in Freiburg, providing principled legal services since 1847. Bees Cafe, open Thursday through Monday and serving breakfast and lunch all day in the Conway Marketplace. The Associates of your North Conway, Hannaford, proud to serve the Mount Washington Valley from the Hannaford store on Route 16 in North Conway. We are back at the Expo in Portland in a 39-20 ball game, and here they come with the first half statistics. Thank you very much. We'll check and see whether whether my statistics are as good as theirs.
Okay, I'm going to do Freiburg scoring here.
Yep.
Looks like Will Hallam has 6. Ben Vlug has 4. Liam Quinn has 4. Zerna has 3. And we have Bobby Hallam with a 3 also.
And of course the big story for the Raiders here, beyond the 19-point deficit, is that Gunnar Saunders has 4 fouls. And I think in a game like this, I would expect he will start the second half, and he will play until he picks up that 5th foul, and that's going to be that.
Well, I think once he had the third foul, he shouldn't have gone back in this half anyway.
Yeah. And I think part of that was the deficit. They were down by enough. It was, I think, the coaching staff, if I can guess, was that, you know what, he's got to be in the game.
Yeah, well, they went to a 2-1-2 zone, which kind of protects him. But then they went to a full court trap, and all of a sudden now he's trapping, and if the guy makes the wrong turn, he runs into him. That was a fourth foul.
And you can bet that the Falmouth players knew that he had the 3 fouls.
Yep.
For Falmouth in that first half, they were led by Jack Stowell with 14 points. Zach Morrill had 9, Judd Armstrong and Brady Coyne with 6 apiece, and Chris Simons with 4 for a total of 39. I'm not sure what you tell them in the locker room. I still think their key to the most number of points is to get it down into Will Hallam as much as you can. And they have tried, but they have not been very successful.
No, and it's just the passes aren't there. Now, if you make Will go get the basketball and he's near the sideline, he can't go any farther. Just throw it up in the air, straight up, and let it come straight down, and he'll catch it and put it in.
Or, in all likelihood, he'll be fouled.
That's right.
So it's the end of the first half. 39-20 is our score in favor of the top-seeded Falmouth Navigators. We'll be back with the third quarter right after this.
Valley Vision, local focus community service television. Channel 3 for Mount Washington Valley and Western Maine.
Back here at the Expo in Portland, we are about ready to get the third quarter started. We got stats here, we don't usually have, and there's a couple of things that just absolutely jump out at you. The Raiders turned the ball over 12 times in the first half. The Navigators turned it over 4. There were Navigators 5 steals to 2 for Freiburg, and perhaps the most telling thing were the rebounds. 19 rebounds for Falmouth, 12 on the offensive glass. Armstrong and Morrill each had 5 offensive rebounds in that half. That is a killer. The Raiders managed 1 offensive rebound, and that was Hallam with the putback. So the Raiders start the second half with the ball, and Richardson is out there along with Quinn, Hallam and Zerner. So it's the starting lineup, except Richardson is out there in place of Saunders, who has the 4 fouls. Zerner will put the ball in play, or at least try to. Comes out to Bobby Hallam. He drives baseline all the way in, gets blocked, gets his own rebound. Quinn, Richardson, guarded by Coyne. Richardson over to Hallam. Will sets a screen, the give and go, and it is just knocked away. This Falmouth team is ready for that, and they have just taken it away from the Raiders. That is out of bounds, and I believe it is off Zerner. It will be Navigator basketball.
Who gave us a little bit of a surge the first half was Ben Vlug.
Yep.
Come in and scored 4 points, I think, on 2 fast break layups.
Coyne out to Armstrong. Back to Coyne. Falmouth's in no hurry. We've played more than a minute here in the third quarter. They're up by 19. Armstrong. Foul line. Jumper is no good, but right there for the rebound was Morrill. He missed the shot, but another offensive rebound. Baseline jumper is no good, and that's going to be a foul on Will Hallam. He just kind of bumped into Zach Morrill, and doesn't matter if somebody when Will Hallam bumps into you, you're probably going to go down.
Yep, that's just what happened.
I believe that is 2 fouls on Hallam.
Yes, that's correct.
Hallam shuts him off. The ball is tipped. And it comes to Richardson, 3-on-1. Richardson on the cut to Quinn, nowhere to go, turns, lays it up and misses.
Yep.
They squandered an opportunity there. Stowell all the way to the baseline, brings it back out. And that's going to be a reach-in foul. Not sure who.
Number 25, Bryce Richardson.
It's on Bryce Richardson.
His first, team second.
Simons will put the ball in play from the baseline. Looking for something. They get it down low. Nice pass to Judd Armstrong. He lays it in. He's got 11. And Zerner brings it up. The lead is 21 for Falmouth. Richardson comes off the Hallam screen, drives, throws it up, no good. Hallam's got the rebound, he gets fouled.
That's okay, I can live with that because he brought two guys to play him, and it left Will not alone, but so he could beat somebody up to get the ball.
The Falmouth foul is on 32, Chris Simons. His second, team.
Hallam has 6 points, 2 3-point plays, basket and a free throw. One in the first quarter, one in the second quarter, and now he's got another free throw here in the third quarter. He leads the Raiders with 7 points. Second free throw is around and no good, and Armstrong's got the rebound for the Navigators. Pass is tipped out of bounds by Richardson. Coyne will put the ball in play. Gets it into Morrill. Back to Coyne for a three, and that's no good. And Bobby Hallam's got the rebound. Comes Quinn to Hallam, and he just loses it. All the way down in, and laying it up and in is Brady Coyne. He's got 5 points. We had him for 2 threes in that first half, and one of those threes that he hit was actually Judd Armstrong who hit it. All the way in, Hallam lays it in.
That was nice. We had Will setting a high screen, and then Bobby went low and put the layup in.
It's a 20-point lead for Falmouth, 43-23. And again, a little bit of pressure. Armstrong's got it. Over to Stowell. Baseline jumper, yes.
Just a 2.
Morrill has 11 points. And it's a 22-point lead for the Navigators. Have to stop and think about that. That's a 2. It is no good. The ball is tipped around, and Coyne's got it. Coyne to Stowell. Stowell in the corner to Armstrong for 3. That is around and in.
Ouch.
Armstrong's got 14. The lead is 25. Less than 4 minutes to play here in the half. Stolen, but the Raiders get it back. Bobby Hallam for 3, no good. Will, offensive glass, goes up and gets fouled. That'll be 2 shots.
Got caught a little flat trying to make that layup.
Chris Simons, his third, team second. Will Hallam on the line for Freiburg, 2 shots.
Going to have some substitutions here for Freiburg as Hallam makes the first one good. He's got 8 points, 4 of them at the free throw line.
Dayu and Vlug in the game.
And Zerner and somebody else is out.
Richardson, I think?
Yeah. No, Richardson's still in there.
Oh, yeah.
He was just down at the other end of the floor.
Yeah.
I didn't see him. Driving all the way in, little floater is no good, and the rebound comes to Will Hallam. Richardson traveled.
No, he did. He tried, he was going to go cut to the middle, and the guy standing there, so he had to come back this way, and it was trouble.
Coyne puts the ball in play to Stowell. 48-25 is our score. A 23-point lead for Falmouth. Less than 3.5 to play in the third quarter. In and out they go. Stoll with the shot. That is a three.
Boy, that kid can shoot.
Stoll's got 17 points, and the lead is, well, it's just a lot. It's 26. Richardson. Dayu all the way in, has to come back out to the corner, and Bobby Hallam is traveling.
I didn't see that one.
I didn't see that one either.
I thought it was a good move.
Zerner's going to come back in the game, and Bobby Hallam, no, which are the Hallams? One of them's coming out. Will's coming out. So it's Zerner, Bobby Hallam, Dayu, Vlug, and Richardson in the game for Freiburg. Armstrong brings it up, gets it to Coyne. Coyne, double teamed. You get it to Armstrong, the free throw line. Back to Coyne for three. Around and out. Rebound to the Navigators. And we got a foul.
Oh, on the Bobby, who they just put back in. 3 on him.
The Freiburg Academy foul is on number 33, Bobby Hallam. His third, team's third.
Coyne drives up and under and missed the layup, and Bobby Hallam has the rebound. Number 23, Eli Copperthwaite, is in the game for the Navigators. Dayu to Zerner. Back to Dayu in the corner. Back out to Zerner. Cross court to Vlug. He drives. Runs into Copperthwaite.
Yep, went right off his back.
51-25 is our score. 2 minutes and 4 seconds to play here in the third quarter. Dayu all the way in, lays it up and in.
Nice drive.
Dayu's got 2. That's just his first points of the night. Coyne with the basketball. Guarded by Richardson, and the foul is on Richardson.
The Freiburg Academy foul is on number 25, Bryce Richardson. His second, team's fourth.
That's 4 team fouls on Freiburg here in the second half. The Navigators have committed 2. Coyne to put the ball in play. And it comes in to Morrill. Morrill drives. Back out to Stoll for 3. That is no good. Ball is fought for, and it's out of bounds off of Falmouth. Nice job to fight for that by Bryce Richardson.
Falmouth coach is complaining about it.
Well, he may have had a point to make. Richardson with the basketball. Richardson drives, lays it up, and misses. Fighting for the rebound, Morrill winds up with it. Here comes Falmouth. Armstrong lays it in.
Boy, he's got quick feet.
Armstrong's got 16 points. And the lead is 26. Down the lane, Richardson. They have to bring it back out. Dayu for 3. That is no good. It's an air ball. Here comes Armstrong. Lays it up and misses. He was bothered by Vlug, but they save the ball. The Raiders do.
Armstrong scored.
Armstrong gets the ball on the save and lays it in. 42.4 seconds to play here in the third quarter, and Freiburg takes another timeout. They trail it by 28 points, 55-27.
Yeah, this was not the quarter we wanted.
No. You know, we said this was a mismatch on paper, and it has been pretty much exactly what you would expect.
You know, the 30 is How many,
Zach Marley's got 11.
Yeah, but he had five offensive rebounds in the first half, and he's got at least 3 here. I mean, if you get 10 offensive boards in a game, that's huge. And I'm talking one person, not talking about the whole team.
Yeah, and they're, well, as we said, they had, how many offensive rebounds? I think 12 as a team in the first half, and they've got at least a half a dozen more here in the third quarter. So here come the Raiders back out on the floor. It will be Zerner and Douglas.
Vlug.
Can we both say Dayu at the same time? And Richardson.
Yep, there we go.
And it will be Coyne and Stoll. Richardson drives and gets stuffed. That, I believe, was Cowperthwaite with the block. It is out of bounds, however, off of the Navigators. And Freiburg will have it. They get it in to Douglas, driving. Back out to Zerner for 3. That is no good. And the rebound winds up in the hands of Lucas Dilworth. Coyne with the basketball. He brings it back out. Third time in 3 quarters that they have had the ball at the end of the quarter looking for one shot. Coyne drives all the way in. And they've got Douglas for the foul, I believe. The shot was no good.
Yep, you got it.
3.4 seconds to play here in the third quarter. And Coyne will shoot 2. First one is good. He's got 6 points.
Number 3, Dennis Sanders, returns for
And number 5, Paul Dilworth, is going to come in the game for Falmouth.
It must be for the shooter Coyne, because they wouldn't let him in.
Free throw is good.
2 free throws, 34.
So Coyne's got 7 points. The lead is 30. Vlug. Long 3. Nothing at the buzzer. We have played 3 quarters here at the Expo in Portland in a game which, I hate to say it, was probably over 2 quarters ago.
Yep.
The score after 3 is Falmouth 57 and Freiburg 27. We'll be back with the fourth quarter after this. Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Osgood's Outdoor Power and Auto on Bridgeton Road in Freiburg. Sales and service for all your automotive and outdoor power equipment needs. Freiburg Auto and Truck Supply, your locally owned Napa Auto Parts store on Route 302 in Freiburg. Thriftway Supermarket in Freiburg, your local stop for fresh cut meat, produce, groceries, and more. And now an agency liquor store. White Mountain Oil and Propane. 2820 White Mountain Highway in North Conway. Always there for you. Progressive Auto Works on Route 302 in Glen, specializing in foreign car service for over 20 years. Domino's, North Conway and Berlin, much more than just pizza, and now hiring. Visit jobs.dominos.com for more information. Infinger Insurance, home, auto, and business insurance with offices at 1205 Eastman Road in North Conway. North Country Fair Jewelers, celebrating our 53rd year as full-service jewelers on Main Street in North Conway. Settlers Green, a destination for tax-free shopping, everyday essentials, and endless activities. Go to settlersgreen.com for more. Levitt's Country Bakery, Route 16 in Conway, baking for the Valley since 1976. Crest Auto World on Route 302 in Redstone. It's a great day at Crest. North Country Dental, with offices in North Conway and Gorham. We'd love to make your smile. Fiesta Jalisco Mexican Restaurant, a family restaurant on Route 16 in North Conway. Mexican specialties to eat in or take out. Conway Scenic Railroad in North Conway Village. offering old-fashioned railroading experiences the whole family will enjoy. 1/4 of basketball remains to be played here at the Expo. And Brady Coyne puts the ball in play. Armstrong drives immediately on four-foul gunner Saunders. He missed the shot. In the lane, Dayu hits for two.
That's two nice moves to the hoop in the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Dayu's got 4. Here comes Stowell, and he is fouled by Dayu. That is, I believe, 6 personal fouls on the Raiders. It is in the half. The Navigators have committed 2. Armstrong, they cut. Stowell's got it. Guarded by Dayu. Stowell. Back to Armstrong. Guarded by Saunders. Coyne drives. Runs into Saunders. They miss the shot, and Saunders has the rebound. Saunders in the corner. Back to Saunders. I believe that's a 2, and it is no good. The rebound comes to Stowell. Stowell guarded by Dayu. All the way in. 1-on-2. Lays it up and misses, and Dayu's got the rebound for Freiburg. Dayu drives in to Saunders, who's just inside the three-point line. Dayu fakes the shot. It wasn't there, and then he just gives it to a Brady Coyne. 2-on-1. Coyne goes in, lays it up and in.
Steal, driving basket, Brady Coyne.
Coyne's got 9, and the lead is 30 at 59-29. 6.5 to play here in the contest. Saunders. That's a 3, and it is no good as Douglas misses. And here comes Coyne on the cut to Armstrong. He laid it up and missed, but look who's got the rebound in the corner. Misses it, and it is out of bounds off of Falmouth. Stowell missed the 3 from the corner. We're going to see Roy Mugabe in the game for the first time. And Vlug is out. Dayu is out. So it's Saunders and Zerner. Zerner with the ball. Douglas is in there, along with Bobby Hallam and Roy Mugabe. Saunders drives. That's a 3. It is off and no good. The rebound is tipped away. Oh, I thought Douglas knocked that out of bounds. But it will be Freiburg basketball.
It's a 30-point deficit. Loose ball.
Yeah. Mugabe drives, loses the ball. Dilworth's got it. Here comes Coyne. Less than 5.5 to play here. Dilworth. Armstrong. In the corner. Drive. Baseline. Up. And no good. But Morrill is fouled on the shot. 5:18 to play here in the fourth quarter.
Fouls on 44, Boone Douglas.
It's on Boone Douglas.
2 for him.
And 2 shots. 7 fouls on the Raiders in the half. Will Hallam is back in. Second free throw is good for Morrill. He's got 12. Substitutions. Cowperthwaite back in the game for Falmouth. And also number 33, Cooper Bush, in the game for Falmouth. Saunders gets it to Hallam. Lays it up and misses. And that may typify the whole night for Freiburg.
Yeah,
that time they got it into the big guy.
Yep.
Coyne drives all the way in, lays it up and misses. Gets his own rebound.
How did he get his own rebound?
Coyne goes up and is fouled by Hallam.
Body.
Oh, what a frustrating night for the Raiders all the way around here tonight.
Yeah.
There is very little which has gone well. 60-29 is our score. 4:46 to play here in the fourth quarter. 2 shots for Coyne, and he makes the first one. He's got 10.
Yeah, he should be coming out. Oh, no. Armstrong? 10?
Yeah, Armstrong comes out, and Jackman Walker, number 34, is in the game for Falmouth. Second free throw for Coyne is up and good.
2 free throws. Brady Coyne.
He's got 11 points. And Zerner brings it up for the Raiders. And he traveled. No? What do we got?
Double foul, maybe?
One of them's on Will Hallam. Yep, it is a double foul.
That should be a jump ball.
Happened down low.
Double foul has been called. The Freiburg foul is on 40. Will Hallam is 4. Teams 9. The Falmouth foul is on Chris Simons.
Chris Simons gets the foul for Falmouth. Both of those guys have 4 fouls. Mugabe puts the ball in play to Saunders. Quinn, who's back in the game. Bobby Hallam. You've got the Bobby drives and he's pushed. Thought maybe they were going to call it offensive again.
No.
That will send Bobby to the line. 4:27 to play here in the fourth quarter. 62-29 is the score. It was 23-7 after the first quarter, and the Navigators have just never looked back. Hallam gets the free throw. He's got 6.
The Falmouth foul is on 1. Lucas Dilworth, his first team score.
The second free throw is good. 7 points on the night for Bobby Hallam. And it is 62-31, a 31-point lead for Falmouth. Dilworth out to Cooperthwaite. 34 is Walker. 23 is Cowperthwaite. Dilworth drives, but they bring it back out. Number 12 is Finn Cameron. We saw him briefly in the first half. He actually has 2 points. Driving down the lane and laying it up and in. Lucas Dilworth, his first basket on the night. Less than 4 minutes to play here in the contest. Bobby Hallam has it knocked away, and Cameron's got it all the way in, throws it up, and he traveled. I thought that's what it was, but I took them a second and a half before they called the travel instead of calling a foul.
Glug is back.
And Will Hallam will sit. He has 4 fouls. It makes little difference at this point. Saunders, also with 4 fouls, is in the game. He drives. Flug has it. And that's going to be it for Will Hallam. Getting some hugs from the sidelines there, but he is, I'm guessing, not coming back into the game. That is knocked out of bounds by Vlug, and it will be Navigator basketball. Dilworth puts it in play, and here comes Cameron. Cameron plays catch with Walker. They move it around. Walker's got it. That's a 3 rather. He misses it. But Vlug has got the rebound, and he is fouled. I believe that is on Cowperthwaite.
Oh, yep.
The Falmouth foul is on number 23, Eli Cowperthwaite. Personal foul number 1.
So with 3 minutes even to play here in the contest, And the Raiders down 33. Saunders to Vlug. Ooh, that was dangerously close to a turnover. Vlug drives baseline, turns, will turn around, is no good. And Dilworth has the rebound.
They don't give us many second shots, do they?
They have out-rebounded us maybe by as much of a margin as they have outscored us.
Right.
Relative to the scoring.
Right.
Talking ratios here.
Absolutely.
Dilworth drives, lays it up and in. Nice move by Lucas Dilworth. He's got 4. The lead is 35 for Falmouth. Saunders drives, lays it up, hit the bottom of the rim.
That's Gunner's night right there.
Yep. Walker for 3. Yes! Jackman Walker. His first hoop of the night. Less than 2 minutes to play. The Raiders are in danger of falling behind in this game by 40 points. Vlug drives, misses the layup. And we've got a timeout for Falmouth. 1:42 to play here in the fourth quarter. 69-31 is the score. This is multiple substitutions. Paul Dilworth, number 5, is in. Number 15, and that would be Billy Burks. He is a freshman, is in the game for Falmouth. 31 is Jalen Angers. He's in the game for Falmouth. 22 is Henry Stoll. I believe he is a sophomore. And I may have missed somebody. And of course, the Falmouth crowd wants the kids who very rarely get in there to shoot it. Driving, and Quinn blocks it out of bounds. So Angers will put the ball in play, and we're going to get wholesale substitutions for the Raiders as Quinn comes out.
I think the 3 seniors are going out.
Mugabe is out, and so is Bobby Hallam. And Vlug is out. So 23 is Camden Johnson. 34
Number 34, Jagger Hellwig.
Is Jagger Hellwig. I want to mention the kids' names who are in there. That is no good. On the offensive glass, that's no good. And Jordan Dutton, number 21, is in the game, and he pulled off the rebound there. And we've got a foul on the drive. That is just 6 fouls on the Navigators here in this half.
Foul number 1, team foul number 6.
They get it in play. That's a 3, and it's good. 23. Camden Johnson with the 3. Paul Dilworth with the basketball. Dilworth drives all the way in, and he got pushed. 30 seconds to play here in the contest. It is a 35-point lead for Falmouth, 69-34.
It's a good club.
They are going to be awfully tough. They will face Marshwood in the finals. Marshwood took out Greeley in the first game tonight. And I believe that's an upset because I believe Greeley's the number 2 team and Marshwood was the number 3 seed. Free throw is no good. Second free throw is good. 1 free throw for Paul Dilworth. He's got 1 point. And here come the Raiders. In the corner, back out. Driving, laying it up. Missing was Johnson. And we got a jump ball, and that is a Raider possession. You know, other than the beginning of the quarters, there have not been a whole lot of possession arrow changes in the whole game.
Right.
21 is Dutton, and he loses it. 12 seconds, 10 seconds. Dilworth will hold on to the basketball, and that will be it as the final seconds tick off. An old-fashioned rout here at the Portland Expo as this somewhat Cinderella season for the Freiburg Academy Raiders comes to a crashing end here at the Expo at the hand of a very good Falmouth team. Final 70-34. We will wrap it up right after this. Here are some of the sponsors who make this broadcast possible. Trumbull's Hardware, your one-stop hardware store on Portland Street in Freiburg. Dee's Pizza, proud sponsors of Freiburg Athletics and home of the 20-inch party-size pizza. It's delicious. Diane Rio State Farm Insurance on Route 16 in Conway. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Profile Subaru on Route 16 in Conway. We'll give you more than a better deal. We'll give you a better dealer. Delaney's Hole in the Wall Restaurant and Sports Tavern on Route 16 in North Conway and at Delaney's.com. White Mountains Community College with their main campus in Berlin and academic centers in North Conway and Littleton. The UPS Store on the North-South Road in North Conway, your print and copy center. NCD Skin, part of North Country Dental in North Conway and Gorham. The right touch of health, beauty, and science. Atlantic Pool and Spa on Route 16 in North Conway. Pools, saunas, and hot tubs, sales and service. Luchador Tacos on the Strip in North Conway. Fresh Californian Mexican-style food made to order with vegan and gluten-free options available. North Conway Incinerator Service on Horseshoe Drive in Center Conway, celebrating more than 40 years of business in the Mount Washington Valley. Mount Washington Valley Customs, full-service repairs and pre-owned car and truck sales on Route 302 in Redstone. Premier Home Store, furniture to buy or rent to own from the people you know and trust. B&L Oil and Propane, 389 Portland Street in Freiburg. The Service People. The Lobster Trap Restaurant on West Side Road in North Conway. Since 1982, the Cuccio family has been serving up traditional seafood and Italian specialties, including the Italian seafood platter, a favorite for over 25 years. The Lobster Trap also features fresh-cut sirloin steaks. They're open daily for lunch and dinner with a takeout menu as well as early bird and daily specials. And the Lobster Trap is owned and operated by Kennett alumni, proud to sponsor our local student athletes. I don't know what you can say about it, except that the Raiders were down 23-7 after one quarter, and the game was never that close, really, again.
I believe it was 9-5, Falmouth, and it just turned into a, like you said, 23-7.
And the Navigators, they started off, we mentioned it, they were not, it took them maybe 3 or 4 minutes to get their rhythm and hit shots. They missed a bunch of shots early on. But once they got it going, this Freiburg team gave it everything they had. But
oh, absolutely. I'll let you know how they did point-wise, which isn't very far.
Nope.
8 for Will Hallam, 7 for Bobby, 4 for
Jerry Dayu.
Sorry. 4 for Ben Vlug, 4 for Liam Quinn, all in the first quarter.
Yep.
Zerna 3. Johnson hit a 3 here just late. I think that's all I've got.
Yeah, that's not much. It comes to, what did we say the score was? It was 70-34. I don't know what the final was. Something like that. On the other side of the ledger, the Navigators had 4 guys in double figures, led by Judd Armstrong. He had 18. Jack Stowell had 17, 14 of them in the first half. He hit a 3 in the third quarter, and that's all they needed from him. They had already put it away at that point. Zach Morrill had 12 points, and he may have had 10 offensive rebounds. He had 5 at the half, and it would not surprise me if he hit 5 more of them in that second half. Brady Coyne had 11 points. And then Lucas Dillwell had 2 baskets in the fourth quarter. Jackman Walker hit a 3 there in the fourth quarter. And let's see, Chris Simons had a basket way back in the first quarter for 2. Finn Cameron had a basket in the first quarter for 2. And Paul Dilworth had a free throw in the fourth quarter for 1 point. And hopefully that adds up to whatever it is that they had. They've taken it down off of the scoreboard. They were, as far as Falmouth was concerned, they were exactly what we expected from them.
Oh, that's as good a club as I've seen all year in New Hampshire or Maine, because I haven't seen any AA people, but they pound the boards. They play great defense. They just don't give you anything easy.
No, it is going to be a tough matchup for Marshwood in the Southern Maine Championship game, and I believe that is Saturday. I'm not sure if it's here or over at the Civic Center.
Right. Well, looking at Freiburg, I mean, do you think they thought they'd be in the semifinals? Probably not. I mean,
certainly when they started the season, what was it, 1-5?
Yes. And you're just saying, well, this team's good, but it's not going too far. Hey, made it to the semis, and they won 2 games in the tournament. That's a good season. I had a lot of fun doing these 2 games.
Yep, as did I. Kevin McDonald hopefully will be back as we start the next season. And there is something bright on the horizon for this Freiburg team. Yes, there are some seniors who are graduating, including Bobby Hallam. But Will Hallam comes back. Gunnar Saunders is a junior. And there are kids coming back who can anchor this Freiburg Raider team next season.
Yep, I agree.
So for Kevin McDonald, who could not be here tonight, for my partner here who could be here tonight, Brian Day, for our videographer, Rob Weinstein, and Bill Edmonds back at the station, I'm Jeff Flint, saying thank you very much for joining us for another season of Freiburg Academy basketball, and we will see you next season.
Valley Vision Channel 3 community-supported television.
Winter is finally here. However, when heading out on frozen water bodies, never assume the ice is safe. Starting from shore, use a chisel or auger to test the ice and continue checking as you head out. Just because you see others out on the ice does not mean the ice is safe under your feet. Look for ice that's at least 4 to 6 inches thick. Never assume that cold temperatures equal safe ice. Have fun, and we'll see you on the ice.
All right.
You are watching Conway Community Television, nonprofit broadcasting for the Mount Washington Valley.
To Remember When. I'm your host, David Emerson, and we're at the Eastman Lord House, headquarters of the Conway Historical Society. And our guest today is Steve Eastman. One of the Steve Eastmans. There seem to be a lot of Steve Eastmans around.
I'm the Steve Eastman that lives in Kearsarge versus Chatham.
Editor and publisher of the Mountaineer. I'd like to start out just getting a little bit of background. Where were you born, and if you weren't born here, how did you end up here?
Born in Annapolis, Maryland in 1949 on the grounds of the United States Naval Academy. My father was a career naval officer, and he grew up in Hanover, and that was always our legal residence. Wherever we were, we'd return in summers to Hanover, and my grandparents had a summer home on Lake Mascoma over in Enfield, so we always loved New Hampshire as a kid. That was a place to think of as one place of steady, locations among our different homes through the years.
That has to be a nice feeling for a Navy, I won't say Navy brat, but a
Navy junior is the correct
Navy
term.
junior who, is moving all the time and never stays anywhere long enough to make a lot of friends, to have a home base. I'm not sure that everybody has that.
It was a good way to grow up. Many of the people who grow up in the service don't feel like they were shortchanged or anything by moving so often, and you're in a lifestyle that all of your friends are coming and going as well. So every 2 years to move to a new town, get reoriented to a new school was exciting. You always were looking forward to the next horizon as a kid and what duty your father was going to pull, and there was always a good way. We had a large family. There's 8 children in my family, and you always had, for the first few days at that new school, a sister or brother at the lunch table with you before you kind of broke out and found new friends. But it was a good way to grow up. I never regretted it, and but to feel grounded to New Hampshire was always something that we were, from our earliest age, I always felt very proud to know that New England and New Hampshire were home, and from that you kind of had a natural curiosity to American government and American history, and it kind of always has been a part of my makeup. And today I think you see that in the pages of the Mountaineer. We do a lot of historical perspective pieces.
Now, out of the 8 children, how many are in New Hampshire now?
My brother Dave is the oldest. He's living in Tamworth. People hear him on the radio station with the Country Ecology program.
I only recently learned that he's your brother.
Yes, he's a graduate from UNH, forestry degree. The first time I ever came to this area was when he was going to summer camp, the forestry camp that UNH had out on the Kancamagus out in the Pass Conway Valley. My brother Tom's been a member of the staff. He's the youngest son, and he's 8 years my junior. And then I have a sister living in Nashua. She's been there for a number of years. She's a UNH graduate also. And my youngest sister has just moved back to New Hampshire, and she's down Rye, and she just kind of retired from a year in the high media industry, and she was recently with AOL, and so she's back in her old haunts in the Portsmouth area.
We don't get to count Tom as New Hampshire because he's moved across the border now.
Yes, that's right. I forgot that. Yeah, he still has strong interest here, though.
He's still working here.
Yeah.
Now, how did you end up in Conway?
Well, I went to Plymouth State and graduated in '71 there, and part of our makeup was the Navy, with my father being a career, but prior to that, in Hanover, he was a junior national ski champion, and he was always taking these winter vacations. We never understood why you'd go back to New Hampshire, since the lake was the place to be in the summertime. But his interest in skiing goes back to the earliest days and the great ski years of Hanover and Dartmouth College, and he grew up under the kind of following the ski tracks of the great names in American ski history. And so I always knew that there was something called skiing, but when I got to Plymouth, I found out about it, including they would have ski lessons over at Tinney Mountain in gym class in your early years. And then if you were going to school over there, you found part-time work on weekends at the ski areas. So from Waterville Valley and Loon Mountain, I'd work weekends, and then by the time I was a senior in high school, a senior in college, I was able to have classes Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Tuesday and Thursday we were skiing for free at Loon, and that kind of spoiled you. And so I stayed in the Waterville Valley for 2 years after school. I was surveying and things, and decided to check out Sugarloaf, Maine as a ski spot. And went up there and said, boy, this is a great looking mountain. I got to get a job here. And went down into the valley, and they needed an editor of a paper. Well, I had a college degree, history major, walked in, got the interview, said, sure, I can write, and walked into a job I had no idea about. And 27 years later, here I am. But
you must have agreed with.
Well, the writing, the college discipline of doing term papers and such, it's all part of it. You know, good research, good editorial background, so it worked out.
I think we forget in this area that probably not every school district in America loads the elementary kids onto a bus once a week and takes them along with their skis and takes them off to a ski slope.
That's right. But you know, this is a great town. I'm happy to be raising our children here. And how I got from Sugarloaf to here, though, I guess is the fact that the paper I was working for at Sugarloaf was called The Irregular, and many people here will remember the Mount Washington Valley Irregular. And I got transferred down here, so to speak, in September of '74, and they needed someone to take over. The person who had started The Irregular had left, and there was a transition where things weren't quite working out, and so they gave me the call, and in I went to North Conway, New Hampshire, and returned to the White Mountains, and ran The Irregular for a year and a half. And following the winter of 72, 74, that was one of the first bad snow years in the post-World War II modern ski area, era, and a lot of businesses didn't come back from that, including the company that had started The Irregular. And so I gave my notice, and economic times with them was such that I figured I better go find something else to do. And at that time, there's a paper that the North Conway Reporter was publishing called the Sunshine Times. A good friend of mine, Jane Golden, was the editor of that. And she, although we were competitors, we were great friends. We were about the same age and kind of doing the same things. And we seemed to coexist okay as competitors. And she thought maybe the publishers should hire me to help her run the paper. And at the same time, we were doing PR work for Bob Morrill and Ruth as they were opening up Heritage New Hampshire in the summer of for the summer of '76. So around May 1st, while we were doing the PR together, Jane said, "I'm going to have a meeting with the bosses, and I'll see if I can hire you somehow. I need help." She came back and she looked kind of distraught, and I said, "What happened? What did they say?" And she said, "Well, they don't want to publish the Sunshine Times anymore." I said, "What, are they crazy? I mean, The Irregular, I'm leaving. It's on, pretty shaky ground. They got the whole field to themselves, and no, they'd rather be doing other things with the publishing business." But they said I could have the name, says Jane. Yeah, if we want to go and take it over. And I thought for a minute, and we were standing right in what is the entry room at Heritage in New Hampshire, and of course it was all under construction. And I thought, well, maybe we ought to just start fresh and start our own paper. And so she said, "What, you think we could?" And I said, "Yeah, I think we could." We said, well, "Let's do it." And it was a Friday afternoon around 5 o'clock, and we decided to confer and go down to the Red Parker pub and talk this over and figure out what we could do. And Dewey Mark was there, and we said, "Dewey, if we start a paper, would you advertise in it?" He looked at the two of us and he said, "I'm advertising your paper, I'm advertising in your paper. You're telling me I can advertise in one paper?" And we said, "Yeah." He said, "Of course. Heck, I don't know who owns your paper, the two papers you're running now anyway." So there we had our first advertiser. It was around May 1st, 1976, and we put out our first paper at Memorial Day of that year, and it was a good year. A lot of businesses started that year here that are still running well, and some with the original owners, but 76 was a good year.
I don't remember the Sunshine Times. Was that a weekly paper?
It came out weekly in the winter and summer. It probably had 30 issues out the whole year. And it was where the original, it was a Resort Report came from. Some of the different names that we still hold on when we do business profiles called Business Briefs, that was in there. And so we did kind of take the best of our two works and combine them and come up with the Mountaineer. The Mountaineer kind of bounced around. We had about 2 weeks to figure out what were we going to call it, and we were thinking of the Valley Voice, the Mountain something out there or other, and around them. Someone finally said, well, Valley Voice, Mountain Ear? How about something like that? And I thought, nah, that's a little too corny. You mean Mountaineer, E-E-R? No, Mountain Ear, E-A-R. I went, so to this day, we still get checks written to us to the E-E-R, Mountaineer. We still get mailings to the E-E-R, Mountaineer.
Well, it has a nice ring to it. It kind of flows off your tongue, the Mountaineer.
Yeah. And then the funny thing that happened that year was, I think it was Sally Quinn with the Washington Post, started a gossip column called The Ear. Everyone was saying, well, which came first, the Mountaineer or the Ear? And no, we were ahead of the Washington Post on this one.
So if my math is correct, and it seldom is, you're coming up on your 25th anniversary.
Yeah, at the end of the spring of 2001, when we get to our Memorial Day issue, it will be the start of our 26th year, and it will be the full 25 years.
Planning anything special? Will it be a parade?
I'm not sure about that, but a special edition.
Skywriting the headlines.
A silver anniversary edition, a silver jubilee or something like that. We've got quite a library of good stories that it would be hard to pick out the best of the year edition, but
we have many of your feature articles in our vertical file at the Conway Public Library, because it's such a great reference material to be able to go back and
I guess if you laid it all out, it would be a pretty full history of the White Mountains.
It's going to be hard to come up with new topics for feature articles. You say, oh yeah, well, we did an article on him or her or them or it.
Well, this coming week is the ski sale for the junior program, and we're going to do something on the history of the ski club. Well, on the 50th anniversary of the Eastern Slope Ski Club, we did a pretty complete history at that time. But the one thing that you kind of forget when you've been here for a while is that there is a pretty fluid, transient population here, that something happened 5 years ago is history today, and people really aren't quite sure of it, including new families moving into the area who don't know that the kids go to school one day out of the week in the winter and end up skiing all afternoon. So we thought, well, let's do a little background. Where did this program come from? And then when you go all the way back into the 30s and you find out the people who just decided that, it'd be a good thing for local kids to ski, and so we've got that history, and Tom's dusting it off as we speak now.
One of my relatives, I think, was instrumental in the
Emerson,
junior ski
of course.
program. Sure, Chuck Emerson.
Absolutely, yeah, right.
Now, when the Reporter was a weekly paper, and it had trouble holding up when a daily paper came along, but you just kept plugging right along. And I think one of the problems with the Reporter was, by the time Wednesday came along and you bought the Reporter, it seemed like old news, and you were paying 35 cents for old news.
Well, that's part of the competition for the headlines and such, and even with our format that is an alternative style publication, we still have a finger on the pulse of the local news. the Conway Daily Sun today, comes out 6 days a week, and the reporter coming out once a week did have a tough time being relevant. But when we started in '76, I remember people over at Jesse Lyman's Shell Station kind of giving me a hard time. Oh, okay, young man, what you gonna do? Put the reporter out of business? All the old guys are snickering, and the young kid, whippersnapper. But I didn't think that far. I didn't think where would we be in 5 years. And after about our second or third publication was on the street, Jane, my partner, came in terrified one morning. And what's the matter? I'm curious to know. And she says, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What do you say? Well, what are we going to do in 5 years? I just said, still be in business if we can get to work, But, the media business is competitive. There's always someone coming out with another idea. Startup publications come from the left and the right, and in order to kind of make their way, that they have to prove their relevance. So for the Mountaineer, we've always been the alternative to whatever is out there. One of the significant marketing moments in our history, the Carol Reed Company went and hired a full-fledged marketing company to come in and do a thorough research in media and how they were running their catalogs and everything, and they did an in-house survey of customers. And they had all these questions on newspapers. Who did they look at? And we were among the marketing mix, including the Boston Globe, the Union Leader, the North Conway Reporter. And there were many different first choices of what is your regular newspaper and what others would be the second question. I don't think we registered too high on what is your, newspaper of choice, but what others, the Mountaineer, came first on every result. So because of our format, we aren't quite recognized as a standard newspaper, but everyone reads us. So it's more of a magazine. It's more of a weekly magazine in terms of the content, the layout. You do get a certain amount of news coverage of particular meetings or events or whatever, but it's not that standard inside the box newspaper that people look to a front page with headlines and such. So that's how we've always been. We've been an alternative source of information.
And even if you read the Daily Sun 6 days a week, you can pick up the Mountaineer and know you're going to read something different.
And that's the important part of our success, our longevity, is that it is something in addition to whatever source of daily news you look to. So from the very beginning, our forte became features on history, on outdoor activities, on when we started doing what would be considered the news, we continued to do more in-depth analytical type of things. And one of the first really good news pieces we ever did was written by Adam Hirshon of the Sun when he was...
I've heard of him.
Yeah, when he was working for the radio station. He was the news reporter over there, and at that time we were dealing with the sign ordinance. And he did a full in-depth analysis on the issue of signs and how it would affect the business community and stuff. So we've always kind of had that type of, in-depth type of thing versus simply going to a meeting and reporting what happened at the meeting. And now with the daily paper, that type of meeting reporting is their forte, and it has its place, and we've found ways in which to create our own niche, and that's all part of marketing, because it's advertising. It's what is the engine that drives the paper, and people have to recognize that their advertising has to be effective, and we've been able to kind of sell our ads based on the longevity, the shelf life, and such. But I didn't come here to start promoting the Mountaineer advertising versus any other medium, but that's certainly how we exist. That's where the money is.
How important is it to have a free paper?
I can tell you probably not a week goes by where I don't hem and haw and say, golly, this paper that we just published is so good. I wish someone was paying for it. But and a lot of friends say, golly, I'd pay 50 cents for this thing. There's other things out there that don't have half of what you got. But because of this market, it's important to have something that's available. Even though our strongest readers, who are the best people to advertise to, are the second homeowners and the primary residents, you still want to have something out there that a transient tourist coming into town is going to stumble over, trip over, and find and pick up and say, what is the ear? And so, because those people are have the dollars to spend in the local economy, and you want to get them to stop here and spend an extra day on their travels or whatever. So the free papers.
And advertising money is based on circulation.
Sure, yeah.
So if you're charging for the paper, then your circulation is probably...
It would be a controlled distribution. We'd have to have it in fewer places, because our newspaper racks are right at the front door, leaving restaurants or other type of places, and you just wouldn't be able to, you'd have to have it on a shelf where it was next to the cash register.
One of my favorite parts of the Mountaineer is, I shouldn't call her a part, but the features of Gabrielle Griswold are just always wonderful, and she does such a fantastic job.
She's got a great perspective. She's she's had an interesting career, and her life of being in Paris in the post-World War II years, of being a secretary to people in the program going on in the restoration of Europe. Across the hall, one of her best friends was secretary to Averell Harriman. So the Marshall Plan years were great years to be there. So, but she has a great sense of the world, and is able to bring that kind of the talent of her writing. She's got a great
I've
wherewithal.
been interviewed by her many times, and it's always a pleasure. It's not an ordeal, and you aren't sitting there wondering, am I going to be misquoted? And did I say something I shouldn't have said? You just sit and have a good time with her.
She's got a great curiosity, and is able to reflect that in her writing with the interviews that she does.
I should also say that I enjoy being interviewed by your brother Tom, who also writes very, very nice features.
Tom's done some great history. He's as I said, working on a piece today, and he's well known for his ski journalism and ski history, but he's also great on White Mountain history. And so he's got quite a library compiled.
I did actually make the front cover of the Mountaineer once.
That's right.
Yeah, I think
right here
eventually, you've been in business so long, eventually everybody will make the front cover.
Years ago, I think it was Devon Square, when they were a larger rock band. I think they did the cover of the Rolling Stones song once and changed the lyrics to the cover of the Mountaineer. But,
I haven't made quote of the week yet, though. See if you can arrange that.
It will happen.
We only have a couple minutes left, and we haven't even talked about Mud Bowl. And you were one of the people instrumental in bringing the Mud Bowl to.
I was a founding member of the Hogs. Yeah.
That's got to look good on your resume.
That's a very small fraternity there. But when I came down from Sugarloaf, the gang up at Sugarloaf was where the World Mud Bowl became an entity, and they decided to form a mud football league with ski areas in northern New England, and they gave me the call, and I told them there'd be no problem finding people to play mud football in North Conway, and immediately went over and gathered a bunch of friends together at the Alpine. Richard DeAngelis was the owner, and within a week we were on the road going to Jay Peak, Vermont for our first game. So and the rest is history. But it went back and forth, and finally it came to North Conway because we were champions, and then away we went with developing a program that even this year in this week's paper they raised over $28,000. So it's a long-standing program that was a lot of fun, but has become a real good part of the community and gets a lot of attention worldwide, and also does good for a lot of local charities and service groups here in town.
I think it was even featured on Real People, wasn't it?
Real People, Evening Magazine. We've been in AP News photos all over the world. So, yeah, it
and
has
the premise
a
originally
curiosity.
was whoever won got to take the tournament.
Yeah, got to host it, and at about that time, that was 1979, where Real People did it. It was a Field of Dreams type story that build it and they'll come, because we knew we needed to build a new stadium, because we've been playing at Cranmore, and Richie Moulton and Gary Sheldon and Kim Perkins went and looked at the place behind the North Conway Community Center and decided this is where our stadium will be. The rest is history.
And probably not every town, had a hog stadium to take the game to.
Or a tournament and mud parade on Main Street. I mean,
it's a great
it was
tradition.
A great match, a maiden mud hog heaven.
I grew up in Stowe, Maine, which for a while was famous for its annual Pollywog Festival, but it never quite reached the standards of mud football.
Not enough pollywogs.
Yeah, now they're becoming an endangered species. Frogs are dying out around the world, so
that's where I'm sure that's where the breeding of the five-legged pollywogs came in. People trying to fix the race over there.
That could have been it. Well, our time has flown today.
We'll have to do this again.
We will. We've barely touched on all of the topics that we could.
Just like there's always another paper and there's always another show.
Thank you for coming to visit.
Glad to be here.
You've been watching Remember When. I'm your host, David Emerson, and our guest today has been Steve Eastman, editor and publisher of The Mountaineer.
To the seats, and welcome on this very cold night to welcome Kim John Payne to our community. We're very happy to have him here from the White Mountain Waldorf School, who are sponsoring him tonight, co-sponsored by the Memorial Hospital. Kim John Payne will be working with our teachers and our students over the next 3 years on social inclusion issues, bullying and teasing. A really important topic for our community. The next step towards real health for any community is social inclusion. And Kim John Payne is an expert in those topics. His book, Simplicity Parenting, is available at any bookstore you could ever want to visit. He has parent education workshops based on simplicity parenting. There are brochures about his workshops in the back if you care to look at them, and also CDs of his other lectures. Let's see. At the end of the evening, for any of you who are educators and need continuing education credits for this evening, at the back table, please visit the back table and you'll get a certificate of completion. Let's see. Please turn off your cell phones for the lecture this evening. And I will say that also donations are gratefully accepted for the White Mountain Waldorf School and for Kim John Payne's visit tonight. And we'll welcome Kim John Payne, who is an author, an educator, and a counselor for families, and has done so for 30 years. So we're very pleased to have him here. And with that, I'll welcome him. Welcome, Kim John.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be with you all. I guess this is the State of the Social Nation talk tonight, isn't it? I want to, right at the outset, thank the good folk from the White Mountains Waldorf School who have worked tirelessly to bring about both this visit and the lecture tonight. I've actually been in touch with people from the school. I think it goes back about sort of 6 or 7 years now that we've been moving. I mean, this is New England, right? We kind of move at a certain, we're thoughtful the way we do this. And so, if I could say we, because I'm hardly born and raised in New England. I'm from Australia, and tonight is the culmination of 3 days of work I've been doing at the school, working with the faculty there, working with what we call a social health coordinating group, and then today working with the students. I find it terribly important when a community wishes to further their social health that all constituents in a community are involved. A lot of studies show this, but it's altogether another thing to really pull it off, to be able to have the parents very dynamically involved, to have the administration involved, the students involved, and the faculty involved. As each one of those people, of those groups become involved, the chances of something that is enduring and will really change increases very significantly. There are many approaches towards working with social tensions amongst the children, and we tend to sort of focus that with the children. But actually, when the 4 constituents, and perhaps the 5th is the board as well, are involved, things can really move and move well, and they stay moving forward as opposed to reverting back. One of the other things that I've noted over the years of being fortunate enough to be a visitor to so many communities is it tends to be communities that have a fairly high social impulse, a social consciousness within the community at large and within the school community that I visit. I tend to sort of get a little bit of a skewed view of the world because I meet such wonderfully socially motivated people, because it's the schools that don't have the really huge bullying problems are the schools where I tend to get invited. It's a bit weird, I know, but because the teachers and the parents already are on it, right? They're already wanting to and wanting to make things better, and so I have a rather wonderful view of the world as I meet so many people who the social dynamic in their school and in their community is just really important for them. I wanted to start this evening with an interesting story, a picture really, of a group of people that I learned so much from, even though my time with this group was fairly brief. It was when I was studying social psychology, and I'm okay now. Okay, I've fully recovered from undergrad and postgrad. I'm through the detox. I sometimes say I used to be a psychologist, but now I'm okay. No, it really is. It's a long, finding your way back. It's a long road. But I was an undergrad, I was studying social and developmental psychology, which is an interesting mix. You study the big picture social stuff, but also right down to the detail of child development. It's kind of interesting mix. It's not often done, but I heard about a group of people in New Zealand, which is not Australia, by the way, different place. I traveled to the west coast of the South Island, and I lived for a little while with the Maori people there. I was lucky enough to study at Christchurch University, and there was this. I was very, very interested in this group of people who had a very strong tradition of tribal justice. And I'd read a little bit about it. It wasn't so well known yet, but kind of. And so I went and lived with them only for a couple of months. But I learned so much about how to help kids who have done wrong, who have done things that are not okay, that harm the community, and how to do that without stigmatizing them. How to do that without putting them in a really defensive place, and how to do that without harming a good portion of the rest of their lives. So I went there, and I didn't know all that much, but I knew they were doing really interesting things. And it was I saw quite a number of tribal courts. Now, the Maori people are unusual people because when the French and the British invasion happened of their country, they were unusually, they had some stand-up battles with the British and French, which they actually won. These are fierce warriors and pretty well organized, and have held their ground in the New Zealand community and society pretty well. And like a lot of indigenous cultures, have suffered a lot from disease initially, and alcoholism is a big issue there, the use of drugs and so on. But the laws of the land really do reflect the indigenous culture, and the indigenous culture there, the Maori folk, have full legal rights to conduct their own tribal justice systems. So I visited there, and I want to tell you about one situation. This was about 3 or 4 weeks into my stay there. There was two young men who'd stolen a car, and they had totaled it. They'd wrecked the car. And a tribal court was convened, or a tribal sort of meeting was convened. People are flooding into this beautiful big A-frame community center, perhaps you would call it, similar to what we're in tonight. And beautiful carvings and quite an amazing place. I've been in it 3 or 4 times already, but this meeting really stood out for me because in came lots of kids and dogs, and kids and dogs come everywhere around the world, don't they? And the people are streaming in, and it was very informal. But right up front were 2 very large chairs. They were sitting very like we're sitting now, not just in rows facing someone of great wisdom, but like we are, a little bit in the round. And the two chairs were occupied clearly by elders of the village. And the staff was knocked on the floor, and they began by a man standing up and starting a haka. Now, a haka is there are many different kinds of hakas, but they are long. They're sometimes long poems, chants, song. It's a mixture of all of those things. And this haka went way, way back to the arrival, to like prehistory, to almost like a creation story, and all the trouble that happened there. And then it came through to them getting in their canoe groups and setting sail, and all the trouble that happened there. This is going back into whole mythological times. And then the arrival on the islands, and the sad goodbyes to the people as the Polynesians spread throughout that part of the Pacific and beyond, and as the story came closer and closer to modern times, as it was translated for me, I began to realize this wasn't a story just of triumph. This was a story of all the struggles, all the things they'd got wrong, and actually the individuals who had got it wrong were actually named. I felt really sorry for any wrongdoing in this, because you were going to be enshrined for many hundreds of years in this song. You'd think twice in this place, because you were going to be known for a while. But it wasn't done with a sting in its tail. It was just done as this person or this situation, and here is how it was overcome, and this is what we did to put it right, and this is what we did. And there was just a series of stories of overcoming hardship and wrongdoing, and it really impressed me. And I could hear it coming forward, and I could hear the First World War and the Maori soldiers going off, and it was coming closer and closer. And then I heard the gentleman 2 weeks prior who had been aggressive towards his family because of alcohol problems, and I'd heard his story was recounted, and how now he was on the right path. And a lot of eyes turned, at that moment. He was on the right path, aren't you? Sort of thing. Yes, you are. And there were these two boys sitting up front, and the next time that haka was chanted, they were going to be stars. And they were there, and then sitting quite near them was a young lady. She was 18 years old. She had worked for a long, long time to buy this car, and the story started unfolding. And it was so interesting, because first of all the chant, the haka was told. Then 2 or 3 people who were accompanying the boys, they stood up and told the story of the boys' lives. And it was really interesting. One boy had been very, very good at rugby and had excelled and still was good in rugby. That's very important in New Zealand. And another boy was a wonderful carver and loved to carve wood and make a lot of the traditional carvings that were actually in the hall. He and his father and grandfather had been a part of actually the making of them. And so their lives were told, but it was an open telling, because there had been alcoholism in one of the boys' families, and that was also spoken of, and how difficult it had been for this boy. And so we got a sort of a whole picture of their lives. Then we got a picture of this young woman's life whose car was stolen. And her picture is her mother had died when she was very young, at the age of 4. And she, of what we would call a preventable disease. And she had decided by the age of 7, she had recorded it, written it down, but in those early years, she decided to become a nurse. And so to open a clinic in this rather remote area. And so she had worked for 4 years, and she had worked in the local trading post. You know what I mean by, yes, it's like a store. And she'd worked in this trading post, stacking shelves, checking people out, until she'd got enough money to buy a rusty old car. Because she had to buy that car in order to get her down to what we would call a community college, in order to study to be a nurse's aide. And she'd done with that, and now she was studying to be a registered nurse. And she was still just 18. But she'd taken her 2 years at community college. She started when she was still just turning 70, and she was now just on the cusp of beginning her RN. Do you say RN? Registered? Yeah. Remarkable young woman, really remarkable. So her story was told. Then the two boys and the young woman were asked to speak. And the young woman stood up and she said, "Do you know what you have done? Do you know what you have done?" And she really confronted them quite powerfully. These Maori women, you know, they're Amazons, I tell you. And she said, "I worked for those years to get that car." At the age of 18, she actually, one part I didn't tell you, she had a young child, a toddler, and they were about a year or two apart, and she had another child who was not much older. 2 kids at 18. She'd managed to study to be a nurse's aide, and now she was managing to even consider being an RN. There was not a lot of, you don't have to pay in most of the civilized world. You don't pay for university, I might add. We stand alone in this endeavor. But nor medicine. But there's another whole. Let's leave that to the politicians. Actually, let's not leave it to the politicians. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Anyway, drifting into dangerous waters. So she had managed this, and she confronted these boys saying, "I need that car." There was no public transport, right? "I need that car to get, and the only reason I've been able to pull this off," and by the age, you know, she was 18 going on 19, that I've been able to pull this off is through this car, which for her was a treasure. You know, it was enabling her to do what she was doing. These kids had taken it, and boy, she gave it to them. Now, one of these boys was fidgeting, and I sensed that something was up, and he said, well, because she said, "Why did you do it? Why did you do it?" And he had an answer, and he said, "Ask him." And the him was not the boy sitting next to him, but it was the girl's brother. Now, this was a big guy, big man, way over 6 foot, part facial tattoos, as is relatively common there, although the tattoos actually have to do with something, not, you know, anyway, it's another subject. And everyone turned and looked at this big guy, and he said, "That guy has made my life a misery since we've been in primary school. He has been picking on us. He's been picking on me." And the story evolved that these boys had stolen this car to get back at the family, and they didn't intend to total it. That was a mistake. And you know, he was so brave because he was quite a slight young man, and he was pointing at a mountain. And I thought, my, this is really, now, there's always a backstory, isn't there? There's always something going on underneath the surface. So, to cut a long story short, the meeting then got into what we would call brainstorming, idea storming. Lots of ideas about how this could be made to be better. What were we going to do? All kinds, like there was one idea of, well, these 2 boys should be responsible for these 2 young children and getting them to their daycare. And the woman said, "You joking me? Give my babies to these thugs, you know, and the family around these two boys says, "Don't worry, we'll help them." And I saw them slink down in the chair. So the families of the boys agreed, and they were going to help the boys take these little ones to free the girl to go to her course. There were many other ideas, but the one that particularly I thought was amusing was that the man who owned the trading post, he had a flair for the dramatic, it seems, because at the end of getting towards the end of the meeting, he said, and here is the money to buy a new car. He knew and he loved this girl because she was a dear thing and she'd worked for all those years. And she said, "I can't possibly take the money. How could I ever repay that, you know?" And he said, "Oh, no. You won't repay it. They will." And the boy said, "Well, we don't have it." And he said, No, you don't have the money, but you now have a job." Right? And so these boys, they looked at each other going, "Oh, no." Well, they had a job. And he said, "Well, brighten up. It'll only take you 2 years. It took her 4. There's 2 of you." And then I thought the thing was done, but this big man is the sister. The brother of the sister stood up and he said, "I'll help. I'll do it." And he said, "But not on the same days as them." He said, "I've got some money and I don't have enough, but I'll do it too." And people just threw around and said, good boys. And there was some singing. People had this broke into song. It was like a quiet little celebration, and people just started drifting out singing as they went. Now, I'd been involved in the juvenile justice system back in the city, and man, I can't tell you, well, you know how different that is. It was so different. The last piece of this story is that the very next day, the boys are hanging out in the town square, little town, but it has this kind of open park area, and one person after another approached them saying, good, well done, well done. And they would grasp their shoulders, grasp their arm and say, good. And I had a bit of a hunch that these two kids were hanging out in the town square to be told this. They kind of knew it was coming, but they were told good. It was so unusual. I couldn't get my mind around it all that easily, and I thought, my goodness, if we could only do something like this. Now, they had that. They were lucky enough to have that enshrined in their tribal practice, right? We can do very similar things, but we've got to do it consciously. Yeah, we have to. If we're going to help our kids without stigmatizing them, it isn't just that we have to be a part of some ancient culture. This can be done, and it can be done in our schools, in our communities, in our homes. But did you start to see some of the hallmarks of this story? Did something stand out for you? I wonder if there's something that stood out for anyone right away when you were listening to that. What stood out for you?
That they were unconditionally loved.
Yeah, that the care for them that was unconditional. It was, wasn't it? It didn't come with a bunch of conditions other than that they follow through with what they had accepted to do. I stayed in touch with this community, and those boys, actually, interestingly enough, one boy, the one who was a little quieter, he and his family had teamed up with a little one, with one of these, and they had, I kept in touch for years with that group, and they'd become really fast friends. He'd become almost like an uncle to this little boy. Interesting, isn't it? He'd actually become someone who looked out for this young woman's little boy. That's pleasing. I mean, that sounds like a happy story. Well, actually, it is. What else stood out for anyone in that story, please?
It stands out for me that it was not, say, just a student who was in trouble in their in a little room with a counselor, and then the other student comes into the room with a counselor, but it was the whole community. In this case, it was a village, but it could have been a classroom, right? The whole community sort of witnessing as they told the stories, took ownership for parts of it, and came to solutions.
Isn't it that's something that struck me as well? Is that there was a kind of a community approach to this. that it wasn't just kind of taken off to a side and worked with someone who was qualified. That the whole community felt qualified. That wrong had been done not just to that girl, but to everyone. And everyone was a part of putting it right. It's interesting, isn't it? How that was done. Did you pick up afterwards the congratulating of the boys? The whole community said, "Well done." But there was a bit of a charge in that "well done." It was like, "Well done," and do it. Yeah. What else did you pick up, please?
Also, that right in the beginning of the song, and the history telling, and the setting the tone, like, hey, we're human. We've made mistakes and done wrong since the beginning of time, and we can make it right. And you're just another example. It's not like you're so unusual. There's not this pointing, and it's already an acceptance. That part stood out, as well as that everyone could really feel that they can speak their truth there, including the girl, and that they're all going to be heard.
There was something holding it. There was a container holding that people were able to speak without fear of retribution. It's outstanding, isn't it? That there wasn't retribution. That there was this. And in the social inclusion work, one of the ways in which we've evolved that has been something we call accountability without blame. How do you hold children accountable for bullying and teasing and excluding, but without blaming them? Because as soon as you blame and punish a child who is bullying, what do you achieve? If you punish a child who's bullying, okay, it feels good very briefly for the parents of the kid who's being picked on. But it's a very brief feeling good, because things are going to happen in the next couple of days that wipe that good feeling out. But if you punish a child who's bullying, what happens? What's the danger?
It's counteractive.
It's counteractive.
They're staying wrong.
They're wrong. It stigmatizes them.
They get defensive.
And so they take up a really defensive thing, and out of their defensiveness, they feel that they're being bullied. It's just a really weird role model to bully a bully into stopping bullying. It's very strange behavior, because what happens in so many cases that I've seen, studies have pointed to this, is that if you punish and blame a child who's bullying, the kids who bully are only just a small step away in terms of their profile, deeper, biography. They're very similar to the kids who get picked on. And so they flip into feeling victimized very quickly, right? And then if they feel victimized, what's the outcome of that? Please.
They feel resentful.
They feel resentful, and they want to get back, right? And who are they going to get back at?
That same person.
They're going to get back at the kid who they were picking on, but they're also going to get back at the potentially the class, and they're going to get back at society, right?
And themselves.
Yes, and so there is this. So to punish and blame, I'm not saying that the kids shouldn't be held accountable. They absolutely, I believe, must be held accountable. But if you do it with punishing and blaming, it really deepens the problem, and it leads to the kids they don't stop bullying, they just learn how to do it sneakier. It just drives it further underground. Now, the other option is that we can talk to them about it, right? And so there's one group of schools that are very legalistic, and they'll go after kids who bully, an eye for an eye until everyone's blind, so to speak. But it's very punitively based, and justice is seen to be done, right? But there's a ton of weaknesses in that which we just outlined. I've learned over the years there's three kinds of approaches to this. Each has its strength. But the weakness of that punitive approach is it takes up tons of time from the administration in a public school, in a private school, because if you're going to suspend or punish a kid who's bullying, you have to have your legal ducks so in a row. You have to know everything that happened. You got to really get it down, because unless you do, and if anyone comes back at you, you're in big trouble as a school. So it just takes loads and loads and loads of time and very legalistic, fine passing out of what happened. Meanwhile, while you're trying to become the bully police, the kids have gone to ground and no one's talking. Right? So now no one's talking, and the kids that it might have talked and might have actually given a picture of just openly of what has happened, they're not saying anything. Why not? Why are those kids who might have been able to help the situation improve, what's going on for them?
They don't want to bring the attention to themselves.
Right. Because they don't want to get in the firing line, right? So what happens is that these bystanders just fade into the background, and a really huge part of helping bullying and teasing is that when I think of it as bystanders become upstanders. How do we get kids who are bystanding to stand up? How do we get them to be part of solving this issue? Because you see, in that Maori tribe, everyone was kind of involved in healing, and there was no retribution. There was nothing of that, because no one was getting blamed and punished. Now you could say, but hang on, these kids had to work for 2 years to get the car. Well, you know, they accepted that was fair. The car was wrecked. There was an obviousness about them needing to put that right. Now, there's a second group of schools that I've noticed that have an emphasis, and I call this the sort of the more moral-based or moralistic-based schools. And what happens there is that kids who bully, tease and exclude, they get called in to the counselor or the deputy principal or the teacher, the classroom teacher, and they get told, look, you know, we don't do that at our school. We treat each other well. We treat each other with respect. We're a school that really stands on these principles, and they get a very eloquent speech. Right? But we're having a moral party all on our own, often. We feel great. That was excellent. We could have asked the TV guys to come in and film that. That was great. And there's a strength in that it does clarify the school's moral values. It gives a kind of an ethical underpinning. So that's a strength. But what is the weakness? What's the weakness of just talking to kids? And that's it. It's done. You've talked to them. You've given them. What's the weaknesses? Okay, they're not listening. I mean, like that. They're not listening. I mean, we could almost end the conversation there, but they're not listening. They're not. They're tuning you out, right?
Also, you're not listening.
Yeah, you're not. Oh, you're totally not listening. But you're enjoying yourself, then.
So you're hanging those kids out to dry, because if they're expecting a culture around them to believe everything that you're saying, and then they go to the next teacher, and the teacher isn't supporting that belief system,
right.
You've lost your kids.
So there's a danger is there can be a real unevenness in moral values. One teacher can walk on by, another teacher has given them a talking to, another teacher is really coming down hard on them, and you've got all this mismatch going on.
It's not true, because we're told this, that we don't do this in our school, but they do.
They do it, yeah.
So it's, again, that feeling the adults are saying this is how it is, and the kids are saying you don't know how it is.
You're right. You're detached from reality. Yeah. There's a kind of faculty-wide psychosis going on. What else? What else happens to the kids when they get lectured at like this? Please.
Well, there's no buy-in.
Right. Do you get that? No buy-in. They're left passive, aren't they? That's why they can tune us out, because they're passive. They've got no sense of what do I do to change this. Yeah. So it's got some strengths, but it's got a whole bunch of weaknesses. Now, I think there's also a humanistic approach to dealing with this. And the humanistic approach has got to do absolutely with holding kids accountable. Often when people hear about social inclusion, they think, oh, you know, or no blame. They think, okay, that means no accountability. That's just holding hands, singing Kumbaya, and, you know, everyone's going to feel great, and we just talk. And it's, you know, and I know I'm from Massachusetts, but honestly, it's where there's sort of, it's known as this sort of liberal bastion, but I really believe kids have to be held accountable for what they've done. And you're never going to be able to hold a child accountable for what they've done if you blame them because they then just defend themselves, right? They're just defending. But a humanistic approach will absolutely hold kids accountable, and there needs to be a way of doing that. But the gesture of it has to be, you didn't do the right thing, but you're not going to get punished and blamed, but you have to restore respectful behavior again. You have to put things right. You have to be a part, and we have to be a part of putting things right. Yeah? A humanistic approach also will engage the other kids. They're by far the most powerful group. You think the kids who are the big, strong bullies and teasers, they're really powerful. Actually, the most powerful group are the bystanders. So a humanistic approach is really going to engage the other kids to step up and sometimes just very quietly, I call this being a quiet hero. Sometimes if a child's being left out, being excluded, I think it's absolutely heroic of some kids just to go over in the lunchroom, go over on the playground and say, do you want to come sit with us? Or come and join in our game. I think that's a lot of real courage from kids to do that. Everything from real quiet stuff like that to really stepping up and being a part of a no-blame meeting, which is a meeting of 8 or 9 or 10 kids. They get together, and it's just like that village meeting I told you about now. There are schools who work with social inclusion, and there are thousands of them all around the world now, who practice this accountability without blame meeting. And what it does is it brings kids together, both kids from the class, or the class level where wrong was done, where bullying happened. It brings the kids who are centrally involved in it. It brings a couple of, or 3 or 4 or 5 neutrals. I think of them like the Swiss. Yes, you know what I mean. They're really solid kids. You know, Europe's burning and the milk and they're making great chocolate. They're just but they're truth speakers. It's like they've got immunity to prosecution. Do you know these kids? They can just say stuff. They really can just speak it out. If we give them just a little bit of a platform, these kids can shine. They're so socially smart, yet in most schools, these kids drift away and don't really, because they're quiet. That's the very nature of these kids. We've got to give these kids a vehicle, a way to step up and be able to be helpful like that. Now, this town hall meeting, this no blame meeting, also has older kids. We call them the Student Social Action Committee, and we're forming one at the White Mountains Waldorf School. And there are SSACs all around the world. They're busily engaged with each other. They get in touch with each other. They write. They're on Facebook. They do all this sort of stuff. And there are groups all around the world of student social action committees. And what happens is that they're not just peer mediators. They do way more than that. They're busy out on the playground. They're turning jump ropes for the classes. They're going in and helping them with reading, with writing. They're busy in the games. They'll work out problems right on the spot with the kids. Everything from kind of more general proactive stuff like that, right the way through to being assistants in mediation. Now, many schools have peer mediation, but my problem with peer mediation is that honestly, with 3 subjects, I think peer mediation, in other words, kids of the same age mediating issues with their peers, that's a great thing to do, but in issues of racism, homophobia, and bullying, they're out of their depth. It's too much. It's way too much to ask peers to do that. So it needs adults. It needs adults involved in that. But these kids in the SSAC, they're trained to come along and be helpers to one of their little buddies. So let's say at the school, at the White Mountain School, there are the SSAC who I met with today, that forming group. There'll be one or two of them allocated to the first grade, one or two to the second, to the third, to the fourth, and they get to know that grade really, really well. So their helping of those little kids comes out of a relational context. That's the first thing. And often the SSAC kids notice when a child is just peeling off the group, going away, is not being included. They notice that kid. Usually it's about 10 days to 2 weeks before adults do. I've watched this, and that's my best guess at it. That older students who get to know and really care for a particular group of kids, it's about 2 weeks-ish that they pick up something as off, because they're really close to that. They understand, and it's not that we don't pick it up as adults. We kind of do, but what they do is they pick up the seriousness of it really quickly. Really, really soon. They're on to this. They know how serious it is. It takes us a lot to get over this boys will be boys stuff, girls will be girls. The American Psychological Association, I was saying this to the faculty at the school recently, the APA did a study into childhood trauma, and they did a lot of brain imaging work, and they found there was virtually no difference, almost imperceptible difference in the brain scans of kids who had suffered sexual abuse, kids who had suffered sudden bereavement, sudden death of a very near relative, and kids who'd suffered prolonged bullying. Now, as a therapist, I've worked with survivors of sexual abuse, and personally I think kind of nothing comes to that level. But to even think that bullying approaches that is really something. And people say to me, there's always been bullying. We went through it and we're okay. But it's gotten really intense. The bullying has gotten really intense over these last 10 or 15 years. It's been ramping up, and where it took a leap was with the introduction of cyberbullying. Now, cyberbullying, what it's done is it's taken bullying into an area. There's always been rumors, right? Always rumors spread. Girls are particularly prone to the rumor thing. Yeah? That's always been happening. There's always been exclusion, kids left out. But what happens with cyberbullying, with online bullying, with Facebook bullying, what happens with that is it intensifies the rumor possibilities are almost exponential, and it intensifies the feeling of aloneness and being left out when you're not in that group. Yeah, I'm working with a school right now where this is down in the Carolinas, where there was a girl who they merrily went off for summer break, and there was a girl who came back from summer break and met incredible hostility from the kids in the class, and she couldn't figure out why. And what came out was that there were 3 or 4 girls in that class level who had set up a pseudo Facebook site, taken it out in her name, and were making the most amazingly racist comments about the Jewish kids in the class, about the Islamic kids in the class, about there were a couple of devout Christians in the class, and these girls set themselves the task that by the summer end that they would have said something horrendous about every single person. Now, this girl didn't know this was happening, right? So she gets back and just gets this thing. She'd been away on vacation, and she gets back and meets this. Now, fortunately, this school, and this has happened, this particular pseudo-Facebook stuff is very common now. The kids are onto this. The other one is photoshopping kids' images and distorting them and turning them into really ugly images. But fortunately, this school had an SSAC, a student group, and a faculty and administration that were really supportive of it. So they met together for 3 mornings, the first 3 days when this came up, and it came up right, you imagine, right away. Something was going on. She tears out the room in tears, the class, screeching at her, and it was bad. Now, the school, the administration gave over 3 mornings. They would have given over 5 as long as it took. And the SSAC stepped right in and they said, this is totally not okay. We're going into an accountability without blame process. We're going to set this up. And what they agreed as a whole student body, as a middle school student, junior high, beg your pardon, body, was that they would and have developed an online code of ethics. And all the kids were involved in it. Representatives from every class would go back, and now they've developed, they're getting to the end of developing this now. And they've set up a code of ethics, but they've also in the school said, but what if someone transgresses that? And they've set up an accountability structure within the school that can be reported in, that the students will then get busy and then try and work out why that is happening, because there's always a backstory. These 3 girls who did this, you think of them as being, malicious monsters, but there was a whole backstory about why they did it that came out. Now, you don't excuse that, not for a minute, but you can understand. It gets to an understanding. And so the kind of bullying that's going on right now needs a very special approach. And it needs to engage the kids and educate the kids into when they know they're crossing the line. And this, for me, is the biggest challenge with working with kids, is that no child, hardly ever, does a child wake up in the morning and say, I wonder how I can make, Elizabeth's life a misery today. I mean, there are some sociopaths, but we've all known and loved. But there's very few kids who do. What happens is that they cross the line, right? They cross the line. And one of my favorite stories around this, I was saying to faculty recently, was with a group of kids in New York. And they were doing skits with the kids. They were showing them little plays, little skits about bullying and teasing. And they broke into small groups and were talking to them about it. And one small group was saying, yeah, do you remember when we used to squash her sandwiches? Yeah, do you remember how we shift her desk and hide it underneath the, yeah, do you remember when we locked her out in the snow? Yeah, do you remember? And all this stuff was being said. And the 8th graders that were there called me over and said, she's there. She's sitting there, the girl they were talking about. And these 8th graders were getting really angry, and they said to these group of 5th graders, that is totally bullying. And they said, chill, dudes, it's not. It's just totally joking around. And they said, it's not, it's bullying. Chill, it's not. And they got into a bit of an argument. So we finished the session. I'm walking out with this group of big kids, 8th graders, and they're saying, we are totally going to get those kids. And I honestly, I wanted to, my Australianism, because we sort things out in a certain physical way in Australia traditionally, and I wanted to slip them $10 each and say, and do it good. Do it real good. Yeah? But no, social inclusion. And they said, that is so crossing the line. That is totally, I kept saying this term, that is totally crossing the line. I said, you know what, you're onto something here. And why don't we ask them about when that crosses a line? So the next week, the teacher kindly gave up the same period again. This group of 8th graders come back in. They've made up a whole bunch of little skits. And they show skits when a joke is said, and it's kind of funny. And they show an escalation of it when it gets kind of edgy. And then it crosses the line into being hurtful. And then it crosses the line into downright bullying. And they show this. And they do it in a number of areas. They show it about how best friends can cross the line and become cliques. Yes? They show it about party and party invitations. They show it about joking around. They show it about games. They show this whole lot of little skits. Then they break into groups of the kids and said to them, where did those skits cross the line? Now this same 5th grade nailed it. They pretty much came to agreement of where it crossed the line. These were good kids, only they were crossing the line because we're living in a culture of disrespect. We are swimming in a sea of dissing, of comebacks, of really disrespectful behavior that just our generation and really our parents' generation and our grandparents' generation, it used to be an extended family would just whip you right back into line if you had a fresh mouth. You'd be told really quickly, right? We're losing track of that. Now, you could say, that's too bad, but another part of me thinks, you know what? That's okay. But now we need to teach the kids. They need to be taught, but they need to be taught when something crosses the line. And you see, if you talk to kids in your families about when play crosses a line and becomes hurtful with a little brother, little sister, when words cross the line, and you talk to them, you know, at a good moment. Timing is important, right? Do you remember Red Skelton? Does somebody remember Red Skelton? He said any child will run an errand at bedtime. Yes? It's as good as it. Timing, it's everything. But when your kids are in good shape, you know, it's bedtime or you're going on a nice journey together, you're hiking together, that's the time, particularly with boys, you know, hiking, driving, no eye contact. No, nothing, you know, it's not like the please have eye contact. That is really, that's using up a lot of relational credits to ask a boy to do that. But you talk to them when they're in good shape and say, okay, we got it. And then when they get bent out of shape and the boys are going at each other again, or the girls are spatting again, you talk to them about the crossing the line stuff. Yeah? And you remind them. And you can say, Joanna, no, love, you're a perfectly good kid, but we just don't talk to each other like that. You get on with your sister perfectly well, or you get on with your classmate perfectly well. Something must be up because you crossed the line. Do you see how that's not blaming her, but it's not saying you're a bad kid. It is saying the action wasn't okay and all that stuff, but it's saying, what's up? It's asking the New Jersey question, yeah, sup? What's up? Because there's a backstory. Every kid who does something mean to another, I shouldn't say every, most kids, they don't, it escalates, right? It gets out of control. There are a small percentage of kids who are just mean and who are deliberately mean. There are some, but the studies show, in my own experiences, that that's a relatively small proportion of kids. And really, those kind of kids need more, almost like therapeutic help. But they're really tiny, that proportion. Most kids just cross the line and they don't know when they're doing it. And that's where we need to give them some help. We need to seriously give those kids help. But another thing that has happened about bullying, and what makes bullying different today than when we experienced it at school, and it's certainly different from, you know, for hundreds and even go back thousands of years, is that for thousands of years we've had rites of passage, right? Kids go through rites of passage, but that's really fading. Some of us probably did you go through confirmation or bat mitzvah, that sort of stuff? But very, very few kids do that these days. And I once was I was working in Africa in Soweto Township, and I went on a journey with a young man there who had become the shaman of his tribe in his early 20s because his great uncle had died through the AIDS epidemic. Then his father had died, they handed to him, and now in his early 20s he was a shaman of this village, and he was doing voluntary work in Johannesburg. So he came into my room one morning and said, "Come, we go." And in Africa, those who've been to Africa know, you don't ask where, right? You just go. 3 days, and we went out to the edge of an area, veld area called the Kalahari, a scrubby, deserty kind of area. And I witnessed the tribal initiation of boys. And I was taken to see the tribal elders, and I said, I've come to see what you're doing with your boys, because our boys are really struggling. Our girls too, but they're really struggling. What are you doing? And it was translated, of course, and he said to me, "Oh, the boys today, they won't come to initiation practice. We send them into the mountains for seclusion, and they come back. They won't let us beat them, gouge them, starve them, burn them." And at this stage, I was thinking of a couple of teenagers that I knew. I thought, ooh, this would be excellent. Beat them, gouge, burn. Anyway, and he said all they do is they want to stand around and talk to each other. All they want to do is talk. And he said, and can you believe it? They even are disrespectful to us. And I said, don't say. Now, part of me went 3 days in this broken down old pickup to get there. Oh no, because I'd come to receive enlightenment from the ancient wise ones. Yes? But part of me thought, good. All right, it's happening everywhere. But I said to these wonderful elder gentlemen, because I've always been interested in indigenous cultures, studying social anthropology and social psychology, and I said to them, is it possible that these kids are still going through a rite of passage, but it's really changed? Is it possible? And they say, what do you mean? And I said, well, is it possible that their conversations with each other, all their arguing, all their laughing, wanting to be together all the time, is it possible that that is a rite of passage? And now when this was translated for these older gentlemen, they thought I was the stupidest person. Like there was the beating, the gouging, the isolation. Where was the dancing? Where is the, And I said, and look, all initiation has isolation. And they said, yes. But when you're picked on, when you're arguing, when you're in conflict, don't you feel really alone? Right? And all initiation has endurance. You've got to endure. You have to really suffer. Yeah? But when you're bullied, when you're teased, when you're having conflict, don't you have to endure? All ancient initiations have disorientation, where you get really disoriented. Yeah, and that's deliberately done. The elders will put you in a disoriented state. Actually, this particular tribe, when they danced, they had the boys had these long, like horns on their head, and it turned out that they were meant to represent legs and feet. They were dressed as girls, and on their feet they had heads, like shoes with eyes. They're literally representing turning the body upside down, and the gender inside out. And when you're in conflict, it's very disorienting, isn't it? Everything is shifting. You don't know where you stand. Who are your friends? Who's going to stand up for you? Why don't they stand up for you? All initiation, they have 5 things. I've named 3, but here's the last 2. All initiation has a sense of change. You think about the Catholic traditions where some of us, took new names. You often in the Lakota traditions you would then give your spirit name you were given at that time. It all has change. It's like the Eucharist, really. There's a transubstantiation, change. All initiations have change. And then the last stage of these 5 is that all initiation has a new sense of belonging. Now, if you think about it, conflict has almost become like a modern rite of passage. You're incredibly alone. You have to hang in there. You don't know where you stand. But if you make it through, something in you grows, and something in you exists with your friends, with your family, with your community in a new way. And I told this to these older people. I was there for only a couple of weeks, but they heard me out, and they thought, they were kind of on the edge of taking it seriously, but they still thought it was really, really funny. So anytime anyone would come into the village, they were drifting in for this initiation ceremony, they'd say that thing again. And it was like, and then they would lay on the ground laughing. I was like, Conan Doyle. I was like some stand-up comedian, and I was dead serious about this. You see, so here's the thing. Those ancient cultures are very formed, right? You go through your rite of passage. You get a pig. You get a kraal. You get a house. You marry. They're very formal societies. We are not a formal society at all. So doesn't it make sense our rite of passage would be kind of amorphous? But I'm suggesting that conflict is a new rite of passage. It's a way, rites of passage for thousands of years are meant to help kids define who they are, right? Give new freedoms, new responsibilities. That's what they've been doing for thousands of years. But I think that is also achieved through conflict, right? But we're in trouble in the West because we're largely conflict aversive. We want every day to be a crystal rainbow or a balancing experience. Yes? And if there's trouble, we press 1 on the speed dial, 2 is pizza, but 1 is the teacher. We press 1 and we say, look, I don't pay my taxes to have my child in the Happy Valley School, or I don't pay my fees for there to be conflict. What are you doing wrong? I was told this is a place of respect, of seeing the whole child, and there's conflict. You see, the problem with that is if we deny our kids conflict, then we're denying them half their opportunity to know who they are. All ancient initiation ceremonies had tribal elders looking out for the kids. So the question's got to be, who are the new tribal elders? And the really troublesome answer is it's us, with all our vulnerabilities, with all our weaknesses. But when our kids are picking on each other, going at each other, if we get into the well-known blame game, what happens, and we start blaming the school, and the school, we start blaming. What are they doing at that school? Why do they tolerate conflict? And the school's saying, well, there's a lot of violent media in that family, And there's this thing that starts up between the school and home. What happens is that whilst we are blaming each other, we're moving out of that space that we need to get around our kids and help them through their conflict. And this is the hard part. How do we calibrate correctly what to do with kids in conflict? I was with a group of kids, and I said to these were 13-year-old kids, and I said to the girls, do you tell your mothers when you're picked on, when there's trouble, when there's arguments at school? Do you tell your mothers? And they looked at each other, this kind of really dumb question, and they said, oh my God, no. No. And I said, why don't you tell your mothers? I said, well, like you tell your mothers, and like they start telling you all about their lives. And they start saying all this stuff, and then they start ringing the other mothers, and they start hugging in the parking lot, and it's like, I said to the boys, do you tell your dads? And this is 13, 14-year-old boys, and they all looked at each other, and they're all kind of slumped right down. They have a calcium problem in their bones, and they looked up and they said, no. And a couple of boys, one boy raised his hand. That's a big deal for a 14-year-old boy. Raise his hand. Big effort. And he raised his hand. And I said, please. And he said, well, like I told my dad. And they went, dude. And he said, no, I told him. And I said, what did he say? And he said, just hit him. Right? And he went, Dad, we're not allowed to do that anymore. And he said, anyway, if you just hit him, what about if he hits you back? And even if you win the fight, and he came right, and he all of a sudden discovered multiple syllables and everything. And he said, and even if you do hit him, and all the boys were agreeing to this, then just like a bigger dude, he wants to then take you on. And then if you hit him and you win, then a bigger, and you're going to get really into trouble. It's like Billy the Kid, right? You just keep, more and more people are going to stand right up there and want to shape up and fight you. So you actually draw trouble towards yourself because you get known as a reactor. It's the kids who react who get picked on. It's always the kids who react. Now, a little boy up the back raised his hand too, and I said, please. And he's a slighter little chap, and he said, well, like I told my dad and my mum, and there was this in-breath, and your mother? And he said, yeah, I did. And they said, and they said, what did they say? You know, and you could see him puzzled, and he said, well, they kind of didn't say anything. And they went, you are so lucky. Right? One of the studies done in Germany by a gentleman called Truax found that just the kids who get picked on a lot, over 80% of those kids who get picked on a lot come from homes where mothers and fathers get their own biography tangled up with the kid's biography. So when he comes home saying, I'm being picked on, the parents go into this kind of, they're triggered, and all their unresolved stuff gets all tangled up with their kids. Now that's a problem right there, isn't it? Because the kid doesn't have the freedom then to sort it out for himself or herself, right? And feel successful in that. But it's because it's when our kids tell us this stuff, we do go into a very ancient kind of mama and papa bear. It's normal, it's natural, it's okay. We don't need to beat ourselves up, you know, with that, you know. But because we're perfectly good as parents at doing that all on our own, right? But it's really hard when your kids tell you this, because if you over or underreact, they clam up, don't they? They're almost trying you out when they tell you this stuff. One of the best things that I know of to help a child who comes and he tells you he's being picked on or she's being picked on is to just say, okay, well, what's been going on, love? And just your heart's racing a little bit, and maybe if it is, you pause and you go back later on and say, what's up with that? And not even to talk about your own stuff. You know, what's up with that? Well, it's like, you know, just because there's a new kid, and she's kind of cool, and I feel like it's like my friends have just dumped me, and so I don't know what to do, and so now they've started calling me names, and if I say you can't call me names like that, they laugh, and a whole little story starts to come out, and your heart is bleeding, yes, for your child. But let us say it. Let us say it. And what I've found incredibly successful with kids is to be able to coach them out of their reactivity. But the worst advice is to say, just ignore it. I talked to the kids today in the 6th, 7th, 8th grade. I said, what's the matter with the advice that your parents and teachers give you of just ignore it? And they said, well, if you just ignore it, everyone knows you're just ignoring it, and they push you further and further and further until you just lose it. The advice I give to kids who are being picked on is that they've got to, and one of the children today said, yeah, you've got to make a line, and you've got to stand. That's one boy said that, and one girl said, yeah, you've got to just be really, what did she say? You've got to stand strong, or something like that. You've got to stand, I don't think she said, what did she say?
Stand your ground.
Stand your ground, that's what she said. You've got to stand your ground. Now, that doesn't mean ignoring it. For example, we did some role plays today, and if someone is saying all these rumors about you, or there's all this Facebook going on or IMing going on about you, and there's rumors being said all over the place, that, you know, you just look at you now, if a child, and sooner or later it starts getting said, right? Because there's no fun in Facebooking about someone unless they find out, right? It always comes out. And at that moment when it comes out, everything is decided in that next half an hour. And if there's all this stuff being said about you, or these names being called, let's say there's just stuff being said about you, you look right at it, and I've coached countless numbers of kids to look at the person and say, well, do you believe that? Do you believe I did that? Well, yeah, I believe it. Really, you believe that? Well, and what was the skit we did? Someone said, well, everyone's saying it, so I believe it. So So like, you believe what everyone says? Like, if anyone says something, you believe it. Do you believe that? And just give them little mantrams to say. Give them little things they can hang on to. If someone's calling them names, there was a boy today who was saying he was called names for his body shape. And I asked him very gently, I said to him, but weren't there other kids in the school who were big and round? And did they get teased? And he thought, I could see him thinking, he said, no, not everyone. So I said, it's not about your body shape. It's not about your nose, your glasses, your being too tall, too big, too whatever. That's not what bullying is about. Bullying is about giving the kids a reaction. And if we can coach our kids into not giving other kids a reaction, we set them on a really positive path. But it's more than just ignoring. It's giving them words they can say, things they can do, places they can say, well, you can believe that if you want to, or if they get called names, they can just say stuff like, yeah, well, you can say that stuff. I can't stop you. You can say it. Yeah, I can't stop you. You can say it. Whatever. Personally, I don't like whatever. But fine. Okay, you can say it. Not that it's okay, because it's not okay. It's not okay that they're calling him fat, skinny, whatever it is. It's not. I never coach a kid to say, oh, that's okay. It's not okay. But to say, you can say it. Stuff like, if you can think and plan and scheme a little bit with your kids, give them things that they can do that take the oxygen out of that fire, close the oxygen down. But one of the very worst things you can do as a parent is to get on the phone and start blaming that other sociopathic parent. Getting on the school and blaming them, coming in and marching in. Now, where we're at our best is when the schools, and this is where schools are starting to get onto this now, is that when bullying and teasing happens, it's a red hot issue. It is very hot button issue. A school, I feel, are at their best when they develop transparent processes and policies, and where the school communicates with you pretty regularly as to what they're doing, why they're doing it, and how it's going. Then you at home can actually follow that up. But it really takes some window cleaning. It takes the school to develop not just a policy, because a policy is just a bunch of good thinking on a piece of paper in a filing cabinet. It's dead. Who cares about policies, really? Now, I know in New Hampshire now, as in most states in New England, you do have to have a bullying and teasing, anti-bullying and teasing policy by law. Okay, otherwise you're not allowed to have school. But a policy is really dead stuff. I'm talking about a policy, a process, and a practice. Head, heart, hands. You've got a policy, but you've got a process of communication, and you've got a process that gets back to the parents get back to the teacher, to the point people, and what's more, it's not just the administration. There are people within the school who really think about this and work with it, and you get really close. When our kids are bullying, teasing, excluding, it needs us to get close, not get further away through blaming. There's a process, and then there's a practice. It's not just all lectures, it's not just all words. There's practical things that are going to happen tomorrow to help the kids. I'll give you some practical examples. A lot of bullying and teasing, when I ask, where does bullying happen in schools? Over and over and over, the answer I get is in transitions. It's when the kids are transitioning. It's where there is a lot of kids milling around. It's where there's a lot of complexity. Wherever there's complexity, some kids, they get overwhelmed. I personally don't think, and I don't know how this will sound to you, but I don't think personally kids are disobedient. I think they're disoriented. Whenever a kid seems disobedient to me, I've always said, you know what, he doesn't know where he's standing right now. He needs orientation. He doesn't need punishment. He needs orientation. That might mean boundaries. That kind of looks like punishment. But really, where schools start to pay real attention to the bus, the bus is just rife with trouble because it's unguarded. It's neither home nor school, and a lot of stuff goes down in the bus. So where the school can start, there's one school, a public school I'm working with down in near Brattleboro. This is one example where the school have got really busy. The SAC kids ride the bus now. They sit with kids who are being left out. They haven't got a mandate to do problem solving on the bus because they could get themselves into a tangle. But what they do have a mandate, and they're allowed to do, is that if a child is being excluded and left out, they just sit right beside them and talk about, the Celtics. Celtics are a good thing to talk about these days. So they talk about the Celtics, or whatever, Johnny Damon's haircut, doesn't matter. But that was a while ago, but they just talk about stuff, right? And the principal of the school, it's a public school, the principal of the school, unannounced, and the deputy principal have just started riding the buses. They just organize it in the day. They leave their car someplace away because the kids get onto it if they know, right? And they just ride the bus unannounced. The SAC are riding a bus, but I'm just giving, this is one little example, but they now, 10 minutes before the dismissal, they have bus groups. So all the kids are dismissed. They then form into bus groups where they play little games together and they get to know each other. They might they might have, one group has started their bus's song, right? It's a bit annoying, this song, but their song. And the buses have gone from being very problematic to now the school, the next step is they're hoping the buses don't start kind of getting rivalry with each other. But it went from and we're on to that a little bit, but the buses, a lot of the bullying that was happening in the buses, which was pretty bad, the questionnaire to the kids said buses and recess, corridors, bathrooms. We know this, but this is what the kids said. So the school are now taking proactive steps, and the parents know it, and the parents are supporting it. All the bus drivers and the bus company have now kindly agreed to come in, they did come in rather, and we gave them a little bit of an overview of what was happening in the school. So now the deputy principal or one of the team, the teaching team, the faculty team, just put their foot on the bottom rung of the bus and say, "Hi Joe, how was it today?" And Joe said, "You know what, that little girl, that little blonde girl, left out again." Some schools do this, but it's surprising how many do not. One of the things that a school can do that dramatically affect the incidences of bullying is give kids transition support. So the kids that don't transition well, they stay real close and they're not freed to just be feral around the corridors, around the lockers, and that they're kept a little closer, but not imprisoned. I think of this like a campfire. You bring those kids in the playground. You bring them in because many of these kids spend hours and hours and hours and their play mainly is about video games. Did you catch the report? 7.5 hours a day is the average exposure to screens now for an average 8-year-old in the United States. 7.5 hours. And that excludes screen time at school. Right? So a lot of our kids just don't know how to play anymore very well. They don't know how to do it. Now we could say, well, look at them, they don't know how to play, or we could get real busy and help them play. There are some kids that don't have 7.5 hours. They might have 1 or they might have no hours of screen time, and there's a strong correlation into those kids knowing how to play. They do. Because, well, you've got to learn because there's nothing else to do, right? You've got to play. And what's more, they have played. Actually, by the way, did anyone here ever have a play date in their life? We just played, right, with the kid. And we're okay, aren't we? Anyway, it's okay. Our kids will survive a play date if someone doesn't read the New York Times. Their parents aren't like-minded. It's fine. But if kids can't play and they're always destroying other kids' play and they're problematic, I was saying to the group today is that on the playground, the teachers here know that when you approach those kids in the recess field on the playground, it's like opposite magnetism. They just split, and you can follow them. And I was saying today, you could call out the National Guard, should they still be in the country, and you'd follow them anywhere they go, and they would still avoid you. And what happens is the little sensitive ones, or the ones that want to go out and play, they huddle around the teachers. And so we've got this thing about, well, no, the playground's a place to get your energy out. Who is getting their energy out? A minority, a small minority of kids who dominate the killing fields. Right? And they don't know any better. Let's not blame them. They don't know any better. So let's turn that inside out and get the kids who need coaching in games into a defined space, get some older kids, make it a really fun place to play. There's a basketball hoop, a 4-square court. There's good stuff to do, but they stay right there. And then the little ones, or not even the little ones, just the ones who just don't want to get involved in all that stuff, they start moving out into the playground. And now we truly do have a playground where there's a lot of running around and energy being expelled. But prior to that, the only ones who were running around were the mafiosa. Right? Marauding and pillaging, destroying other games and taking the bounty, and off they go back out to the Badlands. If schools start really watching the transitions in between classes, watching the transitions to recess, in and out of recess, watching those moments, there's a very, very noticeable shift in the healthy culture of the school. Now, we're coming up to the end of this evening. One of the things I wanted to save till last was a hard part. You know this Gandhian principle, we must become the change we wish to see? Yeah, it's such a drag, that thing, isn't it? We are modeling for our kids. We can't fake our kids out anymore, right? I remember I was totally faked out by my mother. Were you faked out? I mean, she used to fake me out. She used to say, Kim, John, Payne, all 3 names. You're in trouble, all 3 names. Kim, John, Payne. That's it. I'm calling the Presbyterian police. Really, she did. She said these words often. That's okay, I've had therapy, I'm fine. And so I would pack my little case, especially made for this occasion, and I'd walk all the way down this long driveway. I lived on a farm, long driveway. I would walk down, and I'd wait for this hearse-like thing to arrive, and then she would come down and say, all right, you can come back, but you better be good, young man. And so I would walk all the way back, and I was good for hours after that, right? But can you imagine saying to your son or daughter now, if they're 9, let's say, I know there's public school parents here, Waldorf school, let's say, if you're a Waldorf school parent, okay, and you say to your child, the 9-year-old girl, and you were to say, Gaia Rainbow. Gaia, go and pack your veil. I am calling the Waldorf police. She would just look at you and go, you are so totally lame. Oh my God. And she would just look at you with such disdain, right? Or laugh. Just, it was a really funny joke, Mum. Yeah, it's really funny. They'd be dressed in purple, these people. I don't know. But anyway, we can't fake our kids out anymore. So ultimately, the test comes down to us, doesn't it? About us. Now, that's a big old statement, but what is it about us that we've got to change? And I want to suggest something quite practical. Ken Rigby from the University of South Australia, who's one of the premier researchers in this field, he actually asked kids, where does bullying begin? Where does it actually begin? It's an interesting question, simple one. And he had a couple of thousand kids take part in this research. And their answer was, well, it begins by copying the adults. It's like a bit of a troubling answer, isn't it? remember once there was a little boy in the kindergarten, and a friend of mine, a kindergarten teacher, she was driving a van. They were going to a little farm to see the animals, and this little boy, sweet little boy, was saying, "There's a jerk, there's another jerk. Look at that jerk." And he was a sweet little kid, and he was saying this word, jerk. And the kindergarten teacher said to him, "We should go." She said, James, you don't use that word, dear." And he teared up and he said, "But my dad says that everyone who drives a car is jerk." Right? And so he thought the word for driver was, jerk. They're watching. We can be so careful with all our words, and we just get it wrong once, and they're on it, aren't they? Little rotters, they're on it. Being really, really careful about how we are. And then the second answer for these kids in Ken Rigby's study was bullying begins by copying, but it also begins with put-downs. Because put-downs, if we don't interrupt put-downs, kids presume we support their behavior. And then no one supports a child's put-down of another child. But unless we interrupt it, they think they've got permission to escalate their behavior. That's really troubling, isn't it? It really is. So here's the thing, is that if put-downs and our own behavior and our own words are very responsible for kids teasing, because then it becomes teasing and then bullying and then peer abuse, right? So if we are starting them off on their careers of this, that's pretty depressing, but it's also pretty hopeful, because it means if we can get a handle on this, we can be really powerful, right? So one of the things that I often challenge myself to do is be very, very aware of my dissing and my put-downs and go on a put-down diet. Because look, if you go to a coffee shop with a friend and you get really involved in, it's called ragging on someone, yes? Do you know what I mean? You get really involved in putting them down, and it's say you're a teacher and it's the principal, or it's one of the rogue members of the family, or whoever it is, and you get involved and you put in that moment. You often feel, well, what do you feel like? There's a certain elation, isn't there, in that moment? Do you know what I mean? You're laughing. What are you feeling in that moment? What are some of the words that describe it? Of course, you have to imagine it, because of course no one here has done it, but what are you feeling? Power over somebody who made you feel powerless? Power. What else? Better than. You're feeling better than them? Righteous. You're feeling very righteous. Always lovely, isn't it? Yes. You're feeling righteous. And there's that feeling of larger than life. But you're also feeling a lot of camaraderie with your friends, aren't you? You're really bonded. Now, you go out the coffee shop, you're walking down the street, you're getting in the car. Now, Catholicism aside, how are you feeling now? How are you feeling? One day, a big old foot's going to come through the ceiling like Monty Python. But how are you feeling now? Guilty. You feel dreadful. I sometimes almost feel viscerally sick. It's just yucky, drained. Yeah, drained is a good word, isn't it? You're feeling drained. Now, let's just look at those groups of words. First, you're feeling inflated, you're feeling larger than life, you're feeling powerful, you're feeling camaraderie, and afterwards you feel guilty, inflated, down, and drained. Does this remind anyone of anything at all? Does it remind you of being drunk? Doesn't it remind you of marijuana? I mean, no one here has done this, but what you imagine marijuana is like. It's addictive. It is put-downs are totally addictive, because you come back the next time to that coffee shop and you've got to do it more. You can't help it, and you get into it again. it's addictive. Putting down is addictive. I often get asked to talk to kids about sex and drugs and actually never rock and roll, and I said to them, look, I don't talk about drugs, I want to talk about addiction. And I said, what is addiction? What is it? What is this thing? And they defined it. They said, addiction is an increasing thing. It's an increasing, to be exact, they said it's an increasing and compulsive way of being that avoids pain, boredom, and inner development by creating outer stimulation. This is a group of 11th and 12th graders. What an amazing definition. I just went, whoa. Do you get it? That you create stuff out here to avoid stuff that you are not working with in here. And I said to them, well, given that definition, an increasing and compulsive gesture to avoid pain, boredom, and silence. They said, and silence, by creating outer stimulation. I said, given that definition, what's the most addictive thing? And they said, well, everyone thinks it's drugs, but it's not. What it is it's noise and put-downs. They were right on it. They were completely on it. And so one of the things that we can do that is really powerful is to become aware of our own put-downs, because put-downs are the stepping stones towards teasing and bullying because our kids copy us. Be really aware of the shows they're watching on TV that are just full. These Beavis and Butthead, South Park, and even Friends. Friends. And these guys are meant to be friends, right? It's a picture of codependency, actually. But they're meant to be friends. I teach a class in media manipulation, and we take an episode of Friends, we define put-downs, and then we count how many put-downs are in an 18-minute episode of Friends, and no episode is any less ever than 50. And these are friends, right? They're friends. That's not Beavis and Butthead. That is just South Park. That is off the scales, that stuff. If your kids are watching that stuff a lot, they're absorbing a certain way of being, right? Now, their last point here is that I think it's crucial in terms of raising socially smart kids for them to be able to change their behavior according to their environment. This is a socially smart kid. If a child is going to be successful, they have to learn that street talk, TV talk, is not tolerated in the home. Now, it's a bit hard because you've invited TV talk into the home and you've set it up, what's more, with all the chairs facing it on an altar. You almost... It's like this experience, when you enter the living room, all the chairs. But anyway, TV talk, street talk may not be spoken at home, and it certainly may not be spoken at school, ever. That way of speaking, and kids can change on a dime. They can really change on a dime. I remember taking these kids from a group home I was working in for violent offenders of youth. I was taking them, it was only my second week in this group home, I was a young guy, and I was taking them to church. It was run by the Catholic Church. It was a great home, really good people running it, and I was taking them, and they're dissing each other, they're pushing them, their language is foul, and they're doing all this stuff, and it's awful, but I'm driving it thinking, oh, poor disadvantaged kids, and all this sort of stuff. And we arrive at the church. Many of them are not Catholic, but the deal is they've got to go to church. So they're walking up the path. The boys have discovered levity, the girls gravity, and they're pulling and they're tucking in. The dude rags are coming off, and they're walking up and they greet the priest. Say, "Good morning, brother." It's not yo. "Good morning, sir." They go in, they go in the pews, they stand up, they sit down, they kneel, they stand up, they sit down. I thought, you little buggers. They had faked me out completely. I thought that it was just because they were poor, disadvantaged kids. They could change on a dime. And I said to them later, I got them back in the van, I said, we are not going anywhere. What just happened? Because they started in on the yo-yo stuff again. I said, what? No. What just happened? Why didn't you guys do that? And they said, well, you don't do that in church, dude. And I said, but why not? And I said, well, they said, because everyone knows that's not what you do in church. Stupid. And I groped it. I thought, yeah, that's it. We have to raise the bar of what we expect our kids to do, the way they can talk, the way they are, the way they comport themselves. If we raise the bar, because as a society, we've actually not only lowered the bar, we've forgotten it. We've got to get this back up again, be brave enough to say, no, 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 no. You know, the little kid, this little strong little character, ruddy, and you're thinking, you say, no, 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 Napoleon. No, you can't speak like that. You don't always speak like that. What's up? You can't do that. We've got to get the bar back up. It's not a question of just bullying and teasing. It's a question of rediscovering morality and ethics in the way we raise our kids, and the beginning point, I think, is speech, the way they speak, the way they act, and that's got to begin with us, doesn't it? That's the harsh piece of this. Because our kids, I remember one little boy, and here, the last couple of stories, one little boy came up to me once and he said, I was visiting a kindergarten teacher, and he approached myself and a kindergarten, the teacher, and he was visibly upset, and he hadn't realized what had gone on, and he said, and the teacher said, what happened? And he said, well, it all began when he hit me back. Now, right? This boy was full of dissing, full of comments, and the other little boy, unexpectedly, kindergartner, had hauled off and hit him a good one, right? But this little boy, the problem was this little boy didn't know that he was regularly infuriating many kids around him. So I want to pause there tonight and see if there's any comments or questions. We can't do rebirthing or psychotherapy or anything, but if there are any comments or questions you have, we've got just a few minutes before we get home and see what state our nation is in. Like we don't know, but please. Come on.
Well, I was hoping we could go back to one of the responses we can give our children to say, fine, you can say that, we can't stop you, but something, I need more maybe from that. I don't quite understand how that can work.
At the risk of seeming like shameless comments, there's a CD up the back called The Resilient Child that goes through 12 lessons in how to coach your child into not being teased. And it goes through it really systematically. The first and the hardest lesson is to help your kids realize that they're a part of the bullying cycle. And that seems like you're blaming them, right? But it's really important that they realize if they're a part of the cycle and that they can be a part of, therefore, stopping it. If a child just feels they're being passively picked on and they don't know why, or they blame their glasses, I'll tell you one real quick story. A little boy came into my office at school. I was brand new to the school. He came into the school and he plonked himself on my sofa and he said, they're picking on me. And I said, what's up? And he said, they're calling me Four Eyes. I was telling the kids about this today. And I said, well, what do you do? And he said, I say stuff like, well, you're a fat pig. And I said, well, do you? And he had lots of comments. And does that make them stop? No. It makes them do it more. But there are other kids who wear glasses who don't get picked on, right? Yeah. So it's not about your glasses. And I said, well, what can we do about this? And he said, well, could you teach me a comeback? And I thought, man, 4 years undergraduate, 8 years postgrad, and this kid is asking me to teach him a comeback. Like, where do you go with that? Of course, you say, yeah. Okay, but it can't be a comeback that puts anyone down. It's got to be a comeback. It's got to be something that you say that makes the situation get easier, not harder. So he came up with, I was saying this to the kids today, he came up with 4 eyes are better than 2. It's pretty good, right? Pretty good. So anyway, a couple of days go by. He comes and he plonks himself on my sofa again, and he says it was like rotten. And I said, well, what happened? And he said, no one called me 4 eyes. I spoke to the teacher, and she spoke to me rather, and said, what did you do to Damien? He was walking around the school like Clint Eastwood. Like, hi. Now, this is edgy. This is edgy stuff because you don't want to get your kid involved in a bunch of really heavy quips and comebacks and put downs, and so it's right on the edge. And I've got my own kind of worries about. But what happened is that gave Damien time to actually, it just got the kids out of his face, and it gave him a bit of space in order to get a couple of friends approaching him. Because look, when your kid is picked on in school, there's only really one thing that matters. Do the teachers say it's wrong? And has he got one friend? If your kid has got one friend, then they're going to be okay-ish. They're going to get through it in much, much better shape. We could go much further into it. Maybe next time, I'm coming back for 3 years, maybe that should be the whole theme of an evening, really, shouldn't it? There's a lot there. Any other comments or questions just as we close, please?
I just have a question as a parent. I've got 3 children. I've got a 13-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 1-year-old. Now my 13-year-old, I had dealt with bullying issues and had, he's really gentle, sweet, and I'm very tolerant of him as opposed to the other ones. I find myself, or my 5-year-old, I find myself a little bit more hard on her. However, it seems to come back because she almost pushes him around. She's very strong, whereas he's not quite as strong about it.
He's 13 and she's 5. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. Here's another thing. Now this is moving more into sibling stuff, but it's a really interesting. So this is another little taste of an evening to come. But here's a small snapshot. It's amazing how often little kids control the older sibling. Have you noticed this? It's not always the case. It can go back the other way, of course. But have you noticed how often little kids get the older one really going? And then the parent will say, "You should know better. She's just 5, darling." But you just think, just because I'm a boy, or just whatever it is. And here's the thing to say to older kids, or to any child, younger one or older one, is look, I want you to be a little bit of a quiet hero. When she says that stuff to you, don't react, all right? And when she comes and tells on you, right? She tells on him. Yes, when she comes and tells me, and she's telling on you, I'm going to know, I am absolutely going to know that that's not the whole story, right? If you don't react to it and you just, what's the American saying, suck it up? Is that right? So if you just take it, if you take it and don't react, and then she comes and tells on you, I'm going to know there's another whole side of the story. And what's more, if you just take it and I come to you and I say, Jonathan, that is not okay. You must have a reason for this, but it's not okay. And you still even take it. She's going to look at you like you're her savior. There's nothing more a parent loves than kids sticking up for each other, right? Nothing more. They love it. And what's more, if I come to you and say this, she's going to realize that you didn't do that stuff anyway. And she's going to start to back off this behavior. I'm going to know that there's more to it than this. And me and Daddy, if there's a Daddy, me and Daddy are going to feel really, or Daddy and I are going to feel really proud of you for doing that. And we'll find a time to hear what your story is. I promise. You always forget. No, I won't. I've given this advice to myself. I have kids, and I've given this advice to lots and lots of parents. It's really amazing how a conversation like that doesn't fix everything, but it starts to diffuse it, saying, we will know you are heroic when you do that. We will know it, your sister will know it, and things will start backing off a little bit. Can we try it for a couple of weeks? There's no kid I've ever known who's been spoken to like that who said no. They all agree. Of course they're going to agree to that kind of thing. But this is just the tip of a large iceberg, but that's just that piece.
On that same note, with the two of them, they take those either powerless or powerfulness with them to school. She
this is where, when we teach our kids to almost like reposture themselves, because she needs to know, a child who's very powerful and uses that power in some ways in not such a great way. I'm sure she uses it beautifully at other times, but that's where at home we can really form a team with the teachers, because if we're hauling her in on that, and what's more, the older brother is feeling just a little bit stronger. You see, that's going to change things a little bit at school, slowly, but it happens. We've got to finish. We've got to finish. See, we could kind of light a fire and hunker down and toast some marshmallows, but we've got to finish. I'm so pleased that you should wish to come out this evening. It's still really cold, and it's a subject that is so vital to what we're doing. The school, the White Mountains Water School, are actively engaged in this. Anyone interested in this, of course, feel free to contact our office. I'm not always there because, well, I'm here, right? But I wish you just all the very best on this just vital subject of helping our kids through conflict to become who they are. Thank you very, very much.
I'd like to open the Selectmen's meeting for February 22nd, 2022. 4:01, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There's one addition on your agenda, going to item 9A. Kennett High School crank the cank on 5/14/2022. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda for today as amended.
Seconded by Mary. Take the vote. Mary?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes. 5-0, Krista. Number 4, discussion of the APRA fund request. We start out with the generator amendment.
And that's really all, unless somebody else has something to add, Mr. Chairman. Chief Matty's out of town at the moment. He asked me to fill in for him in this request. He wants to go with the second bid. The low bid of $71,000 was invalidated upon discussion with the vendor. It was the wrong model generator. So this is not the local company. It's the second lowest bid, but it's a New Hampshire company. I think it's Alton or something. And he would like an amendment from the $71,000 up to $79,909.
So moved.
Second.
Ready for the vote? Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes. And that's the only one we're doing under the opera, right?
Yes, sir.
Review of receipts right here from Mary, if anybody's viewing. Signing of the documents, we have an intent to cut on lot 260-52.
Motion to sign the document is presented in 6A.
Seconded by?
Second.
Ready for the vote? Steve?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Yes. Consideration of bills for the AP manifest dated 2/24/2022 and payroll dated 2/24/2022.
Motion to pay the bills and the payroll is presented in 7A and B.
Seconded by Carl, was it?
Yep.
Ready for the vote? John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Yes. Documents signed out of session? None. Review and consideration of special events. This would be 9A. Crank the Cank, 5/14/2022.
Motion to approve the special event application for annual Crank the Cank bike ride on May 14th, 2022.
Seconded by?
Second.
By Mary. Comments? Ready for the vote? John?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Yes. Consideration of minutes, both regular and non-public on 5/15/2022.
Motion to approve the minutes is written for regular and non-public sessions on 2/15/2022.
Seconded by?
Second.
Any errors or omissions? You ready for the vote? Steve?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Yes. Town Manager's report.
As Selectman Colbeth was quite correct, we have found the Boston Post cane in possession of the Historical Society. And so I'd ask the board to start thinking about whether they wanted to start up that August tradition in the future. Apparently there's some mixed feelings about it, but we can think about it and bring it back as an agenda item if so choose. And that's my Town Manager's report.
Questions of Tom? Mary?
What were the oppositions to it? Just,
Some people feel like it's the Grim Reaper.
oh,
You hand it to them and then they pass away right off.
well, maybe, I'm sure there's somebody that would want to be the Green Ripper, whatever it is. Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
John?
Is it our program or is it the Historic Society?
I have to understanding it was the town fathers that did the presenting. And
Presenting, but...
I saw what Peterborough was doing. They have a big wall plaque with brass emblems of all the names of the recipients, and the pink cane hangs right there in Town Hall in a bracket.
I think that's a bit over. I don't want to say overkill.
Good, John. Nice choice of words.
Through the chair.
Yes.
It was, the times I've done it, and I've done it, it was the Historical Society that was there making some
the
kind
presentation.
we were there, but they were making the presentation. But I think we should do it even as a town or whatever.
I'd ask the board to ask the chairman if they want it on the agenda a second time, and we can vote to have either the Historical Society or the town fathers make presentations as going forward.
John?
I would rather make a motion to ask the town manager to work with the Conway Historical Society to continue the program.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Town Manager John Eastman.
That's a motion, yes, and Carl seconded it.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, one more point. It's fair for anybody to decline it, too, and pass it on to the next person.
Yeah, they don't have to accept.
They don't have to shove it down people's throats.
No.
Literally.
Go ahead, Mary.
When I've done it, the people have really, really liked it. They liked all the publicity, like getting it in the front page of the paper, and they liked everything about it, the ones I've been with.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So, along the same lines, if people are watching, they may know somebody. I've done it once with Mary, and the recipient's family was very pleased. You know, more so than maybe the recipient at the time.
But the actual selections made by the Historical Society? They do the research to
They do the
determine-
research.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
And that is Mr. Rancourt?
Yes.
At the moment? We'll contact him, have a conversation.
Ready for the vote?
Do we have a
Steve?
motion?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Yes. Board reports. Carl?
I got nothing.
Mary?
Mine meets tomorrow, so I have nothing this week.
John?
ZBA, I don't even know which Wednesday it meets, but we've already got 3, 4, 5 applicants. We had none last week, but we have applicants coming up. We had, there was a time allotment in case we needed an extra meeting of the Budget Committee, which we did last Wednesday. We met at 5 o'clock in this room. We need 8 for a quorum, and we had 9 members present. We had to sign off on some of the warrant articles to finish, and then Deborah Weinstein did a very nice presentation like she did for the selectmen on Starting Point, was very thankful, and the Board of Selectmen's the Budget Committee voted 9-0-0 to support the Starting Point warrant article, and that was it. We were done in 15 minutes.
Steve?
Planning Board's meeting Thursday evening here at 7 p.m.
And I have nothing this week. So we're going to public comments. Anybody? Media questions?
Thank you. David Steer. David Steer, Conway Daily Sun for the record. I was kind of wondering in terms of the Boston Post cane, if somebody has lived in Conway for a long time and then they transfer to Mountain View, I wonder if they would qualify.
I can answer that. It's traditionally given to the oldest living resident, and even though they're in Mountain View, I'm presuming they would still be a resident of the town of Conway.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Mountain View is the nursing home for Carroll County, and it has preference of residents from all over the county.
Okay, great.
I think they're still recorded as a resident within their town.
I believe
even though
they
they're
are.
residing there.
Yeah,
And I believe that if they have the capability of doing it, they're offered absentee ballots to vote in all of the nursing homes.
This is, I don't know if this would be a good question for the board or Tom, but there's a short-term rental owner named Matthew Collard who's been asking me to ask about a comment that Tom made about both sides going to court to find a common let's see, both sides to rush to court ASAP to get a decision so we can move forward from a common place regarding short-term rentals. Win, lose, let the chips fall wherever they may. And obviously we're appealing. I found the appeal has been filed. I'm wondering if, I guess, Tom, do you stand by that statement? Are we still searching for clarification through the
Yes, the court process isn't complete, but also, you know, I'm rendering a personal opinion. I'm not speaking for the board when somebody, you know, messages me on Facebook. You know, so I stand by my opinion, but it's up to debate as to whether the court process is complete yet or not.
Okay, I guess the question I had was that a Tom Holmes comment or sort of a representative of the sentiment of the board?
No, I would never speak for the board without their permission first.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have anything further. Have a good night.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
We will be going into 2 non-public sessions, and when we come out, we will be adjourning. First one's under 91A32, a tax matter, and the second one is under 91A32E, pending litigation. So probably a record-setting 12 minutes past 4. I'll entertain a motion to go into non-public.
Motion to go into non-public is presented.
Seconded by?
Second.
Take the vote to go into non-public. Mary?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Good night.
At the fish hatcheries around the state, preparations are underway.
32. These rainbows, they're about a pound apiece, actually a little bit better than a pound. Total of about 4,000 altogether.
Raising fish is a 24/7, 365-day commitment. From April to July, hatcheries will stock between 800,000 to 1 million trout.
Today we're stocking rainbow trout and brown trout in the Kentucky River in Henniker. The rainbow trout is about 700 going in, and the brown trout about 400.
Conservation officers determine where and when the fish go in.
We're going to do 4 here for the trophy section. This is the north end. There's a wire across the river here. This is the northern extent of the special regulation section. Watch your footing going down. Pretty rough going. The black line across the river right there, it's a cable. That's the northern delineator for the special regulation section through Henniker on the Kentucky River. Swing it.
On this stocking run, Officer Brown will stock literally a ton of fish. go fishing now? Read the stocking report at fishnh.com.
And that's the last net of fish for the day.
Winter is finally here. However, when heading out on frozen water bodies, never assume the ice is safe. Starting from shore, use a chisel or auger to test the ice and continue checking as you head out. Just because you see others out on the ice does not mean the ice is safe under your feet. Look for ice that's at least 4 to 6 inches thick. Never assume that cold temperatures equal safe ice. Have fun, and we'll see you on the ice.
All right.
Coming. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. I'm from your credit card company. We suspect several unauthorized transactions on your card. Really? My credit card company? Yes, and we care about your security, so we make house calls. Good news is you give me your social security number, and we'll take care of you. Is that all you need? Not quite. We also need your PIN number. I forgot. What's that on your back? Nothing. Oh, I get it. You're fishing for my personal information, right? No. So you can steal my identity, right? No. Then how come you have a fin sticking out of your back? Honey, get my tackle box and rod.
OnGuardOnline.gov has tips to help you guard against internet fraud, to secure your computer, and protect your personal information. To be more secure online, log on to OnGuardOnline.gov. Stop, think, click.
You are watching Conway Community Television, nonprofit broadcasting for the Mount Washington Valley.
Bye.